Peace out. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Utility Sports. We are live extra early because today is the day we are here. The NBA trade deadline in 2026 is upon us. I am so excited to be live all day long again. We will be live through the buzzer, through that 3 p.m. Eastern time trade deadline. Ultimately, today I'm very excited. Aaron says, pumped for today's stream, brother. Deadline has been good to us this year. I've had so much trouble focusing on work. I've just been locked in listening to the stream. We've had so many trades. You have to wonder how much of that has been spurred by last year's rescinded trade between the Lakers and Charlotte Hornets. I went back and was looking at some of my old streams from last year, and I remember after the deadline streaming for that news. So that was a huge shakeup last year, and I wonder if teams were trying to get out ahead of it, trying to get physicals passed, trying to get deals finalized, agreed to, and done, everything set up and good to go before the actual deadline gets here. Buddy Davis says, I wonder if the Clippers will really trade Zubac, like the reports are saying about Indiana, for being aggressive for him. That will definitely be one of our main discussion points today. Appreciate everyone for dropping in here early. Make sure you guys are following over on Twitter as well. Luca here says 7:30 stream. Sign me up. Luca, appreciate having you in here. Really thankful for each and every single one of you. Sultan here says, I hope a lot of small trades are going to be happening around the NBA this deadline. So happy watching some teams getting moves to contend, selling, or just making changes of scenery. For sure, Sultan, glad to have you in here today. I'm very excited as well. I do have a film breakdown. This is a little bit of you guys want some tea? Let me show this real quick. I have a new video scheduled for today. And you guys, this will come out at, I believe, 9. Definitely recommend checking it out if you haven't, or when it does come out, or after the stream is done. But I do have a Keon, Ellis, and Dennis Schroder film study actually coming out on the channel today from their game last night. So I was able to dive into their film. I barely got any sleep, if you're wondering, because last night we had a late night stream. Then obviously put together this video actually this morning before coming on live. So I've been up and at 'em here for a little while, but very happy to have that video coming out. So after the stream today, definitely recommend checking that one out. I should also have a winners and losers video coming out today too. So again, good morning, everyone. Big day ahead of us. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. I know some of you are watching over in Europe, so good afternoon to you. I believe it might be afternoon there. I'm not the best with my European time, but I'm sure that you guys are at least in that ballpark. So appreciate everyone being in here. Christopher here says, good morning. Bro didn't even use Golden State Warriors in the title or thumbnail. I'm crying. Well, we talked about Golden State a lot last night. They were obviously a key team last night in the Porzingis deal. I talked about them a lot, but I think they'll be less active today now. William here says, Ja Hero Ware, Jaime Yacachonis, a Lakers pick, and every Heat pick possible to Milwaukee. Rozier and Fontecchio to the Grizzlies. Wiggins to the Lakers. Giannis, Portis, Rui, Gabe, Thanasis to Miami. Very fun package and idea here. Let me make sure I didn't have there we go. I needed to get this up on the screen. I knew I was forgetting something. There you go. Soul Train on the stream here calling me the real Iron Man. Appreciate you, my man. We are going to go back over to the trade machine. Obviously, yesterday we were looking at some fun deals, but let's get a couple of teams in here. Let's take a look at what William's saying. A deal here between Miami, the Lakers, the Grizzlies, and the Bucks. So in this, the Lakers, I see. So it's Wiggins. I see. So the Lakers are giving up a pick for Wiggins in this deal. Milwaukee. And then we are also going to get the Memphis Grizzlies on line 1 as well. So taking a look at this deal, here's a deal someone proposed on Spot Track today. around the contract of Giannis Antetokounmpo to San Antonio. So in this deal, Wiggins goes to the Lakers, according to William. Rozier, his salary would go to the Grizzlies in this, as well as the salary of Fontecchio to Memphis. And then the Bucks would be sending Giannis to Miami, as well as Thanasis. Let's get Thanasis in there. Thanasis can veto any trade. So, basically he can decide what's up today. That's funny. The Lakers here are sending Rui to Milwaukee. He wants Rui to Miami as well. Oh, you're saying Ja to Milwaukee too. I don't think that would happen. If anything, I feel like Miami would be trying to get Ja, which is what I was trying to financially get us to, which is hard because that's $100 million to be given up. But I don't know. I think it's not completely impossible. Like if you put these three contracts together in Fontecchio, we might be somewhat close. So the Lakers here are going to send their first round pick to the Milwaukee Bucks as part. We'll do top 8 protected on that. And then we need Memphis to send something to Milwaukee or LA. Let's just do a second round pick in here just to see where we're at. We'll put that there. Okay, this trade does not work right now because of the money. We did not put $28 million. I see. So we just have forgotten to do the money, the Bucks. We got to just send a couple of the Lakers contracts to the Bucks. We'll do Kleba to Milwaukee with Gabe Vincent to Milwaukee. And then let's throw in as well Dalton Connect to Milwaukee. So a couple of salaries now going out the door to Milwaukee. Financially, this will at least be closer. I still think it won't work once Connect gets in here because we are over the apron threshold, which is one of the big challenges here. So the Lakers would probably have to do something like Ayton in this deal to Milwaukee as well. And then the Bucks would probably give back a few of their expiring. So we'll do Amir Coffey, Cole Anthony to the Lakers. Something like that would probably make this deal actually functional from a financial perspective. The trade machine is going a tad bit slow this morning, but there we go. Trade successful. And then the Heat would give up all of the stuff that they can to Milwaukee. So 2027, 2029. Although there's protections on this, so that technically shouldn't be trade eligible. So let's remove that. We'll do this to Milwaukee as a swap. We'll send this to Milwaukee. We'll send this to Milwaukee. We'll do this to Milwaukee as a swap. Not to Memphis, to Milwaukee as a swap. We'll send these two to Milwaukee as well. So in this, the Heat get Giannis and Ja. The Bucks get Tyler Hero, Gabe Vincent, Maxi Kleba, DeAndre Ayton, Dalton Connect. 5 first-round picks, and a couple of second-rounders. The Lakers get Andrew Wiggins, Amir Coffey, Cole Anthony, and the Grizzlies get Terry Rozier and Simone Fontecchio, and we will, from the Lakers, throw them a second-round pick as well. So this goes out the door to Memphis. Interesting trade package here to start the day off. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Karen says, hi, I'm so excited. It's the trade deadline. Excited to have you all in here as well. B. Kelly, appreciate you, Brian, for being in here. He says AJ DeBonsa went off last night. This is the most insane top 4 I've ever seen. I wonder how many teams make moves today to try and aggressively tank. There's going to be some egregious tanking. I think that's a great point. There's going to be a lot of teams who are trying to intentionally lose games down the stretch here. So it's going to be absolutely crazy. Mr. Fuzzy Simpleton says Sheldon is an NBA trade deadline legend. You guys are trade deadline legends. Let's get some confetti in here early for you guys. Let's get some W's in the chat. We got a W chat in here. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Benchmaster says, good morning, sir. Good morning, Benchmaster. Appreciate you. Logan says, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream, Logan. Miami Sports says, what's up, my dude? Crazy day ahead of us here. We are going to be talking a lot about Giannis Antetokounmpo. Will he be traded? Will he not today? A lot of news to watch for. This package for Miami would bring both Giannis and Ja to the Heat around Norm Powell and Bam Adebayo. Chris here says Darren Peterson looks like a shooting guard assassin. He is so good. Sultan says, hi, Sheldon. Aaron Lewis says, what would a Cam Thomas trade look like? That's a good question because I do think Cam Thomas will get traded. He is not traveling with the team today, and he is out for personal reasons. So where will he get traded? What will he get traded for? The Houston Rockets continue to be a team that I think makes sense from a need standpoint of a guy who can create off the dribble at a smaller salary. So I think Houston would be a possible landing spot. Now, I do think Brooklyn would love to get Tari Eason back, but the value is just not there, really, for a Tari Eason trade. So could we do something like Dorian Finney-Smith, and then Brooklyn also gives up even a Day'Ron Sharpe in this deal to help make up for the absence of Steven Adams this year? That could be something to possibly watch for. Or you could do something like Haywood Highsmith in here too, and then Houston gives up maybe in addition here to Dorian Finney-Smith, 1 second-round pick for this package. Cam Thomas's value is at an all-time low. He's just not valued around the league. So could Houston turn Dorian Finney-Smith and a second-rounder into both Cam Thomas and Haywood Highsmith? Definitely would be a great pickup. Azan says, good morning, Sheldon. I'm back again, day 3. Appreciate you, Azan, for being in here again. Travi here says, today is the day Miami Heat get Ja and Giannis. Dane says that he loves Shams. Pelican says, good morning, y'all. Good morning, everybody. Let me know what team you are a fan of down in the comment section below. Jay Gill says, good morning from Portugal again. If Portland doesn't make a trade today, I'm flying to Portland to confront Cronin. We need shooters. We definitely could use some more shooters. They got Vit Krejci, obviously, but not sure that's going to solve the entire team-wide issue in terms of making threes. Marlakai here wants to know any more Memphis news. I think we're just very, very patiently but actively watching for a Ja Morant trade. Appreciate you guys all so much for tuning in today. I do want to go back over to the Twitter real quick. Make sure you guys are following over here. We have over 6,200 followers, which is sweet. Let's refresh this quick because I did just repost something. Icy Demp, day 3 of the trade deadline, tuned in to Utility Sports at work today, of course. Going to be a great day. Very excited for that. Everyone make sure to leave a like on Icy Demp's tweet here. He's a real one. Appreciate you guys all so much today. I'm very excited for a big day in the trade deadline. Soul here says, good morning. You are the real Iron Man. Carlson says, what time is the trade deadline? The trade deadline is at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. 3 p.m. Eastern. Let me put that on the ticker. Trade deadline is today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Let me edit this, make that a ticker, and save it. There we go. Down there, trade deadline is today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Appreciate you, Carlson, for being in here today. Michael Bradley Sandoval says, good morning. Do the Blazers make another move? Hopefully they get off of Jeremy Grant's contract. That would be something I'd love for them to do. Maybe in a 3-team deal with Minnesota. Otherwise, if not, I do think the Blazers would look to hold their flexibility going into the offseason. Chris says people passing on Michael Porter Jr. because they saw him play defense. He definitely is not the best defender, but still a quality player for sure. Someone that I do think could help a bunch of contenders right now. Nay says, do you think that's all the Raptors do for a big? Are they still in the running for some bonus? So, yeah, the Trayce Jackson-Davis acquisition has to make you wonder, is Domantas Sabonis still on the radar of Toronto? In my eyes, the answer to that is still yes, because if they do trade Poeltl, they could obviously acquire Sabonis then, and then you're looking at a huge shift in the way that they play, but you're getting a lot more skilled at center. So Chase Strickland says, up early, let's go. Appreciate you being in here again early today, Chase. B. Wilkes says, do you think the Sixers are done making moves? They did dip below the tax, so that's definitely a real possibility that they are just flat out done. B. Wilkes, great question. Ryan Ball, welcome to the stream. Jay Gill says, Blazers need to pivot from Giannis and go get Trey Murphy. With the Bucks picks, definitely wouldn't be the worst idea. Trey Murphy's a really good player. Too Clutch Corey says, final day. Yes. B-Max says, if you have a deal with another If we have to deal with another 6 months of Giannis rumors, I may consider watching soccer instead. Don't do this to me, NBA. I really want a Giannis trade. I really want him to get dealt today. It just would solve a lot of issues for Milwaukee, and it would also just make a ton of sense as well for the team getting him. To get him early, get him in the building. He becomes extension eligible in October if you trade for him today, which would be much better than waiting until January to possibly extend him if you trade for him in July. Cleo here says, good morning, my guy. I need a prediction about my Spurs. I think the San Antonio Spurs do trade Kelly Olynyk today for sure. I am very confident in that. Chase says, woke up looking forward to the Mavs future. MFFL. Appreciate you, Chase. Hendricks says, you better do a longer stream today as soon as you end trades reign. I'm going all the way through the deadline. GMs have no choice today. They need to either make the trade or they're not making a trade. They can't wait for me to end the stream today. I swear I've got the worst luck with that. Ryan says, what do you think about my Hornets getting Kobe White? I liked it for them. I thought it was a very good acquisition. I think he's a good player, someone who fits the timeline of the team very well, and then also can really shoot it. I think that's going to be valuable for Charles Lee for sure, who's a very good head coach. Chris here says, Wolves got to flip those players for picks. Bucks not doing it for them. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting situation here is how much is Minnesota calling other teams to try and figure out, hey, what picks would you give us for Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid, versus how much of it is Milwaukee canvassing the league saying, hey, if we got Jaden McDaniels, what would you give us for him? If we got Naz Reid, what would you give us for him? I wonder how much of that is Milwaukee doing some of the work and Minnesota doing some of the work. Not Too Fam says Rui in Miami's system would be so good. The Shams coverage of this Giannis stuff has been disappointing. I don't think the trade was ever happening this deadline, but I feel like ESPN pressures him to make it a huge story for the last week. The issue is he could have made a bunch of other stories about Jaren, about Harden. I don't think he's as tapped in as people like he gets all the info and everything when it happens. But if you think back to when Woj was at ESPN, we had kind of precursors of the Grizzlies are trying to accomplish this. The Jazz are looking for a buy now move. We're not getting that from Shams this year, and it's led to us being a lot more surprised about trades, including the Anthony Davis trade yesterday. There was really no precursor to it that Washington was looking for a big at all from Shams. There was just no word of that from him. We did hear from Jake Fisher yesterday that Washington was in on Sabonis potentially, but then they ended up making the trade for Anthony Davis. Eli says Hornets adding some point guards. Edwin, John, I see your question about Cavs news. I have a Cavs debut video coming out today covering Keon, Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder's debuts. Any chance the Warriors buying low on Zion or Ja? I wouldn't say it's like impossible, but the money would be tough to get there unless you're doing something with Draymond Green. And then the question is for New Orleans or Memphis, what's the rationale there, right? Clips Gorman here. Appreciate you, Gorman, for being in here. He says Ty Jerome to Houston. Definitely would be a great get for them. Gad here says, do you think the Cavs will make more trades? I definitely think there's a possibility there that they'll be involved. Buddy says Mathurin and Darius would be a fun duo for the Clippers, but I don't know who starts at center. I can't handle Brook jacking up 33s again. I swear to God, Brook Lopez shoots the ball every time he touches it. Let's go over to a Pacers and Clippers trade because this is some of the news here is that Zubac could potentially be available. Teams are trying to pry him away from the Los Angeles Clippers following the James Harden trade. And I do think a deal to the Pacers would be tremendous for Zubac. Zubac would fit very, very well in Indiana. And you see he's just making $18.1 million. So how financially could the Pacers get there? They could do something around Benedict Mathurin and Isaiah Jackson financially. This gets you in the ballpark of a deal, right? Just $1.3 million salary difference. Now the question is, what else would the Clippers want? Because they're not just taking Mathurin for Zubac. They're not doing that. So then you're looking at draft picks, and the Pacers would probably be willing to mortgage their 2027 first, because the idea would be Halliburton comes back, the team's much better, that pick's not quite as valuable, and maybe their 2029 first. This is kind of the starting framework I would expect for a package today. It's not a massive return for the Clippers, but it's definitely a strong one. It's 2 first-round picks Benedict Mathurin and Isaiah Jackson. Now, I do think Zubac and Garland could be pretty good together, and that there's a world where the Clippers just don't even entertain trading Zubac realistically. But in the event that they do, this is a pretty decent starting point of a framework, I would say. Chris here says Wolves' issue is they got to go to Portland for those picks to get Giannis, and Portland's not interested. I mean, Portland should be interested in Jaden McDaniels, but the question is, would you give up those Milwaukee picks? And I would say I'd still be hesitant if I was the Blazers. Taquan here says, do you think Brooklyn makes a trade today? They'll be involved. They're always, Sean Marks is always active at the trade deadline. Do you think the Cavaliers will trade Max Strus? So if we look at the Cavaliers cap table, this is a really great question. And if we go look at Cleveland here specifically as a team, they've made a bunch of moves already, right? They're $4 million over the second apron. So how could they get below that second apron threshold? They could do something with Dean Wade or Sam Merrill. I don't find those two things overly likely. They have Schroder, who debuted for them. At this point, after they dumped Lonzo Ball, I think they will keep Dennis Schroder. He played last night for them. So Max Strus does seem to be the guy who would be kind of that odd man out if they did make a move to get below the tax. So what $15 million salary, and you have to shave $11 million or $4 million off. If we go look at this tab over here, who are some teams that have $11-ish million salaries that you could work with in a trade? Maybe the Lakers, Gabe Vincent. Obviously, he would be a salary that the Cavaliers could take back. There's also the $11 million contract of Maxi Kleber. You also see Luke Kennard as a possibility, right? The Hawks made a trade last night. The issue is some team would have to take in Max Strus's money for next season, and that is a little bit of a commitment here. Would the Lakers be willing to make that commitment? Perhaps not. So the Cavs trading Max Strus, I definitely think is possible. There's a few different teams that we could look at as well in possible deals. But I think the best place to start would be the Lakers or possibly the Chicago Bulls. So let's go over here to Chicago and get a deal between Cleveland and the Bulls. We'll start that process. It could be the Lakers with one of Vincent or Kleber. But in this, we're going to do Isaac Okoro. Actually, no, Cleveland cannot reacquire Okoro, obviously. So a little bit of an issue there. It could be someone like Jalen Smith to Cleveland, who I do think the Cavs would have like a little bit of interest in acquiring as well. And in this, the Bulls would also acquire a draft pick from Cleveland. We could do this 2028 second and maybe this 2032 second. So this gets the Bulls out of the Cavs out of the second apron. Also gives them Jalen Smith, a player who could fit them decently going forward. And then the Bulls do land Max Strus. So financially, there's something here that could make sense. Blazers Bro said the best prospect analyst on YouTube. Appreciate you. I will have a lot of draft content rolling out here too. I know draft content, I've posted already a few breakdowns this year. I had Isaiah Evans one, Darren Peterson one, AJ DeBonsa one. I'm planning on trying to hit 8 to 15 of them in the next month. Like I want to be very active in posting prospect analysis. So I'm going to try and be very active. No 100% guarantees there, but I'm going to do my very best. I'm also going to have film breakdowns on the guys who got traded and everything. So a lot of content coming here for sure. Timothy says, what big man will the Bulls get? It's funny because I have them trading away a big here. Again, the Bulls probably not super active in trying to win, but they could be active in the buyout market. They could, try and get in on a guy like Isaiah Jackson, for example. If the Pacers do trade him, they could be active with Milwaukee if Milwaukee's given up some of their bigs. Eric Espinosa says, good morning, Sheldon. Appreciate you being in here again, Eric. Carl says, what are the Blazers, Nuggets, Rockets, and Wolves doing before 12 p.m. Pacific time, that 3 p.m. Eastern time trade deadline? I think for Portland and Minnesota, they're really connected to each other in a Giannis pursuit. So if Minnesota is not doing anything, the Blazers aren't doing anything, probably. And I think Minnesota specifically, we could see them also, if we go over here to the cap table and go to the Minnesota Timberwolves, after salary dumping Conley, they actually did get themselves out of the apron, and they put themselves in a position where they could possibly get out of the tax. So a Rob Dillingham salary dump could even be on the table, which would obviously be pretty poor asset management, in my opinion. But if they are committed to trying to get out of the tax for the A-Rod and Laurie ownership group, that's possible, right? Aaron says, hope Giannis gets traded, but I'm skeptical. I'm starting to have some doubts too. I really, really think it's a mistake if Milwaukee doesn't trade him. We'll see how it pans out and everything. Bryce Cooper says, rise and grind, let's go. We've got some Wolves fans in here. We got Kings fans, a bunch of Heat fans. Too Clutch Corey says, Heat fans wishing on a star. Gad is a Cavaliers fan. Appreciate you, Gad, for being in here. Carlson says, good evening from the Philippines. Appreciate you, Carlson. Gio Garcia says he's a Shanghai Sharks fan. Moat here says, what do you think about a Levine-Morant trade? The issue with that for me, so if we look at the Memphis Grizzlies here, one of the benefits here for a Grizzlies trade of those two players is you are seeing them cut a year of salary, where next season Levine does become an expiring. The issue for me, though, is it just, like, it's kind of a really poor sell job of, like, yeah, we turned John Morant into Zach LaVine. Now, the Kings do save a lot of money this year and next year, like a very substantial amount, which is, I think, meaningful. The Kings here, too, I wonder if there's another way they could add a little bit more money to this to get off of some contracts, but probably not. But you could turn this into a 3-team deal if Sacramento wanted to get off some more long-term money. But the Kings here probably give up, like, what, 1 second-round pick to Memphis. Like, Ja's value is just not going to be very high. Very similar to how we saw last year, or earlier this year, Trae Young get traded for McCollum and Kispert. Like, you're not going to see a huge value return for the Grizzlies. So I don't love this for Memphis, just being completely transparent. I'd rather wait until the offseason and just keep Ja's contract and then make a move later. But perhaps. Packers Goat says, can you cook up a Ja to Giannis trade? I think the Bucks are a dark horse for him as a buy low to try and keep Giannis happy. Yeah, we could definitely consider that too. It's an interesting perspective there, Packers Goat. I think if I'd be pretty surprised if this does happen, but it would be definitely interesting. We could do something around Kuzma's salary, plus like Bobby Portis. Financially, that gets you in the realm right here for a trade for Ja. And then, like, you might even not have to give up draft picks depending on, if you can get San Antonio or Detroit to want Bobby Portis, then maybe they'll give you an asset or two for him, a couple second rounders. You just reroute those to the Grizzlies, and then it would be like Kuzma for Ja for the Grizzlies and a couple second round picks, which would not be the worst thing. But this deal does financially work. Maybe you get, a young player in there. It's just like, which young player are you finding that makes sense, right? There's not a lot here. Maybe Andre Jackson Jr. But the issue with this is the Grizzlies actually probably wouldn't want to waive most of their guys already on their roster. Like, if you look at their team, they don't have a bunch of players that they would be okay with waiving. Like, their team is actually very solid from a young player standpoint. So, Buddy says, who should Clippers target for a big if Zoo is traded for Mathurin and whatever else? Goga. Batadze definitely would be a good option. Goga Batadze is a really solid big man. Soul Train says Jason Terry and Clarkson for Cam Thomas and Sharp. Jason Terry is a coach for the Jazz. I don't think he's getting traded this deadline. I'd be pretty shocked. Wake Up Here says we're here all day. Smash that like button. You guys heard Wake Up Here. Everyone hit that like button if you haven't already. I need to see those likes flying. And we're already at 62 likes, which is pretty good for the first 30 minutes. But I think we can do way better than that. Rose City USA says go #Trailblazers. Not Too Fam says Miami Heat. Today is the day. Sleepy Riley finally wakes up. We'll see if Pat Riley's still got that juice to him. Sam says Sixers need another guard so we don't run Maxey into the ground and have to play Kyle Lowry. Yeah, it would have been nice if you guys could have just, kept Jared McCain. But unfortunately for the Sixers, they traded him for a pick this year. So I can't feel nothing says Lakers, today is the day to trade Dalton Connect. If we go back over to the Lakers cap table, this definitely is a possibility. If we're looking at tradable contracts, first of all, the Lakers could theoretically try and be a cap space team this offseason, which would be fascinating if they want to pursue someone like Walker Kessler, maybe Peyton Watson in restricted free agency, right? Otherwise, you're looking at, okay, how do we turn the Gabe Vincent, Maxi Kleber salaries into something of value for our current team? Because I just continue to hate the idea of, it's Luka Doncic's age 26 season. Let's just wait and not do anything. He turns 27 by the end of the month. So it's just every year you waste is a year you're not going to get back. So Preguntale says today is going to be very quiet. We'll see. A lot of course, anticipation for Giannis, but no guarantees he gets moved. Obviously, that's been kind of the big headliner of the deadline, though, to watch for. Rusty Shackelford says, have a great day, everyone. Jesus loves you. Appreciate you, Rusty, for sending that in there. Mr. Lucky says, did you discuss Hornets moves yesterday? Thoughts on Miles Turner for Hornets, Trey Mann, Tyus Jones, Mike Conley salary match, and 1 first-round pick. Would not hate that, Eric. If we look back at the trade machine here, let's put together a package between Milwaukee and Charlotte, one that could theoretically make sense. Those salaries do align. The issue is they can't. Now, it depends on the finalization of deals, right? Because if the Tyus deal hasn't been finalized, if the Conley deal hasn't been finalized, you could ultimately turn these into like 3-team, 4-team trades, right? But the issue is you can't aggregate these salaries. So like you see how I can't like add a player now to Mike Conley because of the rules. So it again depends on the finalization of stuff. But and Tyus actually has a trade restriction. So it does look like this will be not possible there, Eric. I was unaware of Tyus's trade restriction, which I'm kind of unsure as to why. It might have been because of like bringing him into an exception. There's probably a good reason for it that I'm just missing in the moment. H. Duraso says today's the day that Pat Riley realizes that the Heat's real move is to sell and tank / rebuild this season. Fun take there. Gad here says Sheldon, more Cavs news, Max Strus trade. That's what we're going to be watching for, right? A possible salary dump. Could be interesting. Trace Jackson Davis did get traded last night. The Warriors obviously made a huge upgrade at center. When Porzingis is healthy and actually on the court, he is one of the better centers in the NBA. So definitely a talented player for them to acquire. Outclass says, did Ja fumble his career? What are my Spurs doing today? I don't think Ja fumbled his career. I mean, he's making $40 million a year. He's doing pretty well. He's making more money than I am, so I can't hate too much. But I think there's a lot to break down in his career. I also think Memphis just hasn't put together the best pieces, and letting Dillon Brooks walk for nothing was a huge mistake by Zach Kleiman. Just terrible. It was a terrible decision. What are the Spurs doing today? I think San Antonio will be active. They would be a team to watch for in pursuit of a power forward. Someone that comes to mind is John Collins over there in Los Angeles. If the Clippers are actually trying to get younger, a John Collins trade for Kelly Olynyk's expiring salary slot and Jeremy Sohan, plus maybe a couple of second-round picks. Something like this would give the Clippers a little bit more second-round capital to work with. They could get their own pick back in 2029 there, the second rounder, and you get Sohan, a former first-round pick as well. First super chat of the day, Tomas Felizardo says, would you do anything else if you were the Raptors? I still think the Raptors could/should sniff around a trade for Domantas Sabonis. Now, again, the question is, which third team are you including to make this deal? Could it be someone like Utah? Could it be someone like Portland? Could it be a team like Brooklyn or Washington? Probably not Washington after their trade yesterday for Anthony Davis? Probably not Utah, just genuinely after their trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. So you're looking at, okay, which teams would be willing to take in salaries? Could it be the Dallas Mavericks? They theoretically could be a team that would make some sense. Otherwise, you're looking at, there's a variety of teams that would be in the ballpark. We'll do the Brooklyn Nets for now because they tend to be a team that would eat salaries. They, of course, ate the Ochai Agbaji contract. And in this deal here, Sacramento would send Domantas Sabonis to the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors would send RJ Barrett to the Sacramento Kings. Jakob Poeltl to the Brooklyn Nets. Financially, we're close to the ballpark. Now, the issue is they did the Agbaji trade yesterday. But the Nets here could send Agbaji to Sacramento. And now this deal does not financially work because of the allowable amount coming in. But let's just, in this trade as well, send Haywood Highsmith to Sacramento. This deal would then financially work, and then the Raptors give up their 2026 first to Brooklyn, and then maybe a few second rounders to Sacramento. Something like this. It hurts for the Kings, but you are getting at least a lot of cap relief. You're getting RJ Barrett, a few second round picks in return. The Raptors get Sabonis, and the Nets eat some salary to get a first round pick. Definitely not a bad outcome. Tony here says, who do you think the Rockets should trade for? I think Houston, now this is going to be a little controversial, and he's not like a perfect player or anything, but I think Houston should look at Cam Thomas. Cam Thomas is one of those players who he can really score the ball. He can handle it. He can dribble against ball pressure. Sending Cam Thomas to Houston would be sweet. And he's not a huge contract. So can you do something like Cam Thomas and Haywood Highsmith for Dorian Finney-Smith and a second round pick or two? That's really the question, right? Like what assets is Houston okay with giving up? 2 second rounders and Dorian to get a guy who genuinely helps you this year. Like can really put the ball in the basket, put the ball on the deck and score it. Like Houston needs something. Houston needs a little bit of half-court creation juice. They just need it. And Cam Thomas, you can get him without committing a ton of money to him. His market's very reduced, so you don't have to give up real meaningful draft capital. This is like a really simple, easy trade that doesn't hurt your long-term future really at all. And you get someone in Haywood Highsmith who can really guard as well that I think Ime would love in the process. So not terrible. Clippers fan here. We need a guard. Clippers definitely need. I'm tired of watching Kobe Sanders as a starter. That is definitely a real struggle. So I don't want to continue watching Kobe Sanders play 30 minutes a game, but that's what we're doing is watching him play a ton. So I'm going to send out a message real quick. Shout out to everyone who is in here, by the way. I really do appreciate you guys a lot for tuning in. Appreciate you all so much. Having a great time here today so far. I know you guys are as well. Let's see how many likes we're at on the stream right now. We have over 700 people watching live, 121 likes. We're off to a great start here for the day of the deadline. Back after been here since the Jimmy trade. Big fan. Appreciate you, Rick. Thanks for being in here. Ali Malik says, I doubt Kawhi trade's happening. We won't get what we want for him. I agree. I don't think Kawhi will get dealt. Braden says, where is Cam Thomas headed? I think, again, Houston makes sense. Other teams that could be theoretical fits for Cam Thomas. I think the Boston Celtics would be a team that would at least sniff around it and decide maybe that makes some sense for us. Charlotte's a definite no. The Pistons wouldn't be a terrible option, but probably not. Miami wouldn't be a horrible option either. Houston is a situation I like. Golden State to a smaller extent, although their defense would probably suffer more than any of these other teams. And then also a team that I do like is Sacramento getting involved because I think they would give him opportunity to really put the ball on the floor and try and score it. So What is my prediction on the Lakers? Today I'm predicting they trade one of or both of Maxi Kleba and Gabe Vincent, but it's possible they possibly don't, I guess. Keto says at this point, Sheldon has a clone bra dedicated. Appreciate you. A lot of hard work, obviously, but I know you guys really enjoy it. Stan here says if Giannis is not getting traded, what moves do the Wolves make today? They would make a small salary dump. So if they don't trade for Giannis today, they will probably try and trade away Rob Dillingham. So now you have to ask yourself, which team would have interest in Rob Dillingham? And the Kings come to mind, right? The Pelicans come to mind. A few of these young teams that have like minutes to hand out make a lot of sense here. Chicago could be a team, although they've acquired 18 guards already this trade deadline. Seemingly Orlando would be a fun fit, but probably not the actual outcome. Portland, I mean, maybe they would look at it. I don't hate the idea of a Portland trade with Minnesota, right? Like, even if it's not something huge, I don't hate them taking a bet on Dillingham to help Minnesota get out of the tax. Obviously, Brooklyn would be a team to consider. Milwaukee could just flat out be a team to consider as well. Because if we look at the financial possibilities here, right, like you could do something with Rob Dillingham getting traded to Milwaukee, and then to make the money work, we'd send someone like Cole Anthony to Minnesota who could actually maybe help them a little bit. And then financially, we would probably need to get another team involved to still help Minnesota get under the tax, but that would be like dumping a minimum somewhere. Otherwise, we could look at a number of different teams as well. Indiana maybe would be interested in getting Dillingham for the low. I don't think the Knicks would be because of their financial situation. The Thunder probably not. Let's do Sacramento because the Kings could definitely use some more young talent, and I'm sure that they have some salaries they'd be willing to move off of in the process too. But whoops, I have Milwaukee in here still. I did not intend for that, but basically it would be Dillingham to Sacramento, and the return package could be, like as crazy as it would be, like Russ possibly, or McDermott to Minnesota, and then maybe like Russ to Minnesota. That financially would work. It's not like the most fun trade. It's not the craziest trade, but it could function. John here says no way the Sixers are done. We can now use the $8 million trade kicker for trade exception from KJ Martin from last year. More should look to bolster this bench. Good morning, by the way. Appreciate you, John. We'll see what happens, but I think one of the big concerns I have for them is that they're just sitting on their laurels and good to get out of the tax, and that's the deadline for them. Chris here says that's right. Let's make this happen, Jazz. Team of Giants. Baba here says don't tell me nothing else for Golden State Warriors today. Just Pods is not enough to compete. Or just Porzingis is not enough to compete this season. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to kind of, if you're looking at the Warriors cap table, which we'll jump over there now real quick and take a look at. It's hard to view them as a team competing this year with how much time Porzingis has missed, with Jimmy's injury, obviously his ACL, and then Steph. He's age 37. How many seasons do you want to punt away? Definitely would be difficult to see them not make a move. Ellis says Zoo isn't getting traded. Definitely a real likelihood. I mean, like his contract is one of the best in the league. Like you're saying, he's, very, very valuable. If you look at his money, 18, 19, $20 million for his value is insane. Beak Show says, Jazz fan here. Hope we find a way to trade Svi Mykhailiuk and Kevin Love for a few second-round picks. What's your thoughts? One trade that does, in theory, make some sense. We'll go back over to the trade machine. We've talked about the Suns and Jazz quite a bit. One of the deals and one of the functions that would work for both sides is a Nick Richards to Utah trade for, in return, Svi Mykhailiuk. And part of the reason that this makes a lot of sense is this would get the Jazz a big man now if they want to do something with Nick Richards, keeping him around long term. They could use another center body. I know they picked up Jaren. They have Lowry. Obviously, they're already a big team. but they really don't have a lot in the way of center long-term. If Nurkic isn't part of the long-term future, you basically just have Walker Kessler. So Richards could be a body in your center room. And the Suns here would probably be willing to give up their furthest out second round pick even to complete this. So the Jazz pick up a small asset in the process, and the Suns get a shooter, and they get out of the tax. So there's a bunch of benefits here all around. The Jazz get a center for their center room, second round pick as well, and then the Suns save money and get out of the tax, get out of the repeater tax especially. T here says, does the OKC trade mean one of the guards is getting traded? No, I just think it was a value grab for Sam Presti, to be honest with you. SP says, do you think Chris Paul would consider joining the Raptors just from a mentorship standpoint, would possibly help quickly and shed? From the reports, it doesn't seem like that will happen, SP, but I am kind of surprised that they didn't at least consider wanting him to be around the team. I would have expected them to be okay with him being there. I wonder if, as unfair as it is, and I know my Raptors fans are going to be upset at this, but I wonder how much of it is a Canada thing, if that's something Chris Paul didn't want, if Chris Paul wants to live in America, like, is that a factor? And especially since he's on kind of a retirement tour this year, he's much older, like he just might not want to live in Toronto for 4 months or 3 months here. So that's perhaps part of it. Do I think Brooklyn could get Benedict Mathurin for Cam Thomas? Probably not, to be honest with you, just given the fact that they're kind of similar situations, right? Kobe here says, go Jazz, go. Trade someone, please. SP says, is something like this possible? RJ Barrett, Grady Dick, Garrett Temple for, I would assume, new Jalen Smith, Patrick Williams. Financially, off the top of my head, yes, but I don't think I think if the Raptors are trading RJ Barrett, it's going to be in a deal for a center who makes a lot of salary, like a Sabonis, for example. The fact that Jake Fisher seems more wired in than Shams is crazy. Yeah, I mean, Jake Fisher and Mark Stein have done some really great work this year. Old Man says, do you think Denny is just a one-season wonder, or is he an actual star? I think Denny's really good. Denny Avdia has been tremendous this year for the Blazers, but he was great last year too, right? Like last year he averaged 17 points a game. And I mean, this year his efficiencies are all up or are kind of hovering around the same spot and everything. But last year, like if you watched the Blazers last year, it was kind of like, oh yeah, this guy's really good. Now he's playing more minutes and he has a better coach in Splitter instead of Chauncey Billups, who was not a good coach. Blind World of Sports says, what's the latest Pelicans trade rumors? When it comes to New Orleans, there's a few things that we could see them doing. Let's put together a 3-team trade here between the Pacers, Pelicans, and the Grizzlies. And in this, I think there's a lot that we could discuss, but specifically we're looking at sending Benedict Mathurin to New Orleans. We're looking at possibly the Pelicans sending DeJounte Murray to Memphis, as well as Jordan Poole to Memphis. And in this, Ivica will go to the Pacers, as well as Jordan Hawkins to the Pacers. And then the Grizzlies would send Ja Morant to the Pelicans. And we are going to need a second-round pick in here. So we're going to do this 2026 Toronto second-rounder to Memphis as well. And then to financially make this work, because we did not put Ja Morant in, or did we? No, we did. We put Ja in. Oh, we need to. I forgot to put in KCP. KCP goes to New Orleans as well in this deal. So it's basically a big convoluted trade. But the Pacers get Ivica, Jordan Hawkins for Benedict Mathurin. The Grizzlies get Jordan Poole, DeJounte Murray, and a second-round pick. And the Pelicans get Mathurin, Ja Morant, and KCP. It's a deal that I could see the Pelicans taking a swing on. You hope that Ja Morant works out in New Orleans. I do think he would be pretty interesting next to Derek Queen. A dynamic cutter, and their two-man game I think would be pretty solid for sure. Essential says, yo, we're live. Appreciate you being in here, my man. Rose City says it's quite a few of us in chat, but not a lot of likes. Everyone make sure to hit that like button right now. We are up to 146, which is not bad. We got 840 people watching live here. Rock Howard says, I just saw the Hield contract is only guaranteed for $3 million next season and nothing after that. If true, then the Hawks get an essentially free trial run with Kuminga. Yes, which is what I said yesterday in my stream last night, Rock. And I also think Buddy Hield's not a bad fit in Quinn Snyder's offense either. So we'll see how that kind of all functions. Essential says, since Giannis seems to be stuck, what's the deal with John Morant? This is one of those possibilities, right? John Morant to New Orleans. Benedict Mathurin also to the Pelicans with KCP. The Grizzlies get Jordan Poole, DeJounte Murray. And the Pacers acquire Jordan Hawkins and Yves Missi. Basically, the Pelicans are giving up 4 players here, getting back 3, saving a little bit of money as well in the process. Not a terrible package. Lofo says, what's good, everybody? Waiting for the big news. Welcome, everyone, in here to the stream. Levi and Friend says, Nasri to the Spurs. Would love that for San Antonio, but I don't expect Minnesota to make that trade. J. Cal here says, do you see the Rockets doing anything today? I would be shocked if they don't, to be honest. A reminder to not spam, because I am trying to get through every single comment. I am a little bit behind, about 15, 20 minutes behind comments, but we're trying to catch up here. Actually, at Miami Heat 305, baby. Let's go, says Gio Garcia. Oral says Giannis ain't going anywhere. Unfortunately, we'll retire a buck and only win 1 championship. Another case of stupid loyalty. Ambient wants to know if someone could sign Kai Soto. I've not heard Kai Soto's name for a minute. No, I don't think Kai Soto will play in the NBA this year. Ambient, but appreciate your question. Pistons fans today, appreciate you, Josh. Essential says Ja is not going to Miami. Icy VR official says, hey, welcome to the stream here, Icy. Glad to have you. Bulkabill says John Morant to the Kings. That is another option. So let's go take a look at a trade between the Grizzlies, and the Sacramento Kings. What could be at work here in a deal? And in fact, I do think a pathway with a 3-team deal is fairly possible here as well. So let's actually go back, select new teams. We're gonna put Memphis, Sacramento, and Toronto all into the trade machine together. And this is a deal that would ultimately send Domantas Sabonis to the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors would send RJ Barrett to the Sacramento Kings and Jakob Poeltl to the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies would send John Morant to Toronto. Now, financially, we still need something else in this deal too. We're going to see a trade. So Memphis needs to receive something from SAC. Yeah, this is supposed to be going to SAC. There we go. Now, the trade does not work financially right here because of the salary of Jakob Poeltl. In this going to Memphis. And the Kings are taking back too much money. So the question here for Sacramento is, do you have a $24 million contract you could trade? The answer is, oh, yes, we actually do. Could we trade DeMar to the Memphis Grizzlies here? Maybe this is a 14 deal, right? But this financially does work. Sabonis to the Raptors. Grizzlies get Poeltl, DeMar DeRozan. The Raptors would also give them their first-round pick this year for eating the Poeltl contract. And then the Kings acquire RJ Barrett and John Morant. Really don't hate this package at all. This would give the Grizzlies another draft pick to work with. They could definitely harbor Poeltl's contract on their books too, after trading away all of Bane, Jaren, and then ultimately John this deal if they were to make it. So obviously they've gotten off of all their long-term money in a big way. So Aiko says, do you think we'll see a blockbuster 4-team deal? Definitely not impossible, especially with the aprons and how everything's going. Like there's a lot of players and teams that are making deals that they need help from other franchises. So 3-4-team trades are kind of the new standard. Pinty says, greets from Germany. Appreciate you. Love that profile picture. Say from me, please. Hopefully you guys are on that side of TikTok. Tree Stand says, what time in Germany? Yeah, what time is it in Germany? I have no idea myself. appreciate everyone for being in here today. Very much excited for the trade deadline to get here. Old man says, do you think Denny? No, I've answered this too. Try not to spam because I will ultimately get to your question. Too Clutch Corey says, get the likes up. Appreciate you, Corey, for being in here again today. ECFRT says, Houston, do something. JPL Channel says, Ja Morant and Giannis Antetokounmpo for Miami. We did look at a trade package for that earlier. You think Cam Thomas to the Bucks? That is a destination that I wanted to have happen before the season started, actually. Now, obviously, that did not happen. But I thought it made a lot of sense for Milwaukee to get someone who can score the ball at a very small price point, right? $6 million only this season. He would have been a really solid pickup for them had they acquired him earlier in the year, because their offense just completely craters when Giannis goes to the bench. And obviously he's been out with injury too. But like, if you do something here around Amir Coffey and Cole Anthony, or in this case, Andre Jackson Jr., like, this financially works, and it makes, in my opinion, Milwaukee substantially better. You could maybe do the second round pick if you're trying to make a buy move for him, right? But who knows if that second actually has to be in there? Probably doesn't if you're giving up Andre Jackson Jr. But it's not a bad deal for either side, in my opinion. It would make Milwaukee a lot better. So any news on the Heat moving Terry Rozier by 3 p.m. today? That will happen. I'd be shocked if Rozier is still in the Heat cap table after this. I'd be very shocked. Brendan says the Jazz stayed busy yesterday. Utah always makes some moves. So Eric says we better see 1,000 likes by the end of the stream today. Last year, I'm going to pull up the number from last year. How many likes did we have on the stream this time last year? February 6, 2025. We had 2,358 likes. So the like goal today is 2,359. Whoops. That is the like goal today. Okay. So that's what we need to hit that today. Okay. So I'm going to put that on the ticker down below. Here, that is the like goal, 2,359. Beat that like record from last year. Yes, Gabe, early start today. Anything heating up yet? Rumor-wise, well, we have the reports that possibly the Pacers are in heavy pursuit of trying to convince the Clippers to trade Ivica Zubac. Now, that is going to be difficult to actually see happen. Right, like, I don't think the Clippers are in love with the idea of just trading Zubac, especially given the fact that he's 28 and Darius Garland, who they just acquired, is 26. You would think that they would still view those guys in the same timeline, but maybe you can convince them around Benedict Mathurin and Isaiah Jackson for Ivica Zubac, and then a couple of first-round picks, 2027 first to the Clippers, 2029 first to the Clippers, maybe with a slight protection in there too, but something like that for Zubac is probably the beginning starting point. Ambient Bar says Phoenix should trade Jalen Green for a big man. I mean, I think they should just give Maluach some minutes. By next year, they for sure will. Jay says, with new ownership taking over the Blazers next month, do they have any say in what to do at the deadline, or is current management and ownership still making that decision 100%? So, I'm sure there's some discussions that Joe Cronin and Mike Schmitz are having with new ownership for sure. Dion Crosby says, I'm ready for something for Giannis. Giannis for Evan. I highly doubt my Cavs do that. Yeah, I don't think the Cavs will either. ATG Rico says, who do you think the Pacers trade for? This is one option, right? The pursuit of Ivica Zubac. More likely than not, this would be an offseason trade just because the Pacers aren't competing this year anyway. But, yeah. Brandon says, hey, my hair looks great today. Appreciate you, Brandon. Very, very nice comment there. 900 people watching live. Mind the Ball says, what is Wizards cap space after Anthony Davis and trade this offseason? Also accounting for a possible top 3 pick. Basically, with the Wizards trading all of their expirings, they are not going to be players in free agency anymore, which is which goes against what my prediction for them was. But they have, if you look at their cap allocation here, they have $170 million of cap committed to their salary already. So they're just not going to be a cap space team, even if they were to renounce all of their cap holds. So, for example, if they move off of Anthony Gill, Exum, all their restricteds, right? D'Lo, and like they're still not a cap space team. So Callie here says trading for Jared Allen to the Lakers with Ayton. The Cavs won't trade Jared Allen. I think they'll keep him there in Cleveland. Joe Voy here says Giannis and Ja to the Heat. Wow. Definitely would be a huge shakeup, right? Curry says, my man started the shift early today. He's ready for that Giannis news. We are waiting for it. Ever on the prowl. 900 people watching live already. Appreciate you guys. Yep. I think he'll be the sixth man. He's a combo guard, and he definitely is an upgrade over Sexton. The only thing I'm concerned about, Eric, about the Kobe White trade is what that extension number looks like. He's a really good player. I'm just worried if you pay him a good amount, like how that contract ages. That's really my only concern about it for Charlotte. I like the fit, I like the skill, I like the talent a lot, to be honest there. Chris Walton says Ja's going to blow all that money away. He's never getting another max. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to assume what he's doing with the money. Jav here says, I don't think Giannis is going anywhere this season, maybe. Maybe July. He gave the front office a week to find a perfect deal for him. Well, Milwaukee could have just traded him themselves before the deadline, but they didn't think ahead. Tomas here with the 2, thank you, says, honestly think Toronto should sell RJ for 2 or 3 players. I mean, I kind of understand that, but at the same time, if you look at the Raptors, like one of the strengths of their team right now has been their bench. They just got Trace Jackson Davis as well. So, like, Mamu Kelashvili's been good. Grady Dick's solid player. Obviously, like, you guys have been dealing with some injuries, and having Pirtle out kind of reshapes up your bench a little bit. But the issue is if you trade Barrett for 2 players, then one of them has to start probably because you're taking Barrett out of the starting lineup. So, I don't know. It depends really if you can do something around Quickly's money too. That what I would love is a Barrett trade and Birtle trade for an upgrade at center like Sabonis, and then trying to break Quickly up into a couple salaries. That's what I think would work really well. But Darius Smart says, we lit. Appreciate you. Let's get some confetti in here for the chat today. You guys are already super awesome. Appreciate y'all being in here. Essential says, Reed Shepard, Cam can pretty much do the same thing. I mean, Reed Shepard's really talented. It's just about getting more guys who can score for Houston. Just having another guy who can do that and the dynamics that provides on the court. Dustin here says, Kuzma and Kevin Porter Jr. to the Kings for DeRozan and Westbrook. I don't really love that for either side, to be honest. Damos here says, Cam Thomas to the Warriors. They desperately need scoring on their roster. I can't watch again 5 minutes without scoring from Golden State on a regular basis. The Warriors, the thing that scares me is if Golden State were to do that, right, I'm a little worried about how their defense would hold up. The Warriors are already a smaller team. Obviously, they got Porzingis last night, which in theory makes them bigger when he's actually on the floor and available. I don't know. I'm a little worried. You would hope Cam Thomas's compete effort and his level to compete would improve. But I am just a little concerned still about it. So, I totally get it, but I don't know. It's a little worrisome, right? You could do something around Al Horford's salary, but if you want to keep Horford, then you're building something. I don't know. It probably would just be Horford. I would have to assume in a deal, and then you're the sad thing here is you're still hard capped. So the issue here is you can't really make something work smoothly financially unless you give up like Gary Payton II or something in a deal too. So, which I guess is possible, but Let's see here. Norin says, appreciate the grind, Sheldon. Appreciate you. You guys have been all super awesome today. I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. I've got my Minnesota Timberwolves hoodie on too, trying to manifest a Giannis trade today. Tan says, Sheldon, you think Pelle Larsson could end up as a trade chip? No, I think Miami would want to keep him. If we go back over here to the Heat cap table, let's go over to Miami. If you look at their cap table specifically, Pelle Larsson is incredibly cheap. And they would, I think, be kind of foolish to trade him at this point, given how little he makes. Zoo for Mathurin Walker. And 2 to 3 first. So instead of Isaiah Jackson, you'd have Walker in there. It would give the Clippers a massive hole at center. Just like last night, watching the Clippers game last night, watching Lopez and Niederhauser back to back it's like torture. Fred here says, yo, great day. Orlando Magic sell high on Goga with maybe recouping some picks. We'll see, but obviously the Magic, who we've talked a lot about Orlando this deadline, which I really like. I love talking about some of the smaller market teams maybe that don't get as much national media love. So I'm glad that we've talked a lot about Orlando. Last night they accomplished what we said they would do this deadline: get below the tax. Now I thought it was going to be through trading Jonathan Isaac, because that has some financial savings for next year as well. That wasn't the case. They could still trade Isaac in the offseason. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But they got out of the tax. So credit to Orlando for that. Creative way to get there. And it was only by trading Tyus Jones, which doesn't even hurt their team right now. Slayer wants to know what the Bulls will do today. I think Chicago will definitely be a team to still watch for in moves around bigs and salaries. I think specifically if you're looking at Chicago, right, they've been in some form of asset acquisition mode, right? They got a quality second-round pick for trading Vucevic for Simons. They could move him today. You could see someone like, I would assume, to get moved, maybe even Trey Jones. There's a lot of optionality here for Chicago. They've been picking up a bunch of second-round picks. They got 3 seconds for Kobe White. Sexton could be rerouted. Actually, no, he can't because he's got a trade restriction. So never mind. But they could definitely move a decent number of guys yet. Okoro could be a guy who moves. Trey Jones, Io, Anfernee Simons could get rerouted. Brado says maybe an Io for Brook Lopez in 2 seconds trade. That's not a terrible idea. Let's take a look at that between Chicago and the Clippers. Definitely not the worst idea there, because the Clippers really genuinely need everything. It's actually shocking that the team was winning games, because it's a testament to James Harden and Kawhi Leonard is what it really is. But we'll send Desumnu to the Clippers, and the Clippers will send back Lopez's salary to Chicago and a second-round pick or 2. So we'll do this Cleveland pick that they got for Garland, and then we'll do this far-out Clippers pick, which I would, if I'm Chicago, I would definitely make this trade. If I was the Clippers, I would not, because even though Io would be a nice upgrade for them, they could definitely use him. It doesn't solve the overall problems of the team, in my opinion. QJ Smith here says, with the $2, thank you. He says, Bridges, Salon, Green, and 5 firsts for Giannis. You know what? Let's throw it in the trade machine here, QJ. Let's look at Charlotte being the dark horse team out of nowhere for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Would be absolutely crazy, wouldn't it? That would be just absurd if that happened. But they can definitely make the salaries work. So let's do Bridges to Milwaukee. We'll do Salon to Milwaukee and Josh Green to Milwaukee. Like he said, financially, you're looking at $46 million of salary. So we might need to add a little bit more in there as well. We'll see financially if this it does go through. I was a little worried about that $7.6 million. This puts the let me look at the Hornets cap table real quick here on the side, because I don't want to put the Hornets into the tax if we don't have to. So the Hornets have $5 million of tax space. So if they make a trade like this, my guess is that we would see them also send out another salary with this. It could even be someone like we could do Grant Williams' salary. And then what Milwaukee could do is send back a couple of players. So Cole Anthony could go to Charlotte and Thanasis could go to Charlotte, for example. Then financially, the salaries make a lot more sense. The Hornets would not be a tax team then either, which I think would be a good accomplishment for Charlotte if they're getting Giannis. Then we would send this 2026 first. We'd send 2027 first from Dallas, the 2027 first from Miami, 2029 first, which I don't know why it's only letting us do it as a swap. We'll just trade this Cleveland one. We'll do, again, it should not be doing it like that, but there you go. 5 first-round picks, Miles Bridges, Josh Green, Tidjane Salahin, Grant Williams, gets Giannis Antetokounmpo in a Charlotte Hornets jersey. It's a huge gamble. It's a huge bet and risk by Charlotte, but Giannis would be the best player in franchise history, so you could definitely maybe try and justify that. JPL says, I have a feeling that Giannis and Morant are headed to the Miami Heat. That lineup would be absolutely unstoppable. It's your time now, Miami Heat. Go Heat. Appreciate you, JP, for being in here. David C says Pelicans want 4 first-round picks for Trey. Crazy. The thing is, they should want 2 really quality first instead of 4 just generic first. If that's everyone gets so caught up in the quantity of first-round picks that they don't look at the quality of them, and that's kind of the issue. Zero says all this guy did was push the Warriors. Now he's talking about BA. First of all, I haven't pushed the Warriors really on anything, to be honest with you. But Rigo says, what do you think the Mavs could get for Clay and Gafford? I do think a trade with the Lakers makes a lot of sense there between those two teams. You just know that the Lakers should be looking for upgrades around Luka. Now, that reporting says maybe they're not, but Daniel Gafford would start for them. And Klay Thompson would be solid. Like, I would want Najee Marshall too if I was the Lakers. This is what I would be trying to accomplish right now is Vincent, Kleba, their expiring salaries go to the Mavericks in this. And then in addition, you're looking at Connect and Ayton in this deal. Financially, you get to a spot where you're pretty close on a deal working, $5.4 million of salary difference. And to get there, now the challenge of getting there is probably doing something around like Laravia's contract. Otherwise, what we could do is we could just, which maybe is easier, just stripping out Najee Marshall from this trade and then stripping out DeAndre Ayton here. Although this does financially work, you could do if you do Ayton, the issue is you're taking in more money. So like we could do Ayton and then have the Mavericks return even Dwight Powell to them, which I know some Mavs fans would be devastated by, but financially this works. Dallas would have to waive a player, but it's, that's not the end of the world. Lakers give up a 2031 first round pick in this deal and maybe even this second rounder to Dallas. So the Lakers get give up a first round pick, but they get a meaningful upgrade at their starting center spot in Daniel Gafford. Klay Thompson's also a decent addition for them, turning the Vincent Kleba salaries into something of actual value. Ayton can go out the door because he's not very good. And then Dalton Connect is kind of that sweetener for Dallas. So the Mavericks get a lot of expiring salary here. They get out of long-term money for Klay and Gafford. So they have a lot of money saving for next year. You're basically looking at shaving off $20 million almost of salary for the Mavericks next year. And they took back expirings for Davis. So they could actually become pretty quickly a cap space team. Obviously, I think the discussion around Dallas is pretty interesting right now because you want to know, like, oh, well, would they trade possibly Kyrie Irving, or could they possibly trade, Gafford or Lively or any of their pieces? Possibly, definitely possible. So Keith here says, is there any buzz around the Rockets? Not anything like definitive or concrete right now, but we're going to definitely watch for it. So QJ Smith says Nick Claxton or Nasri to the Hornets. I would like Claxton, because one of the nice things about Claxton is he's a descending salary. So if you look at an upgrade opportunity for the Hornets here. It's pretty clear that Claxton, whose salary, again, descends year after year, would be a nice option for them. As some of their younger players get more expensive, Claxton actually becomes cheaper and cheaper. So you could build something around the contracts of Josh Green and Grant Williams and a 2027 first-round pick, maybe the Dallas one or the Miami one. We'll do the Miami one here, and then we'll do a couple of swaps as well, something like that. So this deal, or not a couple swaps, couple seconds. So Josh Green, Grant Williams, 2027 first, couple seconds for Claxton. Not something I hate there for the Nets. Aaron Roy says Keaton Wagler to the Jazz would be chef's kiss. Definitely would be a really nice addition for them with his shooting talent. Driving Crooner says knew Giannis was staying like every other Bucks fan. Just to make sure we're clear here. This is to me. I think the worst case scenario is keeping Giannis. Like, the more they wait, there's a chance that Giannis corners his market and says, I'm only re-signing with this team or that team, which would be a disaster. And then there's also the opportunity where maybe Milwaukee thinks they can extend him and keep him. And that would be even worse for their future. So Buddy here says Zoo to the Pacers, Bogdanovich and Mathurin. Plus filler and picks to Nets for MPJ. Is that unrealistic? I guess that's not the worst, but if I'm the Clippers, I'm not trading Zubac to get to MPJ. I would want Zubac if I'm getting MPJ. So I don't know. Brado says not going to happen, but I'd love to get that Pacers first for Zoo. The one this year, yeah, that would be crazy. They're not going to do that for sure. Tino says, good morning, Sheldon. Appreciate you, Tino. About 8 hours before the trade deadline ends. We are now actually a little bit closer to 6 hours. 6 hours and 12 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. So it's going to get to here fast. We've already been live for an hour and 17 minutes at this point. Mr. Ray says nearly 150 likes. Shout out to all of you. I hope you're all doing well and enjoying this NBA trade deadline finale. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. I'm going to see here quick. We're at 306 likes already on the stream today. Very, very good. Again, our like goal on the bottom is 2,359. So if every single one of you hits that like button right now, we'd be over almost halfway to the that like goal already. So I'm very excited about that. Don't Save Me here says, what's up, Sheldon? How many hours till the trade deadline ends from the Philippines, by the way? Appreciate you watching here from the Philippines. When it comes to time until the trade deadline ends, there you go, 6 hours, 11 minutes. We are going to watch every single second of it. This is down to the exact second. So I'm very excited for that. Breaking news, Giannis was just spotted waking up. Anas here says, do you think his whistle is fair? I'm not exactly sure. If you're talking about, are you talking about Avdia or Giannis or Cam Thomas? Konchar, hopefully you're able to see the Cam Thomas Rockets deal we put together around Dorian Finney-Smith's salary, and then a couple of pieces from Houston coming back. Yeah, Avdia was very good in Eurobasket, and I mean, if you watched him for Maccabi Tel Aviv and everything, like, the talent was always there. I liked him a lot in his draft class. I really did. Like, yeah, I had him top 5 on my final big board. So Ethan says, hey, bro, any trades the Suns can still do? Yeah, they could salary dump Nick Richards, which is something I would like to see, because for Phoenix, they could get themselves, we'll go over here actually to this tab. It'll be a little bit easier to show you guys. Now, if you go to the Phoenix Suns, you look at their salary situation, they are just barely over the tax. So if they shed some money, now Dylan Brooks does have a guarantee because for making the playoffs. So they do need to be careful. If they shed salary, they're going to shed roughly $1,300,000 because I think he has a $1 million bonus for making the playoffs. So because of that, I think it's likely that they'll dump $1 million and some change in a trade. So appreciate everyone watching live. Make sure you guys do follow. Links in the description for the Twitter, the Substack, and also the Discord. Link is in there. Be sure to go follow over there. I might even put should I put my Instagram in there? What do you guys think? I might. Let's do it. Why not? Put my Instagram link in the description there as well. Go give me a follow on Insta. It'd be fun. Love to have you guys follow me over there. Get to see a little bit about my personal life even, I guess, which will be cool. So that's down in the description if you refresh quick. So make sure to go give me a follow over there on Instagram. Nate next door says, do you think more trades happen today? Yes, definitely. I guarantee it. We do have some news. It's small news, but it's still news. Jake Fisher, let's see what he's tweeting here. The Chicago Bulls are signing 3-time NBA dunk contest champion Mac McClung to a 2-way contract. He's in Toronto with the team where Chicago plays the Raptors tonight. So a little bit of news. Awesome for McClung. Bulls get another guard, this one on a 2-way contract. They are not worried about the center spot, seemingly. Make sure you guys all give me a follow over on Instagram, though. Links in the description for that. Appreciate everyone for being in here today. Taganga says, when is DeJounte Murray supposed to return? I think DeJounte's healthy. I don't know why he hasn't played. It's been a long time since he got hurt. So I feel like he should be available, but he just isn't. Thank you, Union Grays, for the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's in here for Union Grays. I'm going to throw in some confetti for him as well. Let's get some W's flying in here. Another year, another utility sports trade deadline stream. Appreciate you, Union, a ton. Really happy to be live today. Excited to spend today with you. I will be live until 3 p.m. Eastern time today. Yes. Today is that day. I also have a video coming out here in, let me double check that. What time do I have this scheduled for? Yeah, I have a video coming out in 8 minutes as well. Let me flip over to this tab. Keon, Ellis, and Dennis Schroder film study, breaking down their Cavaliers debuts. So make sure to check that out. That comes out in 7 minutes now. So maybe don't leave the stream, but after the stream today, go check it out. I would love for you guys to give it a look. Appreciate you guys following over on Twitter. I'm going to show off some of your guys' profiles for following. Amin, appreciate you. Joshua, KA, appreciate you for the follow. Papa Mochi here, thank you. Saul, thank you. Curry fan. M, appreciate you. Nathan Swindell, thank you. S, just got Freaks, thank you. Just going Freaks. And SA, thank you for the follow over there on Twitter. Appreciate all of you guys a ton. Very, very happy that the trade deadline is here today. You think more trades happen? Yes, I do. JT React says, plus y'all got to remember Coach Mitch is young, so he's got to learn the system too. Yeah, I think Mitch Johnson's a great coach. He's been doing a great job for the Spurs this year. Pelicans, Nola says, I would love that trade for New Orleans. Mo Playa Gaming says, need the Bulls to trade a guard for a center today. We'll see how they go about it, right? They might just be trying to focus on losing, and maybe they just don't have any bigs, and they just say, okay, well, we're not going to be able to rebound at all, but we exist. So that's a possibility for sure. Appreciate everyone for watching so far. We have 1,200 people in here already, just waiting and anticipating for that NBA trade deadline, and it's going to be a fun one. I really think we're going to have a huge, crazy day here. I'm just so excited. for it. I just don't know how you can't be excited. There's just so much anticipation, a lot of fun. Yeah, streaming early today, Brendan. Streaming early. MF here says trade deadline should be during the All-Star weekend. Remember when? Let me find that clip real quick. This is here we go. Let me share this tab. This was when DeMarcus Cousins got traded from the Kings to the Pelicans in New Orleans at All-Star Weekend. You can tell this is like kind of the New Orleans All-Star logo. They were in New Orleans, and he got traded from the Kings to the Pelicans during All-Star Weekend. And he got told that while he was being interviewed. It's one of the funniest moments in NBA history. It genuinely is hilarious because I can't even believe that ever happened. It's actually just insane. Bernardo here says, what do you think the Lakers can do until the deadline? Best regards from Portugal Broski at Utility Sports. Appreciate you, Bernardo. When it comes to the Lakers, I think that they can be aggressive. They have their draft picks. They have expiring contracts that they could trade. Now, if they do wait until the offseason, in theory, they could trade their first-round pick in 2026. They could trade the 2031 first, the 2033 first. So there are ways for the Lakers to get to 3 first-round pick packages if they wait until the offseason. But if they want to not waste a year of Luka Doncic's career, they should try and get someone now, and then they can still trade 2 firsts in the offseason potentially. So there's a lot of ways for the Lakers to improve their team. I'd love to see them be aggressive and get some quality players on the roster. No, not Tequila says, what's the over-under on trades? The over-under today on trades. I've been setting pretty good lines. Let me make a banner here for it. I'm going to say 13.5 trades today is my over-under. Let me know what you guys would do. Hit the over or hit the under on 13.5 trades today. That includes, salary dumps. That includes draft rights. That includes very small trades, but 13.5 trades today is what I would guess. Skull Valhalla says, like the stream, please. You guys heard him. Seeing a lot of people hit the under on 13.5. We'll count them. We'll count them up, but that's my line. Should I adjust the line? Okay, I'm getting scared here. I'm seeing a lot of unders flying in. I'm getting a little worried. Should I adjust the line? Under 13.5 says Dane. Seeing a lot of unders and use it. Quick Mix is saying over. Wake Up says under. I'll say 10. Yeah, let me know how many trades you expect in the to occur today. Let me know right now down below. I'd love to hear and see. Appreciate you guys all so much for all of your support and everything. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Sev here says it looks like Giannis is staying right. What do you think? I wouldn't say like definitively we know that. It does seem to be trending that way, but I don't feel like it's definitive yet. The deadline is now in 6 hours and 1 minute. We are almost exactly 6 hours away. Love seeing a lot of those nice comments in there. Seeing 8 trades, 5 trades. Okay, I got to ban this guy. I've got to catch up. There we go. Sorry for that James guy. Got him banned and taken care of there, so we should be good. Pimp named Slickback says, thank you for the 2 first of all. He says, is there a risk to Milwaukee waiting until the summer? Yes, there definitely is risk for Milwaukee because if Giannis wakes up on, say, April 1st or May 1st or June 1st and says, you know what, I'm actually an expiring contract. I don't want to re-sign with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't want to re-sign with Miami. I don't want to re-sign with Team X, Y, or Z. I want to be a New York Knick. Then what? Oh, no. Now you have to take a package centered around Karl Anthony Towns or Mikal Bridges. I mean, you're putting yourself in a position where you just can't get the things you want, and then you possibly risk losing them for nothing if you don't trade them even for 60 cents on the dollar. So there is risk to me. Everyone else seems to not think so in the media. I completely disagree. Plus, Giannis is a little bit older. Teams will reevaluate their situations, and who knows, knock on wood, what if Giannis gets hurt again when he comes back this year, if you play him? Which, if you're Milwaukee, you're definitely going to play him because you want to sell tickets. You're not going to just sit him. So Ryan says, why teams would kill their team's roster to trade for Giannis, I don't understand. Because Giannis is the top 3 player in the world. So top 5 player in the world at the very minimum, right? Mercutio here says, Darren Peterson is a superstar. Are the Kings unlocked to drafting him? I mean, it depends on what happens in the lottery, right? The Kings could possibly have the 5th or 6th pick, depending on how the lottery all goes. So we'll see. Shura says Lakers. Ryan Weiss says Peterson will be the first player taken, so whoever has the first pick and doesn't pick him will regret it. It'll be Peterson or Boozer. Those are the top 2 players in this draft. D-Rock says, if you're doing a lot of talking, sip on pineapple juice instead of water, see the difference. I've got a little bit of lemonade today. Citrus always tends to help my my voice and stuff. I've gotten pretty good at doing this. Let's see, this week. Let's see how long I've been live already this week. We're looking at 2, 8, 10, 16, 21, 23 hours this week already that I've been live. And that's just consecutive talking. And that's even less than normal because I've been, unfortunately, busy a little bit with some coaching scheduling stuff. But Slick Sophistication says, hit the like button, please, and thank you. You guys heard him. Everyone smash that like button right now. Appreciate you all being in here. Over 400 likes already. We are just an hour and a half into the stream today. Luca here says Giannis to Cleveland. Definitely would be crazy, but I don't expect that to happen. It would be something centered around Evan Mobley, but I'd be pretty surprised. Ninja here says, you think Poole, DeJounte, and Hawkins are going to get traded? Very likely, yes. Got the Pokemon profile picture there, Ninja. It's fire. G-Mouse Tech says, yes, more guards. Mac in a Bulls jersey will be cinema. Best athlete since MJ in Chicago. Appreciate you all for being in here today so far. We got a lot of people following over on Twitter. A shout out to Aussie Mavs fan as well as Amin. I think we thanked you earlier, Amin. So good. Appreciate you all for being in here. So far, again, no huge trade yet today, but I do think there will be one coming here very soon that we are going to definitely watch for. And I'm very excited for that outcome and the possibility, the likelihood here of a deal materializing. Whether it's around John Morant, whether it's around Giannis Antetokounmpo, we'll definitely see salary dumps. Again, my line today was 13.5. I know that seems a little aggressive to everybody, but I'm a believer in the deal, and I think deals will materialize today. Ryan here says the Bulls have a vision to do all the trades they did. If not, they have a terrible GM. I mean, it's just about asset accumulation. It's not necessarily about the roster this season. It's more so about how do we get a bunch of assets, a bunch of picks to open up flexibility for other stuff down the road. Shane here says Pelicans and Kings should work out a trade. Kings get Trey Murphy and Alvarado. Pelicans get DeMar and 2 firsts. The Spurs in 27, the Wolves in 2031, and maybe a couple of seconds. So the issue with that for me is Sacramento is already committing a lot of money to their future iterations of their roster, and they're not very good right now. Trading first for Murphy is a huge risk because Murphy's making a lot of money, and you probably still wouldn't be that good, and you're kind of delaying the inevitable rebuild that they need, in my opinion. Joshua here says the Nuggets have been very quiet. I would love to see Io in a Nuggets uniform, but we'll see what happens. Io would be great. We could look at a Nuggets trade. We haven't done a ton of Denver Nuggets trades in the trade machine for a reason, by the way. They don't have a lot of assets. They don't have great ways of building trades out. But a deal with Chicago could theoretically be possible, especially if you see a deal like this where it is, I would assume, new to Denver, and the Nuggets would send Zeke Naji, which is a negative contract. And as a result, then they would trade this pick and this pick to the Bulls, and also a swap option as a first-round pick, which sounds egregious. It sounds like, oh my gosh, why would they do that? The likelihood of that 2027 first swapping is not very high. So you say, oh, well, what's the point then? Well, the Bulls could technically trade that to another team. So there would be value possibly down the road. My cat is coming on the stream to say hi to everybody, by the way. Say hi. W cat. But yeah, this would be kind of the trade idea here. So we got 12-13 in the chat right now. 12-13 got them. Appreciate everyone for being in here. Claytron says, yo, what's up, Sheldon? Glad to have you in here, my man. Really do appreciate you. Ninja Lion says, do you think Poole, DeJounte, and Hawkins are going to get traded? Yes. And remember, I answered that. One of the cool things about the channel here, by the way, when you do hit the like button, it animates as a basketball, which is super sweet. Pimp named Slickback, thank you for the $2. Oh, yeah, I think we answered this one, Pimp. And then Nine Toro, thank you for the $2. Says, Spurs fan here. We appreciate all your work. Nine Toro, appreciate you, my man. Let's get some W's in the chat for the super chatters. We already have had 7 super chats today. Tomas, Tony, Tomas with a second one. QJ with a $2 super chat. Union Grays with a $5 super chat. Pimp named Slickback with a $2 super chat. And Nine Toro. The super chats go a long way in supporting the channel. Really do appreciate you guys. Again, trade deadline is today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Do not forget it. Very excited for all of the possibilities. Keon says, do you think it's Bucks' best interest to trade Giannis now or wait until the offseason? I think their best interest is to trade him now. It could work out slightly better for them if they wait until the offseason, but I think the downside is very significant if they wait and something goes wrong in the process. Daryl Wright here says, watching Brian Wright, GM is like watching a blind man pick out a font. He's doing a pretty good job. The Spurs are winning. The Spurs are winning a lot of games. How many hours are left? We are a little under 6 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Yuli Kastner here. Yuli, appreciate you being in the stream. Again, Yuli's been watching for a very long time from Germany, I believe, as well. Yuli, very thankful for you. Says, could you see Lakers salary dump Jared Vanderbilt? Potentially, but I think more likely than not, since they have salaries in the very similar range of Kleba and Vincent, it's more likely they would trade one of those two. All right, thank you for holding for just 1 second there. My cat was trying to mess with one of my cords for my computer and almost ended the stream, so I had to stop her from doing that. But she's very clearly antsy for the trade deadline as well. Rod here says, good evening, Sheldon. Rod from the Philippines is possible. Giannis will go to the Houston Rockets with Kevin Durant before the trade deadline. No, I would be very surprised by that, Rod, if that actually happened. I would bet against that ultimately happening. But appreciate your comment here a ton, my man. Chachi says, what are some realistic trade ideas for the Pacers? We've talked a bit about the possible acquisition of Ivica Zubac. He has been a name, obviously, that has been a huge target point for the Pacers this year. And I'd be very fascinated to see if something materialized for Indiana in that kind of regard. Maybe they do something around Mathurin, and if the Clippers really push for it, maybe Jarris Walker, who has played decently the last week or so, the last couple of weeks, so maybe there'd be some value there. And then you're looking at 2027 first to the Clippers, 2029 first. We'll do top 4 protected to the Clippers just to protect Indiana a little bit in the deal. And Zubac finds his way to the Pacers. I think he would be a perfect fit next to Halliburton. If you looked at how successful Rashawn Holmes was, that's a little bit of a throwback to the Sacramento Kings and the Halliburton-Holmes pairing. Really good pocket player. Had a tremendous floater, Rashawn Holmes did. Zubac, who's got tremendous touch as well, has been really successful next to James Harden in their tenure together in LA before Harden's eventual exodus to Cleveland this week. But Zubac with Halliburton would be really, really awesome. It really would be great. Rohan, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, could the Mavericks trade Gafford for Ayo Dosunmu? Yes, possibly, but I don't think the Bulls will be doing that because you'd have to give up assets to get Gafford, because Gafford is, I think, a very valued player out of the market right now, given his contract, his skill level, and the role that he could play for a team. And then the Goon King here. Thank you, Goon King, for $2. Says Bucks plan over the last 8 to 9 months makes 0 sense. Let me find a picture here quick that will sum it up very well. This is the Milwaukee Bucks. Actually, let me use ChatGPT for something quick, okay? Generate me a picture. Once that generates, I'll share it with you guys. But we're gonna use ChatGPT to help the stream today because I think it'll be pretty funny once we get it. A lot of people were betting on the under on my over-under for trades today. John Parham, thank you for being in here today, my man. Artem, thank you for being in here. That image is just about done, so give it 1 second here. $5 super chat in here from Maurice Drake. Let's get some W's in the chat here for Maurice. Appreciate you, my man. Says, hey, Sheldon, another trade deadline. The Bulls got to be rebuilding, right? Do you think they're done or they're looking for a big trade? I think that they are still going to be in making some moves. It might not be what we classify as a big trade, but they will make some trades. This is the Milwaukee Bucks. They have been chasing their own tail the last 8 to 9 months because they're trying to not be terrible for Giannis, but in the pursuit of trying to not be terrible for Giannis, they are making themselves more terrible down the road. That's what happened through the Damian Lillard trade. It's happened with every single asset that they've sent out and pushed away and tried to pursue winning with Giannis. They've built their team poorly, and as a result, Giannis doesn't want to be there anymore. So it's just kind of the reality. But Maurice, appreciate you again. I think the Bulls are rebuilding, and I think they will make more trades today. Jerball says over. I love the confidence. Lazy says under, but I hope it's over. It'd be sick if it's over, right? If it's 14 plus trades. I feel 3 years ago, there was I don't remember if it was the 24 or 23 deadline, but I believe there was 18 trades on the day of the deadline that year. Now we've had a little bit more activity this week. There's already been a good number of trades, so maybe that dampens or lessens the number today. But I still think, like in terms of teams that we would possibly see make trades, we'll go back over here and we'll look at all the teams. So here's the reason I was given that line at 13.5, right? I think Brooklyn still does something today. Very confident in that. I think Charlotte could still be active. Indiana, I expect to at least make 1, maybe 2 trades today. The Pistons, I think, will make 1 trade today. The Bulls, I think, will make 1 or 2 or maybe 3 trades today. They'll be at least involved in a couple. I'd be surprised if they're not. Miami, I think, will trade Rozier today for sure. The Bucks could obviously make a big Giannis trade, but they also have the Kuzma, Turner contracts. They could try and even buy maybe, which would be terrible, but could be what they decide to do. The Knicks might do something around Clarkson's minimum for a different minimum. The Magic could still theoretically do something with Jonathan Isaac. The Wizards, not that they're necessarily going to do something. They did something big yesterday, but they could still be involved. They have some assets. They have some young players. Toronto will do something today for a center spot. I think obviously they've been rumored with the Kings. I think the Sixers will probably stand pat. Who knows? They could get involved somewhere small. But the Mavericks will make a trade today. I'd be surprised if they don't make another trade. The Nuggets, I could see them making a deal. The Warriors made a deal last night. We'll see. Houston, I think they'll make at least 1 trade today. The Clippers will make at least one trade. They have the Bogdanovich salary to move. The Lakers, obviously, you have the expirings of Vincent, Kleba. You have Dalton Connect. They could be in 1, 2, maybe even 3 trades, depending on what happens with Hachimura as well as Vanderbilt. Memphis, John Morant's obviously the headliner there. Minnesota, what will they do? Probably nothing drastic other than Minnesota will for sure, in my opinion, make a trade today, whether it's the Giannis trade. That would be the headliner of the deadline, obviously. But then also they have the possibility of just making a salary dump to try and get below the tax. And if they trade Dillingham away, they could theoretically then bring back Mike Conley in free agency if he's bought out, that kind of thing. Phoenix will make a trade to get below the tax. I'd be surprised if they do not. Maurice, thank you for another 5. He says, imagine the Bucks have the league making all these trades to get assets for Giannis, then they don't trade him. That would be crazy. Yeah, that's why if you're a team, basically, if you're building a trade with the Bucks for Giannis, you're going to try and make it a 3-team deal where nothing becomes official until the entire trade does, because that would be absurd. Imagine you're gaslighting teams into, hey, go get this, and then we'll work with you, and then you make them trade something they didn't want to trade, and then, oh, nope, pull the rug out from underneath you. That'd be rough. Spurs can still make a trade around Olynyk, Sohan. The Jazz still have stuff to trade. They have Nurkic is expiring. If they, he's been playing well, but who knows, right? There's definitely ways that some of these teams can still make more deals. The Pelicans have the Yves Missi situation. They have the Jordan Poole and DeJounte Murray contracts. The Kings are going to make a trade today. So that's why I'm giving 13.5 trades. I feel pretty confident that there's going to be a good number of trades today. Almost one trade per team, essentially. SDCR says, you're the GOAT, bro. Appreciate you. Love seeing all these over-unders fly in. Aaron says, I expect at least 20, because there's always those last-minute ones that come in. Yeah, those will be a lot of the salary moves for sure. 20 would be crazy. Lil Willie says, Kawhi needs to leave the Clippers. There's no point. He's stuck with this team. I can see the Pistons being interested. It would be insane if Kawhi got traded. That would, I think, probably break the internet today. That would be absurd. Ace is saying 6 or 7 trades. That's funny. Quick Mix here says, got to believe that if a Giannis trade does, in fact, happen, a lot of other dominoes fall. That would definitely have a huge impact for sure. Howie says, Sexton and Yabusele for Jonathan Isaac and Goga Bitadze. I mean, possible, right? There's possibilities there. Chicago, they can't aggregate, but they could do Sexton for Isaac, and then they could do Yabusele for Bitadze as kind of separate deals from each other. Chachi Slim here says, what do you think the Pacers will do today? They'll be in pursuit of a big man if they do anything, which is possible they don't. But Mathurin should get traded today is what I'm hoping will happen. Horty here says, do you think Portland will make a move? And who? Portland, let's look at their cap table real quick before I answer that. We'll go over to this tab. For the Trailblazers, I mean, really, if a deal happens, you're looking at these two expirings. This is kind of similar to the Lakers, right? Like, you have Robert Williams, you have Matisse Thybulle. You can trade one of or both of them to get to a $24-ish million player. It would be fascinating to see if something does materialize there with those salaries. Hendricks says, I've invested $500,000 for Giannis not getting traded. Could pay out pretty well, but you could be looking at a little bit of hurt, too, if something crazy happens. Emnol here says, if the Wolves don't trade for Giannis, who will they trade for? Because they will surely make a trade. They need a point guard. So what I would anticipate here, just looking at Minnesota's cap table, they are $3.8 million over the luxury tax, okay? They have a point guard who they do not play in Rob Dillingham, who I am sure they're going to cut bait on here in Rob Dillingham. They are going to salary dump him somewhere so that they can get out of the tax, and then they would re-sign Mike Conley, who Anthony Edwards said, Mike, we want you back in Minnesota. And then they would probably also look at someone like Chris Paul or Javon Carter, who also are going to be available as free agents. Pimp here says, so far Cavs won the deadline, tons of smart moves. Dude, I think so too, to an extent. Cleveland's been really, really assertive. I feel like they've done a very good job for themselves. And they've walked out with some really solid pieces, right? The Keon Ellis deal was very, very clever. I have a video out now breaking down the Schroder and Keon Ellis debuts. Very excited. Hard to not be happy with what Cleveland did. And then obviously Harden, he's the headliner, but he'll also be the orchestrator and the guy that sets things up. He's an elite table setter. And I think for Cleveland, it's a very, very good deal for them. HSTX8 here says, any trades after that Gershon trade last night? We did have the trade here. I'll go over to Twitter. I'll share my trade grades as well. We did have the trade here between the Golden State Warriors and the Atlanta Hawks. And the deal was Kuminga and Buddy Hield to Atlanta for Kristaps Porzingis. So hard to be super mad at it. Hard to be mad at it. And yes, this is what Chris Hine here, who covers the Timberwolves, really nice guy, by the way. He says, this is what Anthony Edwards said on Mike Conley. I keep hearing he can come back, so hopefully he will. And I hope he sees this. We want you back, Mike. You know we miss him. So definitely a lot of fun. But yeah, the Yabusele deal last night was the right in that same time span as the Porzingis trade. As you can tell, the deals are flowing together in my head a little bit. Eugene says, do you think Pistons do anything? Yeah, I think Detroit still has their trade exception to work with, so they theoretically could for sure. SC Arisen says, take it from a Pistons fan, your far most likely outcome is the 5th pick. And literally by odds it is. You have like a 48% chance at picking 5th. So that's just the reality, right? That's how that works. King Solo here says, how we know he really was hurt. He gave his own update and said 4 to 6 weeks, but he probably did it. Oh, you're talking about Giannis? I mean, I guess. Kane says, what's the one trade you would love to see happen before the deadline? A Giannis trade. I want to see Giannis get moved. It would be, I think it would be good for Milwaukee, firstly. And I think it would be a lot of fun. It would be crazy. It would cause a lot of commotion and excitement. So it would be sweet. Tyler here says, I'm drinking lemonade now, Sheldon. You got me in the mood for it. It's good. You can't go wrong with the lemonade. I got my Timberwolves cup out again today. Had to be ready for a possible Wolves trade. Giannis. Maybe. We'll see. But I'm trying to manifest the Wolves doing something big today. Goon here, thank you for the $2. He says, I like your video about NBA lottery. It's broken, IMO. I am planning on doing another video on the NBA lottery here pretty soon. I need to get something into my hands, though, before I can record what I want, because I think there's a real flaw. I need to confirm everything, and I need to be able to run the odds on that based on, like, there's a real flaw, I think, in the way that the lottery is set up, which I will expose, and then hopefully the NBA will change it. Sam Gallimore says, told you yesterday to trust Giannis isn't gone. Sam, appreciate you again for hopping in. I know you've been vocal in the chat. I always appreciate you, my man. Thank you for the super chat yesterday and also today. Giannis might not be on the move. We're obviously going to watch and see. Aaron here says, does Darren Peterson remind you of a young Ray Allen? Stylistically, there's definitely some similarities, but Peterson's better, which is crazy. Tom here says 1 a.m. here in Australia, ready to lock in for the next 6 hours before work. You got to stay dialed in. We got a big day ahead of us. 1,300 people watching live already. The past couple days, we haven't even been live yet at 9:30 in the morning. So absolutely crazy. Or that's when we've been going live is 9:30. It's 9:23 a.m. Eastern time right now. So we've been live for almost 2 hours already. I wanted to be live early today just in case anything did happen before the actual news broke, obviously, but we got a lot of news and a lot of fun stuff going on. Defining Moments says, how did the Knicks dump Yabusele for an expiring without attaching a pick? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Was there any actual official update on that? There was no second-round pick in this deal? I mean, Dalen Terry's not any good, but it, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't even think about, they got out of his money next year for literally nothing. 49er Media says, good morning. Still not a fan of the Porzingis trade for the Warriors. KP may not even play due to sickness. This front office has continued to miss on players in the draft and held on to players for too long. I mean, I definitely understand being disappointed. It's just the reality here was you weren't going to get anything better for Kuminga. Like, the upside here for Golden State is if Porzingis is available to play, he is a huge upgrade for your starting lineup. Like, significant upgrade. Yenny here says no one's going to win the Giannis trade, shipping out players and trading the house. I think Milwaukee's going to win the Giannis trade. I think that's why they should make the trade ASAP, because I think they're in a position to succeed from a trade of Giannis Antetokounmpo. If it was me, I would have traded him before the season even started without him requesting one. But Chuck says, I don't like Peterson. Looks like he's 30 years old and his body looks like he gave up on him already. I mean, he's dealing with some hamstring stuff, which is obviously scary and concerning, but I wouldn't give up on him at this point. All right, moving on here to original big fella. My Hornets need to get another power forward. Definitely could still be in the market. We'll see what they do. Joshua says, do you think Zeke Naji still gets traded? I think that's what Denver should do. Now, maybe they don't want to give up some small assets in the process of trying to improve their team short term and win, but I would love for them to. Jack says ties to the Wolves. That could be an option too if he does get bought out by Charlotte. Jack, appreciate you being in here this morning. Zadrian says DeMar DeRozan play with the Lakers. If I'm the Lakers, I'm staying away from DeMar, to be honest with you. Nick Hawaii says if Giannis is not traded now, he will be a Laker next year. Probably not. Still, the Lakers' offers just would not be as strong, in my opinion, as any of the offers Miami or Minnesota could present them with. But one of the positives here, if you are Milwaukee or if you're the Lakers, is maybe you could do something in a sign and trade of Austin Reeves, but then you're giving up Reeves for Giannis, which you're getting better, but it sucks because you'd want Reeves next to Giannis, I would presume, with Luka. So Jason here says if Chris Paul gets bought out, where do you think he will go? I think Oklahoma City would be a fun destination for him, although their roster, I believe, is full. So then you're looking at, I don't know, I'd want to see him on a contender. So which NBA team makes the most sense? Let's go over to this tab quick. Cleveland wouldn't be the worst, although the Harden thing probably is not the most likely there. So then you're thinking about relationships, like could he go to the Lakers with LeBron? Possibly. It's in LA, so he wouldn't have to technically move either, right? You could see a return to San Antonio. I think that would be somewhat sensible. I think there's Golden State could maybe take him back in, right? He played there for a season under Steve Kerr. You're basically looking at, okay, where are his past relationships? Return to New Orleans would be fun too. There's options for sure. Slick Sophistication says, get the likes up. He's cooking, so hit that like button. Should have at least 1,000 likes, please, and thank you. You guys heard Slick Sophistication here. Everyone smash that like button. We're 9 likes away from 500, so just takes 9 of you right now. Go hit that like button. We'll get to 500, and by the end of the day today, I'm certain we will be surpassing that like goal that we set for the stream today, which is to pass where we reached last year with 2,359 likes on the stream. We're going to be live here for another 5.5 hours, so we've got plenty of time. The trade deadline is 5 hours and 31 minutes away right now. And remember, the over-under I set on trades today is 13.5. So I'm anticipating a busy day today. The truth here says, do you think the Boston Celtics make any more moves? We're going to need a trade counter as well. So keep that in mind, guys. When trades happen, keep in mind the trade counter. Someone tweet at me the trade counter every time there's a deal. That way I can keep up on it. I love seeing all the messages for my cat. She wanted some screen time today, clearly. So we'll see if she comes back up here. She's chilling down looking out the window right now. Kane says, would Nuggets give up Peyton Watson at all? That's surely what Bulls would ask for. We can talk about this, right? Let's just go back to the issue is if the Nuggets are making a trade for Najee and they're giving up Peyton Watson, they would want someone genuinely good. But I don't know. Here's the thing. If Denver gives up Peyton Watson, it's because he's an expiring contract and they feel like they can't keep him. But it feels like not good asset management to just trade him. It's possible, right? But I think something here around Ayo Dosunmu's contract, and then Denver giving up a couple of seconds to Chicago is, I think, more than feasible, right? Like, this is not a bad starting point for a package here. The Bulls have been willing to take in second rounders for their talent. This would be kind of the continuation of that, right? T-Dog says, who fits better on the Rockets, Trey Jones or Ayo Dosunmu? I do think Dosunmu fits better than Trey Jones, but Trey's a solid player. The one thing here too about we can go over back to the Bulls, but with Trey Jones, like, you're looking at a multi-year commitment if you trade for him, 2 extra years, whereas Dosunmu is an expiring salary, which maybe makes acquiring him a little bit more feasible. Thank you for the $2, T-Dog. Appreciate you being in here again. Jake, thank you for the 2. He says, chances Kareem Lopez drops to the second round for my Bulls. Not very likely. In my last mock draft came out on Tuesday this week, I had Kareem Lopez in the early 20s, and I even consider that potentially too low for him. I think there's a really good chance he's a pick in the teens this year, and maybe even the very high teens, maybe pick 13 or 14. Could he be a lottery pick? There's still a very decent likelihood of that. J-Ride Flips says, can Giannis to the Warriors still work? Financially, yes, it could, even with the Porzingis acquisition. Now, there are some difficulties in seeing that actually happen. Based on the reporting, this will not happen. But financially, the deal could still be functional around the contract, specifically Giannis going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler's salary going back to Milwaukee. That would be kind of the threshold here. It's a perfect salary swap. They make the exact same amount of money this season. And then in terms of draft picks, like, again, you're sending your collection of picks here. That's the sweetener in this deal for Milwaukee. And then maybe Brandon Podziemski, right? That's what you'd be looking at. It's just not going to happen based on the reporting, though. But J-Rod, appreciate you for the $2 super chat. Thanks for being in here. Sayo here says, do you think the Bulls are going to trade Ayo Dosunmu? Yes, I do. Theodore says, Paul George is available. Yes, I think he will stay available. Unless the Sixers are willing to give up assets to get off of him, he will remain available. Shama's here says, Spider-Man to DC for Plastic Man, Aqualad, Robin, and Lobo with 2 first round. We're getting Marvel DC trades here. Claytron here says, going to be staying up until 6 a.m. here in Australia to be here for the deadline. Worth it, though. Appreciate you, Claytron. You got to keep up to date on all of the NBA news. Appreciate you guys all tuning in here today. Universal says, do you think the McCain trade was a precursor for a bigger trade for the Sixers? I think potentially. Now I'll go back over to Twitter here. I tweeted this yesterday. So first of all, they got out of the tax, which is something I predicted them to do. I didn't think it was going to be by trading away Jared McCain. That was the decision they made. Not one that I love for them, but it's what they did. I think the outcome here, though, getting the 2026 first-round pick felt intentional to me. Not only is it a strong draft, but now that you have that pick, you can build a package with 4 of these first-round picks. Your own 2027 first. You can trade the Clippers 2028 first. You can do all of this, doing swap options in 2029, 2031. And then they could also, in the offseason, attach this 2026 Rockets pick as well. So it's a really strong offer, one that makes a lot of sense and would be a very strong package to make a deal around. So truly an egregious name. The comments are hilarious. Kobe says, Utah Jazz, please, today is gonna make a trade today. Please. We'll be watching for him. We will be watching for the Utah Jazz for sure. Colin here says, what else are the Hornets going to do? Maybe make a small upgrade at in their front court. That's what else to maybe expect they're calling. Dirty Dancer here says, generate a picture of Gooner King. No, thank you. I'm gonna pass on that. Oh my gosh, you guys are hilarious. Appreciate y'all in here so much. Northside says, Bucks let Dame go back home. Yeah, they remember they sent him back to Portland, right? So, or he returned to Portland. Let's go to analytics and subscriber count. Here we go. I'm going to get this up on the stream quick. We are at 35,830 subscribers, which is absolutely awesome. Make sure you guys do subscribe if you are enjoying. Quickly here, I'm going to turn the stream into subscriber-only mode for messages. Now, all you have to do is hit subscribe. It is completely free to you. You only have to be subscribed for 1 minute to leave a message, but it's a great way to be active here in the chat, and that way you guys get to continue commenting and everything, and that way subscribers get a little bit of priority in the messages here as well. Jeremiah's here says, Pat Riley, wake up. Steve Meat Geezer says, what would you like to see the Hawks do today? I would like to see Atlanta. I think that's actually a great question. Let's go over to the Atlanta Hawks cap table quick. Also, shout out to all of you guys hitting subscribe right now. I love seeing that number climb. Let's go over here to the Atlanta Hawks. So after the acquisition of Kuminga and then also Buddy Hield, whose salary is not guaranteed moving forward, just $3 million guaranteed next season, the Hawks, who are under the tax, they are in an okay spot going forward. They have Kuminga's team option for next year, which they could decline and then sign him to a 4-year contract rather than picking up that team option, which is definitely a possibility. I don't know. I don't mind them allowing McCollum to just expire. Maybe they could break up McCollum into a couple of smaller contracts that are expiring if a team wants to get McCollum as like an asset to improve. Although he does technically have a trade restriction, but I thought he only had an aggregation restriction. So I'm a little perplexed by that. I thought that was just an aggregation rule for him. I don't know. More likely than not, though, they won't trade him anyway. They for sure cannot aggregate him in salaries. So otherwise, if it's not like a McCollum move, if there's not one of those on the horizon, they're probably not going to be super active, besides maybe trading away Luke Kennard, right? His $11 million expiring is definitely possible. Dump wants to know what I think the Kings will do today. I think the Sacramento Kings will make a multi-year salary dump where they trade someone like DeMar DeRozan for an expiring, or they trade Malik Monk for an expiring, or they trade Domantas Sabonis to lessen their tax bill and lessen their overall cap hit next season. And what does that look like? Well, when we go to the trade machine here, I think there's a few ways to build something out. We could look at massive ways to save money, or we could look at a couple ways of just shaving it down a little bit, a deal at a time. So obviously, if a Sabonis trade happens, that would be a massive way to shave a lot of money. But otherwise, Malik Monk to the Clippers makes a lot of sense. I know I have a lot of Clippers fans watching, wanting to know who could we get. Malik Monk would be a possibility, and you would use this Bogdanovich contract to financially get there. This works out really, really well for the Clippers, who got off of Chris Paul yesterday for nothing, by the way, which was pretty good for their situation, tax and apron-wise and everything. And then a Bogdanovich for Monk deal, and the Kings would maybe even give up a second-round pick in this. So the Clippers could maybe pick up an asset to eat Malik Monk's contract. This gives Sacramento a lot of flexibility that they need to find a way to get this offseason. So they get off of Monk's contract. It saves them a lot of money. Blaze DeBean says, what do you think the Raptors are going to do? First of all, Blaze, thank you for the $2 super chat. And I'm glad you asked about Toronto because we're already on the topic of Sacramento. So let's take a look at the Kings and Raptors trying to still work together on a Poeltl trade, right? Now, the question is, where do we see Jakob Poeltl's contract going if Sabonis is headed to Toronto? What are we going to do with that? And there's a few different ways we could swing this, right? Which team would be willing to eat Jakob Poeltl's contract for a draft pick? Let's go with the Washington Wizards this time. The Wizards made kind of a surprising buy now trade yesterday on Anthony Davis. And I don't think they would be mad at getting another center in the building, especially Poeltl, who, yeah, they would have to pay his contract, but it's not like the most egregious thing in the world. It's not great, but if you could get a first-round pick this year, I think it's something Washington would consider doing. And then the Wizards, to match the money here. Now, this is where you're going to run into some issues, right? Because you don't have these sizable contracts that you could move in a deal, and you have some aggregation restrictions. So is Washington going to financially work here? Probably not, actually. Let's go back and reset this, because Washington is probably not as functional now that I forgot they kind of traded all of their expirings. Emmanuel, thank you for the $2 super chat as well. Really thankful to you. So let's grab the Raptors and Kings, and let's grab the Spurs. Heck, the Spurs, it probably wouldn't be San Antonio, just being completely transparent with you. We're just going to use the Spurs as a third team because they have the salaries that could make some sense for Sacramento to have some interest in. So we'll send those two assets to Sacramento. We'll send Sabonis to Toronto, and we'll send from the Raptors RJ Barrett to the Kings, Jakob Poeltl to the Spurs, and from the Raptors draft picks, we will send this first rounder to San Antonio as well, which gives them even more flexibility. Now, financially, the Kings are taking in a little bit too much money here, so we could swing something out from Sacramento. Looking at someone like, obviously they'd want to keep Nick Clifford, but we could do someone like Doug McDermott. Or if we were to make this a 4-team deal, financially, like this would work again as well. So we'll just send McDermott to the Spurs here. Financially, this works now. Trade successful. The Spurs pick up a first-round pick and get Poeltl back on their roster again. The Kings get RJ Barrett and a couple of expiring salaries, Sohan, a young guy, and then the Raptors get Sabonis. So that's a deal that, in theory, makes a little bit of sense to me. But again, the Spurs are kind of representative of any third team that would be willing to eat Poeltl's contract for a draft pick. Gabe here says, I really have no idea what's going to happen. I really thought Giannis to the Wolves was going to happen yesterday. We'll see what happens. A lot of big moves yet to be made. We are 5 hours and 17 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline, so we still have a lot of time. We will be live for it all day long here. ABAC says, first-time viewer, nice channel. Are the Celtics done, in your opinion? It's a great question here about the Boston Celtics. ABAC, glad that you are enjoying the content here today. Really glad that you were able to discover the channel. And for Boston specifically, if we go look at their, let's go over to this page instead. We'll go over to the Celtics cap table. Shout out to Spot Track, by the way, for all of their really useful stuff. If you're looking at all of their salaries and everything, right, there is going to be some difficulty in making a trade because they just acquired Vucevic. Obviously, you want to keep the big three intact in Tatum, Brown, and White. Hauser is a really solid player that you don't want to just give up on. Pritchard's one of the best contracts in the entire NBA, if not just flat out the best contract. So then, okay, now you're looking at your young guys. Hugo Gonzalez, don't want to trade him. Baylor Shireman played really, really well last night. I don't think you're trading Baylor Shireman on this contract. I think that would be a mistake. Xavier Tillman seems like a guy who could go. Josh Minot is someone they'd want to keep. Garza probably they'd want to keep. Keita, they're for sure keeping. This is one of the best contracts in the league as well. And then Chris Boucher could go. So if you're looking at, okay, how do we improve our roster? How do we go out and make a trade here? You really just have a couple of expiring salaries. And those expiring salaries, it's going to be difficult to get you a lot. But let's say they want to make a trade with, let's say, the Dallas Mavericks, who just got yesterday Marvin Bagley, right? You could maybe send Xavier Tillman to Dallas for Marvin Bagley, the third, who did come in yesterday in the trade with the Wizards. Now they can't aggregate his salary, but you can do a 1-for-1 here, and then the Celtics maybe give up this second-round pick from Detroit. It's a small pick, not really something that matters, but maybe you think Bagley's a better fit next to Vucevic than Tillman would be, right? And Tillman's not really a part of the long-term future. Maybe the Celtics feel like, hey, Bagley would be worth bringing in. HSTX8 says, Rui has an $18 million on expiring. Do you see him getting moved? Honestly, I don't think so. Now, you never say never, right? Because crazier things have happened than a Rui Hachimura trade. But for his production level, mean, he's shooting 43% from three this year, 50% from the field. Like, it's not likely that he gets dealt when they have the other expirings of Kleba and Vincent, who would be more useful to trade and then replace in your lineup with guys who are actually good. Appreciate you guys a lot for all being in here today. We got 1,400 people watching live. Daryl Wright says, side note to all my fellow Spurs fans that said I was nuts for saying I didn't want Dillingham. Guess I was correct. I mean, it just hasn't worked out in Minnesota. I do think, first of all, Dillingham would probably have found more success developmentally in San Antonio. So, Beast Bro says, what do you think is going to happen with Ja? It's a great question. Let's go over to the tab over here again. Go back to the trade machine. Let's put the Memphis Grizzlies in here. The deal that continues to be the most likely in my eyes, it could be Sacramento, but Ja Morant to New Orleans with KCP's contract does just make inherently a lot of sense because this saves Memphis a lot of long-term money. It saves them about $10 million a couple of years from now, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a pretty nice salary slot if you were to use it on a different player. And the Pelicans, to get out of DeJounte Murray and Jordan Poole, might be willing to actually give you stuff. Like, could you get 3 second-round picks from them? And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you look at what Trae Young got traded for, if you look at the market right now, it's not great for players in that Ja Morant kind of echelon, right? That hero player is getting significantly undervalued on the market right now. So could New Orleans buy low on Ja, and could Memphis get 2 guys back who have been quality players in the past, albeit on very big overpaid contracts, and then 3 second-round picks down the road that gives you a little bit more trade flexibility? The Grizzlies have been in asset acquisition mode. This is not the worst possibility. Yes, Pat Connaughton did get waived, yes. He'll be a really nice addition for a team, by the way, I think, on the minimum. Yenny here said I would give 2 seconds for Sabonis if they take Pirtle 1 first. Mr. Lucky says Hornets still could trade Trey Mann. Where does he go, or is his value gone? I don't really anticipate him having a lot of value, to be honest, and I think Charlotte could just keep him to be completely real with you. So we'll see. But we got 1,400 people watching live right now, which is very, very cool. Very appreciative to everyone who is in here, by the way. Thank you all for tuning into the stream so far today. 5K, 10K runner says nothing is happening till later today on trades. I mean, yeah, GMs are probably talking on the phone right now, though, as we speak. So wanted to be live in case something does happen. And I do think there is still a reality that something could happen here relatively quickly. Trade deadline day kind of always gets kicking here around 11 a.m. Eastern time, which is in the next hour. So Petito says, do you think there are moves for the Warriors? Maybe small ones. There's been rumors about Draymond Green, so we'll see. BB over TV says, I thank God for letting me get off school for deadline day. Glad to hear it. Glad to have you in here, my man. Damo says, what is your favorite Warriors framework that would help them for next season? So it really comes down to, we'll go over here to this tab real quick. Like, if they do the whole cheeky, we're going to trade Draymond and then try and upgrade over Draymond for the short term, and then also when Draymond is opting out of his player option, could he return to us? If you do that whole cheeky thing, there's a way where you could improve the roster further, right? So let's say they want to go out and coincidentally, a guy that they could do this straight up for pretty much financially would be a deal with Brooklyn. And now you'd have to give up draft picks. But this is basically saying we're not getting Giannis. We're not going to get Giannis. That's how it is. You come into this deal with Brooklyn, and for Nick Claxton, you give up Draymond Green, who would then opt out of his player option and re-sign with Golden State. And you give up your 2026 first rounder to Brooklyn and a swap option in 2027. Even with this swap in the offseason, you'd still be able to trade this pick to another team after the draft or during the draft. This is a deal that works. Brooklyn gets, a draft pick and a swap right for Nick Claxton. I mean, it's definitely something, right? It's definitely something there. So that would be a possibility, although I don't necessarily know if I love it for Brooklyn. It's possible. June says, hello, guys. Appreciate you, June. Hanson says, is Portland going to do anything at all in this trade season? I know they've already made one move, but it doesn't move the needle. I mean, Krejci definitely really helps them. I just don't know if they're going to be super active or not. The rest of the deadline, it's going to really hinge on the Giannis situation, because they are kind of in the driver's seat here when it comes to their optionality. Vit Krejci did make his debut. He did not shoot it well in his debut, 1 of 6 from 3, but he did debut for the Blazers on the 3rd on Tuesday, which I did. I unfortunately missed that game. I did not watch that one, just transparently. But empty space here says Nuggets 3 losses in a row. Can't pay Gordon, Cam, Johnson, Brown, poison pill. Watson just got hurt. I mean, they could pay, but it would put them into the aprons. So that's the issue. Jalen doesn't seem happy about McDaniels possibly getting traded. Here, Clutch says Kawhi to Detroit if he gets traded. Are the Celtics doing anything? And if yes, who? We looked at that, the minimum contract situation, Marvin Bagley being a guy. Louisiana says Jazz always try to get good boys. Ja Morant looks funny there. The Jazz will not get Ja Morant, for sure not, because he would have been a part of the Jaren trade if he was going there, and that did not happen. JDC says Lonzo will be available. Yes, he will. He will also get bought out. I had the cat climbing up on the desk again, so hopefully she'll chill for a second so that so I don't have to keep taking my camera off for a half second there. But Steve says Lakers fans, all we got to do is watch Giannis not get traded, and he will be a Laker this offseason. I don't believe that, but you never know, right? He could say, trade me to the Lakers. I want to be a Laker. Logistar says, hope Portland will trade Jalen Green, Jeremy Grant, Drew, Thibault, Rob, and some picks for 2 good role players, Mikal from New York, and 1 more or first-round picks. Definitely understand that perspective. Coach Dreadhead said Lonzo Ball will be waived by the Jazz, and I hope he signs with the Hornets, but they have a lot of guards as of now. So I see him going to the Wolves or Rockets. Well, it seems like they could buy out Tyus and Conley, and then maybe Lonzo to Charlotte does make some sense there. Blue Stampede says Windhorse reported that Zubac would be traded for more than Anthony Davis, multiple first-round picks. What could that look like for the Pacers? We'll go look at that. Again, I do want to talk a lot about Zubac this year for Indiana. What could that trade look like? What's the functionality there? And then for the Clippers, what's the purpose? Why are you making that trade if you're LA? One of the big reasons you would make that trade if you're the Clippers is because you'd be getting Benedict Mathurin and then preferably Jarris Walker back in return. So 2 former top 10 picks there by Indiana. And then in the process, you're getting this 2027 first, 2029 first as well. And maybe even like a swap option here in 2028. And then the Clippers would get Zubac off their team and send him to Indiana. And financially, this works. This is what the deal could theoretically look like, right? It's a big commitment. Obviously, a lot to give up in a trade if you're the Pacers, but you would have to be pretty happy at the overall outcome because, again, he's a really, really good player. And I think Zubac would fit Halliburton incredibly well. Mr. Lucky says Hornets turned Nurkic into a first-round pick and Kobe White. Pretty nice. Yeah, it worked out, I think, very well for them. Charlotte's done a great job. I've been very fond of the way that they've been operating. Kizaru says, how long is it until the deadline? At this point, we are 5 hours and 5 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. Reports here. We do have news from Fisher. Let's go over to Jake Fisher now. The Wolves and Heat, sources say, still believe they are in play for landing Giannis Antetokounmpo today. Although, like the Warriors, few believe Milwaukee is actually serious about parting ways with their franchise face. I'm still being told by the Bucks are engaged with the Grizzlies on Ja Morant as well. This is huge news. I've kind of held the faith, right? We're trying to manifest it. We're trying to manifest the Giannis trade, whether it's for Minnesota or Miami. I'd be happy either way. But we're looking for big news, and that is very, very big news. Clay, thanks for the tag over here. The Wolves and Heat, sources say, still believe they are in play for landing Giannis Antetokounmpo. So that is our big news here. Remember, our like goal is at 2,359 likes right now. Everyone be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys. We're at 614 likes already on the stream. You guys are absolutely awesome. And there's been a lot of trades. There's been a lot of news. We've got a lot of big stuff going on, but this is some of the biggest here. I'm going to put this down into the ticker. Per Jake Fisher. There we go. Let's put that on the bottom here. Per Jake Fisher, the Wolves and Heat, sources say, still believe they are in play for landing Giannis Antetokounmpo today. Although, like the Warriors, few believe Milwaukee is actually serious about parting ways with their franchise face. I'm still being told the Bucks are engaged with the Grizzlies on Ja Morant as well. So that exact report now is down on the ticker below, so you can still continue reading it. Let's look at possible trades, right? We just got done looking at the Zubac's trade to the Clippers, or from the Clippers to the Pacers, excuse me. Let's go now look at a trade between Milwaukee and Memphis. What is the pathway for the Bucks, reportedly, who have interest in Ja Morant? Oh, we have a trade. We do have a trade. Hold on. Let's go back over to Shams here. Trade. Thank you guys for the post. We have a $20 super chat as well. Let's get W's flowing in the chat. I think Orlando should try and get Ja Morant. They need the scoring. What do you think? I wouldn't trade Franz Wagner though. Gold Eagle, thank you for the $20 super chat. It would be hard for Orlando to get to the salary slot here, but here is our deal. The Chicago Bulls have traded Ayo Dosunmu to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Weird. Very interesting. Interesting timing on this, given the fact Minnesota, Detroit, and Chicago made a 3-team deal a few days ago, and Dosunmu wasn't included in the salary slot of Mike Conley. The question is, who's going back? Is it Dillingham? The timing here is very interesting on that. Bucks and Grizzlies have engaged in trade talks centered around Ja Morant. Yep. And again, the Chicago Bulls have traded Ayo Dosunmu to the Minnesota Timberwolves, sources tell ESPN. So Ayo Dosunmu is now a Minnesota Timberwolf. Do think he helps them a bit. They definitely needed an addition into their backcourt. Jalen Clark is just not getting the job done. Gold Eagle, again, I appreciate you a lot for the $20 super chat. Everyone hit that like button. Let's get up here to some of these comments. Again, a lot of craziness going on today. Appreciate you guys all for all of these awesome comments. I don't really have a least favorite player, to be honest with you. Woo Sports, let's go. That's the theater kid at the Super Bowl party. Go Sports Ball. No, I'm just messing with you. Appreciate you being in here, my man. Beak here says, hey, Sheldon, you do great work. Everybody got to hit that like button. Let's go team. Someone make a trade. We have our first one here at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And it is a good deal for sure. Fun deal to talk about with Chicago trading Ayo Dosunmu to the Minnesota Timberwolves. We don't have word on what that return package is yet. They do have a number of seconds. Minnesota obviously has Rob Dillingham as well. which package did they go with here? How did they get to it? But we do have a trade, obviously. Thank you guys all for spamming shams and trade. It's very useful and helpful. Ayo Dosunmu to Minnesota. We will give my grades here once we figure out what the return is. At this point, we don't have word on that. Let's go over to maybe John Krasinski has word. He covers the Timberwolves for The Athletic. A really nice guy. The Timberwolves are finalizing a deal for Ayo Dosunmu. Sources tell The Athletic. Nothing definitive here, though, on the return. So we still do not know. Not from John Krasinski. Buyout market it is. I mean, there's other players than just the Bulls players. But, yeah. Let's go back over to Shams. We'll continue watching for what the package is. But Chicago has traded Ayo Dosunmu to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think this is a really good addition for Minnesota. Specifically looking at the defensive talent that Dosunmu has and the way he's played offensively this year, averaging 15 points a game, shooting 45% on threes, 85% from the line. He's really having a true career year. He's played very, very well this season. He still is a negative plus minus, but I wouldn't say that's his fault. I think that's more of a context of what Chicago is as a team. And I think for Minnesota, he'll be a really, really nice addition for them. I like that a lot. We'll obviously see how everything ages here, but and what they gave up, because I'm still very interested in what this deal was. But Ayo Dosunmu is very, very solid player, really nice addition. Scooby says if they need a center, if it's for Naz, I will be upset. I don't think you're getting Naz Reid in this deal. If anything, it's probably Dillingham and some seconds. Like salary-wise, that's what makes sense. Otherwise, like Minnesota technically did open a trade exception. Let's go over here to this tab, or not this one, this one here. Let's go over to Minnesota because I'm sure this will be non-updated yet with the Dosunmu contract. So they did have about $2.5 million away from the first apron, which is not enough to do this like into an exception. So, you know, I wonder how this is all going to functionally work because like you're probably looking at Dillingham's salary being in this deal. I would have to assume it's not going to be Dante, and it's definitely not going to be any of these top 5 guys in Ant through Nas. It's not going to be anyone up there. So, like, is it just Dillingham? If it's Dillingham, I'm very intrigued by that for Chicago long term. I really like some of the stabs that Chicago is taking here. We'll see what it is. But again, some of the biggest news we have right now from Jake Fisher, the Wolves and Heat, sources say still believe that they are in play for landing Giannis Antetokounmpo today. Although, like the Warriors, few believe Milwaukee's actually serious about parting ways with their franchise's face. I'm still being told the Bucks are engaged with the Grizzlies on Ja Morant as well. Appreciate all of the super chats today. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Does that mean Giannis is staying put then? I mean, not necessarily, right? Miami could still be in the mix. Minnesota could technically still be in the mix depending on what all happens here. But that's obviously a very good get for Minnesota. We do need to still see the return package is what we're waiting for here. So let's go back over to Shams. He has not tweeted anything about a return. I'm still waiting for who Chicago got and what they got, because I don't want to grade it without knowing all of the deal. Caden here says, what website are you using for the contracts? This is Spot Track. Very good website. They've got like all of the different contracts laid out in big cap tables that are very, very useful. So definitely some good stuff. Big trade, obviously, in the NBA today with I would assume new going to Chicago. Okay, wow. Here we go. Great work by John here on the reporting. I really got along very well with John. Leonard Miller and Rob Dillingham in return. So I'm going to give my grades here now to that. Let's post it here. Timberwolves A-, and the Bulls A+. I had assumed new is really good for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I like his fit next to Ant, and the role he'll play on both ends is what Minnesota needed. IMO. The issue here for me, like, I don't know. He just turned 26. 26 years old and needs a new contract. Curious to see what he gets paid. The thing for Chicago here, upside stabs by the Bulls. And 4 second-round picks. Wow. 4 second-round picks as well. I was a pre-draft believer in both Dillingham and Miller. Both need minutes and opportunity. Chicago now gets those two guys and Ivey to compete and a chance to really emerge as true talents. The defense is going to be rough, but the offensive talent is there. And the pace for Billy Donovan, who historically has worked extremely well with young players, is a nice fit for Miller and Dilly. 4 second-round picks to boot. Very nice haul for the Bulls this deadline. The Bulls have been, I think, pretty active, and I think they've done pretty well. They've traded. It's hard when you're trading a bunch of expiring contracts. Like, that's really the situation they're in now. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. I really appreciate you guys all being in here. I do like this trade for Minnesota. I liked Leonard Miller coming out of his draft class. I really liked Rob Dillingham as well in his class. I understand why Minnesota does this, because Chris Finch is not playing either of Leonard Miller or Rob Dillingham. It just does not fit what Chris Finch wants. The reality here, unfortunately for Minnesota, was they had to do something, and this is a deal where they obviously get significantly better in terms of a guy who's already entering his prime, 26 years old. Now, the question for me is that new contract. What does that look like? He's having a career year this year, shooting the best from the line he's ever shot, shooting the best from the three he's ever shot. Really, really solid year he's having. Really great year. But it's a big commitment probably moving forward, that if you gave up 4 seconds, you gave up a guy you drafted in the first round in Rob Dillingham, a guy you drafted in the early second in Leonard Miller, you're basically at a spot here where you have to commit to keeping Ayo Dosunmu after the season. And if he demands a decent amount of money on the market, which is probably what's going to happen, you're going to have to pay him. And that might be a little bit of a holdup for Minnesota as well moving forward. And then for the Bulls, while you probably maybe could have done better trading Kobe White and trading, I would assume, new last year in terms of just sheer draft pick equity, you get 4 second-round picks, and you get a couple of young guys who Rob Dillingham in 2024 was a top 10 pick. And Leonard Miller, I had top 20 on my big board in his draft class. So these are guys who I think have some real value to play into. Dillingham is very elite at handling the basketball. And if he can find himself in a more structured environment with kind of more clear, obvious outcomes and desires for a team, he'll be successful. Tomas here says, can we see Jakob in a few seconds for Sexton? Loving the stream and the Discord community you built. Appreciate you, Tomas. I do think it would cost a little bit more than just seconds to get off of Jakob's contract, given the length and size of it. But Sexton's not a terrible salary slot to try and fit that into. For the Bulls here, again, you're just getting a lot of second-round picks, and you've added so much draft capital that it's hard to hate what they've done. They were stuck in mediocrity. It feels like they finally are making a decision on which way they want to go, and they've opened up a lot of second-round assets to work with. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to draft all of those picks. It doesn't mean you're going to hit on every asset that you draft with, but it gives you optionality in trades, right? We've seen trades really be fueled by second-round picks. Vit Krejci for a couple days ago. You've seen multiple trades where the Bulls have given up some talent for second-round picks. What's stopping Chicago in 2 or 3 years after hitting in the lottery a couple of times, maybe making a couple of good selections, from being the team themselves to use these second-round picks in trades? That's what they're getting, is flexibility, functionality, and the ability to improve their roster. And then for Minnesota, it's again, you're getting a really good player for your team. He fits them very, very well. The issue here is, I think, again, the asset management is a little harsh. It just is. It's rough to have given up what they did for Dillingham, and then you really never gave Dillingham a fair opportunity. He didn't play a lot. If we pull up Rob Dillingham's stats, he didn't play last night, and it was very clear at that point that he was probably going to get dealt. Rob Dillingham, in his NBA career, has played a total. Let's find his totals here. Let's go back over to Twitter. Minnesota traded 2 future firsts to move up to draft Rob Dillingham, number 8 overall in the 2024 draft. Gave him a total while understanding he was a young, small guard who would have to adjust to the NBA. Gave him a total of 842 minutes and then dumped him to another team. It's honestly just not great asset management there. If you draft a young guard, you have to understand there's going to be bumps in the roads, and you have to play them through that. They weren't willing to do that. And that's one thing that is going to, I think, age poorly for Minnesota. I like Rob Dillingham. I do. I think there's some real talent there. He's a skilled shooter. You look at his college tape, his pre-college tape, the priors. There's a lot of skill there. His numbers have always looked good prior to reaching the NBA, and then you're really looking at a tiny sample size to justify him not, being the guy going forward. If we look at his college stats, not that necessarily is fully indicative, right? But in college, he played 750 minutes in college, and we basically just barely passed that threshold now. So you basically have the exact same volume of size of hey, this is what he was in college versus not in college in the NBA. And everyone should understand a small guard adjusting the NBA is going to take a little bit of time. Davidson says, how does this trade affect Ja to the Wolves? Ja will not be at Timberwolves, is what this tells me. Ja Morant will not be coming to Minnesota, David, if I had to guess. So I would assume I think he's a really good fit, probably a better fit, by the way, than Ja Morant. Dosunmu, this is one of the hard things about trades, right? Like, I like Dosunmu a lot. I like his fit for Minnesota a lot. I just think the asset management here and what they gave up for Dillingham versus what they now have traded Dillingham and a bunch of other seconds and Leonard Miller for is a little disappointing to me. I can definitely see this for Chicago being a real positive. I really like what Chicago's been able to do here. Let's make another tweet. Chicago has picked up Jaden Ivey, Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, and a bunch of seconds for basically expiring contracts they wouldn't have kept going forward. I like the swing on talent here and some tangible tools for all of these young guys to work with. Most excited for Miller. Leonard Miller is the one that I'm like really excited for because he's got size and some playmaking feel. Like he lights up the G League every single time he's down there. So, he can't really guard, but the Bulls have added 9 second-round picks in the last week, 14 now total, which is, again, that's crazy. Big deal. Minnesota traded Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, 4 second-round picks to Chicago for Dosunmu and Julian Phillips. I do think Phillips is a solid pickup here in this deal as well for the Minnesota Timberwolves. We have 2,000 people watching live, by the way. Everyone make sure to leave a like on the stream. Our like goal is to surpass what we did last year in terms of likes. So down on the bottom ticker, 2,359 likes is what we're aiming for. And let's stay on the news here. So obviously, big trade here. We were able to give my trade grades, talk through it a good amount. I'll recap again just real quick. I like this for Minnesota. I also love the upside stab here from Chicago. Dosunmu was probably not going to stay with the Bulls long term. Minnesota gets a guy who fits them really well, and then the Bulls get 4 second-round picks, which I really like. And they get a couple of young players in Leonard Miller and Rob Dillingham as well in the process. So really solid there. And let's go over to Jake Fisher again, staying on top of the news here. This is the place you need to be. Yeah, I do agree with this. If Minnesota would have just kept Nikhil, they would have been in a fine spot. But Jake Fisher here says the Wolves and Heat, sources say, still believe they're in play for landing Giannis Antetokounmpo today. Although, like the Warriors, few believe Milwaukee's actually serious about parting ways with their franchise's face. I'm still being told the Bucks are engaged with the Grizzlies on Morant as well. So this is still huge news for us to talk about. Obviously, a key thing today. My over/under on trades today was 13.5. So far, we have had one now, and we have a little under 5 hours to go, 4 hours, 41 minutes. But trades tend to heat up quickly, especially the further we get into the day. Remember, some of those GMs on the West Coast are maybe just waking up now. They woke up to some news here between some Midwest teams as Chicago and Minnesota worked out a deal around Dosunmu and Dillingham being, I think, the main core tenants on this. Appreciate you guys. 4 second-round picks in there. A lot of stuff, right? Yep, Julian Phillips going. Giant here says Bulls have too many guards. Do you see another move by them? They'll definitely be kind of in that conversation, right? Like they'll be looking at other. I think they're just going to be active in pretty much every single possible trade that you could see. Let's go over here quick to the salary cap table for the Wolves now, because they're still reportedly in on Giannis, and it's pretty easy to understand why. Like, you're still building something around the Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels contracts if you're making a deal for Giannis, or you could use Randall's salary slot plus Jaden. Whatever combination of these 3 players, they get you to the financial point you need for a Giannis trade. And then Behringer would be obviously one of the core pieces going to Milwaukee's young player. Jaren Jackson Jr. could be involved. And then, Joe Ingles' salary slot as well. Technically, Jalen Clark could be involved, right? Whatever small salaries they need to get there. The nice thing here for Minnesota, they got themselves even closer to that tax line. So if there is a trade with Milwaukee, they could even possibly acquire Giannis and get out of the tax, which would be very interesting. And if we go look now at the Chicago Bulls, we're going to see a lot of guards here, right? They still have Simons who they could trade. I would assume Simons is not going to be a Chicago Bull for long. They have Zach Collins yet, Patrick Williams, Isaac Okoro could possibly get dealt. This team is obviously very small, but they're taking stabs on guys who could maybe work out for their future. Epic Wallpapers wants to know if Minnesota could include Utah or Toronto. Has a third team in a Giannis deal. Maybe sending McDaniels to one of those teams to get draft capital plus other contracts to Milwaukee. Definitely a possibility, but again, if you're Milwaukee, you probably want your own future picks back if you are trading. Away Giannis, you probably want your own draft capital. Baglin here says, Billy D is not my favorite coach, hasn't done much in the NBA. His pedigree is still carrying him from time as a college coach. I do agree, but I think specifically from a developmental standpoint, he can be decently valuable to Dillingham, Miller, and Ivey in these stages of their career. Tabor here says, why did the Spurs turn down Sohan for Yabusele? That trade doesn't even financially work for New York, so that definitely wasn't a one-for-one offer. And Yabusele's contract next year is looked at as mostly a negative, which is right here now on the screen too. You can see he has a player option. Pura says, do you think a Sabonis Raptors trade is likely? Yes, I do. I still think that's one of the most likely outcomes. Spice Creations, make sure you have your volume on. I'm definitely not muted. Damon here says, do you think this takes Wolves out of the honest sweepstakes? No, I do not think so, because they still have the salary slots to get there. What this could mean partially too is if they've been talking with Milwaukee and John Horst says we don't really care about Rob Dillingham, maybe that's what freed up this move too. So what it does do is it makes sure that the Wolves will not trade for John Morant. That won't happen now. I'm very confident in that. Alonzo says Jalen Smith. Bulls center is Yuki. They probably could use him at center because he's all of like 5'4". Sheldon says Bulls look like they waited too long to tank. They should have done what Utah and Washington did. They are way too imbalanced. I mean, here's the thing. Everyone's worried about their center spot and their bigs, whatever. Like, worst case, let's just say they get murdered on the glass the rest of the season and lose almost every game they have the rest of the way. Why is that necessarily a bad thing for their future? They could get a draft pick, and all of a sudden they get Camp Boozer and they sign a center in free agency, and it's really not that negative of a situation, right? Nick, here's the thing. Outside of Anthony Edwards before this trade, Rob Dillingham was one of the few guys who could actually turn the corner and beat a guy off the dribble that Minnesota had. Everyone else is a space attacker. Jaden McDaniels against closeouts he can beat. Dillingham was one of the few guys who could actually win out of isolation. And if you watch Bones Highland is very reliant on making his threes because he can't turn the corner on anybody. That is not necessarily the truth for Dillingham. So we'll see. I think Dillingham is going to get opportunity in Chicago, and I think he will maximize that opportunity. Jacob says 4 seconds is rough. All the best for Dilly, though. He deserves a shot. I'm excited for him. I think this is a really great opportunity. Twig Gaming here says, good morning, Sheldon. I hope my Spurs do something today. I expect them to do something. AK pretty much said if your name isn't Giddy or Matas, get out of here. And Asenge. Obviously, they are still very much in on Noah Asenge's future as well. Dark Reaper here says probably Magic. Kobe from Framiel says Dilling will have Hawkins' career count on it. I don't know. We'll see. Just I wouldn't sell your stock yet on Dillingham. I think it's a little premature to do that. He's shooting 36% from three, by the way, this year. So I know, again, it's small sample, but I know he's got basically a 2-to-1 assist to turnover rate for his career. And he's doing it again in limited minutes. So I don't know. I wouldn't hate on it. They gave up 4 seconds. So J-Man here says, I actually think the Knicks, if he becomes available, should sign Chris Paul. Chris Paul would definitely be useful. I mean, he has a 2-to-1 assist to turnover rate for his career. It's just not the reality. I was literally credentialed to cover the Timberwolves, by the way, Mikhail. So I don't know. This whole sunk cost fallacy, like it's called asset management. For the same way, like I don't know, it's just I don't know how anyone else can look at it. They drafted a guy who was 19 years old and then didn't play him and said, nope, you're done. That's just the reality. Like it has nothing to do about sunk cost. It has everything to do with the fact that they should have known when they drafted him it was going to take a little while for him, and they should have had patience. They didn't have patience though. And if they trade a bunch of 25, 26-year-olds for Giannis Antetokounmpo, we'll see how the second half of Anthony Edwards' career goes in Minnesota and if he spends it there in Minnesota. Point blank simple. Dane here says, Ja is very likely to be traded. I do agree. Yes, I do talk during my live streams. Yes. I mean, Miguel, no one's forcing you to watch here. I got 2,000 people watching live, Miguel. You can chill and leave the stream if you want to. If you're not wanting to listen to me talk in a live stream that I'm hosting, some people I just don't understand. It's like some of the stuff is actually hilarious to me. Timothy here says, "Do you think Lakers' goal of offseason cap space will be effective?" Not really, but we can go over to the Lakers here and take a look at their plans if they do operate that way. The issue is it will be effective in a way of people will go in the offseason, oh, see, the Lakers are so smart. They operated with cap space. They did this, they did that. But they won't remember the fact that a month earlier they got bounced in the playoffs despite having Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and LeBron James on their roster. That's what they won't remember. They won't remember the fact that the team came up short 2-3 months earlier because they didn't do anything at the deadline. So, there's all this framing. Everything is about framing in the NBA. The media paints narratives. The media wants a story. The media needs to say, oh, look, how smart the GM was. Yeah, I know the Lakers lost with Luka Doncic in the first round again, but look at how smart they are. They signed guy in free agency. So Crispo says, would Io for Benedict Mathurin work? Io's not going to get traded now from Minnesota. He will be a Wolf. Io and McDaniels on the perimeter with Gobert in the paint. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely a really, very good team. I do like Io for Minnesota a lot. Like, again, I've been very clear about that too. Shane says, I wish someone would come up with some sort of draft pick trade value chart like the NFL has. I know it's hard because picks mean different things to different teams. Maybe I could work on that. Maybe that'll be the post-trade deadline project for me here. Timothy says that you think Lakers' goal of offseason cap space. We just talked about that. John says, hi, all. John, welcome to the stream again this year. Glad to have you in here, my man. Sheldon says, Warriors should call Mavs to go after Clay, Gafford, and Middleton, expiring for Jimmy, Moody, and lifting protections on the 2031st. Interesting idea. But that does come with some severe costs if they lift those protections. So Dallas would definitely do it, I think. For the upside of that pick, but it would definitely be an interesting idea. Good idea there from Sheldon. W's in the chat for him. Gabe says Bucks want Jaden and picks. How does that work? Well, it would be like Nasri gets traded to a team that would be willing to give up a pick or two for him. Again, it's difficult though. Like basically, Minnesota doesn't have the package unless you wait for the offseason. Then they could trade their 2026 first and their 2033 first. But I don't know. It's just not great. Miguel says we're not trading Giannis for a bunch of Wolves nobodies. I mean, Miguel, the Wolves are winning games and the Bucks are not. So the Wolves are not the team with nobodies. Smorgasbord here says, I kind of doubt Giannis will leave the Bucks. Giannis is just playing the entire league and helping the Bucks shake teams up to see who they're willing to give up so they can snipe a player on the low. I mean, I think everyone was kind of anticipating John Morant being available. We can go back over to the trade machine here and look at the deal we were possibly working on before the deal materialized, sending, I would assume, new to Minnesota, but not that. Excuse me. John Morant to Milwaukee. And how do we get there financially? We could do something around Kuzma, his salary, which I think is sensible. and then you could do Bobby Portis, or you could try and combine some other smaller salaries together. The issue here about this, and one of the things that you have to be kind of considering in a deal like this, is the fact that Memphis doesn't have a lot of roster space, and in order to take in more players than they send out, they do have to cut someone on their current roster. So if they were to accept this 2-for-1 trade right now, they would have to cut somebody. Now, luckily, that could be like a George Niang, who's not an expiring. He has actually 1 year left on his deal as well, but they'd be willing to eat the salary there, is more so what I meant to say. But financially, like, this technically works. You could give up this super protected Utah pick that doesn't convey, I guess. I don't know. I really, like, who says no in this deal? Like, for Milwaukee, this feels like a no-brainer because you get out of Kuzma and you turn Portis basically into John Morant. But not terrible. 2001 Gaming Fans says, coffee on me. Appreciate the streams. Appreciate you. Epic wallpapers. Super chats go a long way in supporting the channel. So very, very appreciative. Graham wants to know if Giannis can still go to the Timberwolves. Yes. Financially, there are still pathways that work. Jack says Giannis and ties to the Wolves in a 3-team deal. With I would assume new there. I don't think they are super concerned about getting Tyus Jones, especially since they probably will just get Mike Conley back on the buyout market, which is a huge W for them, by the way. But let's look at a Minnesota trade now, okay? With the Milwaukee Bucks, we are going to get Portland on the phone again because they tend to be the easiest team to do this with, because it's sensible that they could want Jaden McDaniels, and they have the Milwaukee Bucks future picks. So Giannis to Minnesota, that's where we're starting this thing. Obviously, I would assume news now here. You can't aggregate his salary. So financially, this did get a little bit harder, but not impossible. We're going to send Behringer to Milwaukee. Financially, you're at a spot here where you're very close to having this deal work. And luckily, the Wolves have room against the first apron. So they can trade Terrence Shannon Jr., for example, as well. They would have to fill their roster back out with some minimum guys, but financially, this deal works. You're looking at 45, 49, $52 million in salary here. And then for Portland, you're moving on from, in this deal, Jeremy Grant goes to Milwaukee. And then salary-wise, you're sending Robert Williams to Milwaukee as well. This is your financial component to making a deal work. The moment that updates, there you go. So you see, financially, this works now. Now the tricky part is, okay, how do we draft pick wise satisfy the Milwaukee Bucks for what they want for Giannis Antetokounmpo? And it really is just their own draft picks back from the Portland Trailblazers, right? You're getting, let's remove that one. 3 first-round picks back from Milwaukee in this deal. The Wolves then on their draft picks, they did trade 4 second-rounders, but we will send 3 second-round picks here to Milwaukee in this deal as well, and to go with swap options in 2028. Not to Portland, to Milwaukee as a swap. We will send this to Milwaukee as a swap in 2029, a swap here in 2030, and a swap in 2032. Essentially, the deal ends up being something like this. Behringer, Terrence Shannon Jr., Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams to Milwaukee with 3 of their own future first-round picks back from Portland, these 3 right here, as well as then in exchange as well, 4 first-round swaps from Minnesota and 3 second-round picks coming from Minnesota. The Wolves get Giannis Antetokounmpo. They'd have to fill out their roster a little bit more as well, but Thanasis could theoretically be in this deal. Cole Anthony could theoretically be in this deal. Amir Coffey, a Minnesota native, could be in here, and then also the Blazers get McDaniels and Naz Reid. That would be kind of the pathway here, which is again, you can argue that Minnesota maybe shouldn't do this and break up their team, especially with how young and talented they are. And then you can also argue that Milwaukee shouldn't do this because they're not getting a lot in terms of developed young talent at this point. So I definitely understand that perspective from a variety. But according to Jake Fisher, the Wolves and Heat still both believe they are in play for landing Giannis today. Again, that word is very important in this tweet. And then there's also the fact that the Bucks are engaged with the Grizzlies on Ja Morant. So a lot going on here. Obviously, we are watching our situation. The Miami Heat are the last team still pursuing Giannis per Windhorse ESPN. Again, that's not necessarily true from just a overall pick standpoint. Like Minnesota could still be very much in pursuit of Giannis, or they could wait till the offseason if that's how it unfolds. But a Miami trade for Giannis would not be out of the question either, right? We've talked about them a decent amount. Now, I still don't think that they have genuinely the best offer. But if Giannis is going to strong arm his way to a certain destination, which it seems like to a small extent he's tried to push for Minnesota or Miami, excuse me, those are some possibilities. Tony here says, what do you think of Bobby Portis on the Rockets? I don't hate it, but I don't think he's necessarily the fit that they need. If I'm looking at Houston, I'm looking for someone who's a little bit more agile, quick, someone who can win off the dribble consistently on the perimeter, and then can get to his spot on the floor and score it. Bobby Portis, he's talented, shoots it pretty decently. He's been he's really stabilized as a shooter the last few seasons for the most part, but I don't know. I don't hate it for Houston, but I don't think it's the move that would be the most likely. Jacob says, you think the Cavs are done? Also, they looked so fun last night, in my opinion. Yes, I had a film study come out today on the Cleveland Cavaliers, breaking them down. They played tremendous last night. I thought Keon, Ellis, Dennis Schroder were both really, really nice pieces for them on the floor. Watching them actually play, fit into that Cavs system, it looked almost seamless. A couple moments where you can tell, okay, these guys don't have their chemistry quite yet with the team. There was a couple times Schroder almost threw the ball back in the half court. And there was one time Schroder traveled in transition because he was going to throw a pass, guy wasn't looking at him. That kind of stuff happens, but there's definitely a solid combination. What makes me think a Laker trade is coming? The fact that they have expiring salaries and Dalton Connect trade request to maybe appease if they want to. And they should have, when you have this guy on your roster, Luka Doncic, 26 years old, you should have a commitment to winning. Now, are they stupid and maybe don't? We'll see. But for a guy who is 19 years old, it's definitely not bad. But whatever. I'm not going to argue with that. That's just not correct. Mars here says, Lakers, Giannis, what would it take? I know it's not, but it would take everything. It would take a sign and trade of Austin Reeves plus all of the picks that they possibly could do in the offseason, Mars. Appreciate you for the 2. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, they traded a future first and a pick swap, and then they decided, oh, this guy's 19. Maybe we just shouldn't play him at all. No, I don't get rage baited. I'm just always enraged. So, Damos, you're hilarious. King Nacho says, touch grass, Miguel. I mean, yeah, I know. It's funny. That was a funny comment. I'm not even going to lie. Run that word count up. It's pretty good. And Chris Hall here says, this is 4 years in a row I've listened to your yapping. Appreciate you, Chris. Very glad to have you in here, my man. People are really miserable. Like, honestly, like that's the one thing I do notice. Like, one of my favorite things about YouTube is getting to interact with so many people, like in the comment section on videos and obviously the live streams and everything. But sometimes you can't make people happy. Sometimes they are. Okay, there we go. Lakers did make a trade. There we go. And it was exactly in the realm of what we were talking about as a possibility. Let's go over to Sham Sharani right now. The Lakers have made a trade. Lakers are trading Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second-round pick to the Atlanta Hawks for Luke Kennard. So, all right. Trade grades here. We will give my grades for this deal. Los Angeles Lakers and the Atlanta Hawks. How are we going to grade this? I'm very excited about this one. A lot of fun here. Yep, Gabe Vincent and a second for Luke Kennard. Thank you, Mind a Ball, for the $2 super chat. For the Lakers here, I'm going to give this an A-. And for the Atlanta Hawks here, I'm going to give this an A+. Actually, I'm just going to give this an A for Atlanta. For the Lakers, I like the Kennard fit as an off-ball shooter with a bit of gravity. I would love it if his three-point attempt rate went through the moon next to AR, Luka, LeBron, but his volume to tilt the pendulum. IMO still not bad, and thank God we don't have to watch Gabe Vincent playoff minutes this season. It was so bad last year. He literally gave nothing to the Lakers in the playoffs. So I should. We'll give him an A+ just for moving Vincent. So this is the expiring. Hawks get a far out asset that can add some flexibility for future decisions. Turn one expiring into a different one. No long-term cap table damage here. And the Hawks are clearly shifting from the team they came into the year with. Trey, Porzingis, Kennard, all gone. And they got, I mean, honestly, like, it's hard to not give this an A+. Small, but smart move. Like, I'm really not mad at this for the Lakers. I actually really like this for both sides. Like, Kennard's a quality player. Basketball University is so correct here, too, that Gabe Vincent's going to end up dropping 34 for the Heat somehow. But I really do think it's a really great outcome here. Appreciate Atlanta Analyst for taking me here on this. Again, this is a pretty important deal, one that I know Lakers fans are going to definitely want to know and hear my thoughts on. And then for Atlanta, again, it's hard to hate anything that the Hawks have done here because they've traded their expiring salaries that they weren't going to keep seemingly. They've moved off Porzingis. They moved off Kennard. They traded Trae Young, obviously, earlier in the year. They're just trying to change the dynamic. And it's, I didn't love the Vincent or the Trae Young trade for Atlanta, but I have not minded the Porzingis deal, even though I like Porzingis a lot. And at the same time as well, I think for Atlanta, it's really nice flexibility here. They get some really quality stuff. And I think this is just a really nice move for both sides, honestly. Again, if you go back to my grades, like, it's just Kennard's really solid. The issue is you are giving up a second-round pick. That's why it's not an A+. Now, I'm saying it is an A+ just for moving off of Gabe Vincent. And I'm very, very glad that we do not have to watch Gabe Vincent on the Lakers anymore. And I do think Kennard is functional and valuable for them, for sure. I'm very, very happy about that in general. Spoonfed says, Sheldon, my Giannis to Minnesota bet is cooked. Lie to me. I'm hoping for you not, man, but it doesn't look good right now. And then when it comes to Atlanta, again, it's a small but smart move. So, everything's relative. Like, an A+ trade here in a low leverage decision is not the same quality as an A+ in a high leverage decision. But winning your low leverage decisions all the time is a very good way of building a successful team. Waxed Up Will, let's get some W's in the chat for Waxed Up Will. I need to see those W's flying in for him. W Waxed Up Will, appreciate you, my man. He says, the meek will inherit the earth. God laughs at the wicked. Be slow to anger. God is my refuge and my strength. Appreciate you for sharing the gospel. Thank you for sharing the word of the Lord in the chat today. And thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Really do appreciate you. I want to see those W's fly in. Second $20 super chat of the day, him and the Gold Eagle 99 with the top super chats of the day so far at $20 a pop. So thank you guys Really do appreciate you all a ton. Very, very thankful for you guys. And again, very fun, good situation here for the Lakers. Now, I do want to go over to Luke Kennard's stats quick because for people who maybe aren't in the know, maybe aren't watching Atlanta Hawks games this year, maybe don't exactly know what the details are like. So here's Kennard. And if you look at just this page of his profile, you're going to say, oh my gosh, this guy's insane. He's a career 44% three-point shooter. This year he's shooting almost 50% from three, 91% from the line, 70% nearly effective field goal percentage. You look at all this stuff and you say, oh my goodness, this guy is insane. And I definitely understand that. But when you go down here and you look at his per game numbers, you realize, okay, maybe he's not as crazy as possible. When he was playing with the Clippers, he started to really reach his max potential of who he could be as a shooter because not only was he making 45% of them, but he was shooting 6 3-pointers a game. Now down to, in 20 minutes, just unfortunately 3.2 3-point shots per game. So if you're looking at, on a per 48-minute basis, he's not even shooting 7 threes a game and per 48 minutes, which is just unfortunate. So, I do like Luke Kennard. I've liked Luke Kennard for a long time. I liked him when he was in Detroit. You remember when there was rumors about the Suns possibly trading for him when he was putting up this kind of season. This was when he was playing on the ball a bit for Detroit in 2019, 2020. He was having a really crazy year that season. Ended up with the Clippers in an offseason move from Detroit. He had a couple of decent seasons. He's 29 years old, but he's not a super strong defender, obviously. And then I think, just the volume is what hurts him. But he gives you some gravity. I think he's going to be a really solid addition for the Lakers here for sure. So I do like that addition for them. If the volume, was ever where it should be, he would be like an absolute home run. But again, the volume is just not high enough to tilt the pendulum in a drastic enough way. But I do like this move for both sides. Low leverage move, but one that I do think helps shift the Hawks a little bit toward the future with an extra draft asset in the cupboard now, and the Lakers obviously getting a little bit better, actually quite a bit better on the margins. So very very happy with that. Alonzo says Wendy just stated Wolves are out on Giannis now. Pretty sure he's staying a buck. I mean, possible. Prod here says, I feel like the Raptors should give up the same or similar package for Zubac as they're offering for Sabonis. The Clippers will not accept that for Zubac. If the Clippers trade Zubac, they're probably getting at least 2 first-round picks, at least. What would a Ja trade look like? It would be basically for salaries. It's going to be very similar to the Trae Young trade. I would say something just like that. So, okay, that was Shams on Threads. Case Moose says, could you see Bobby Portis being traded to Phoenix? Let me look at Phoenix's contracts real quick again. It's good to always do a little quick refresh, make sure I know what the team's got before I answer. I mean, they could around Grayson Allen's salary or something, right? Grayson returning to Milwaukee. It's not impossible, but I wouldn't say I find it likely. Draft Point here says, hey man, checking in. Have you been seeing rumors about a potential Ware for Mathurin swap? And I'm terrified. Oh, he says he's been seeing those rumors. Anyway, this could be part of a bigger Giannis deal somehow. Perhaps if you're getting a draft pick from Indiana, and if Milwaukee, for example, doesn't like Khalil Ware, and then the draft equity from Indiana, like if they're giving up a protected 2027 first, for example, maybe that's what Milwaukee would want rather than Khalil Ware, something like that. And then Mathurin would end up probably in Milwaukee as well, I would have to assume. So definitely a great question, Draft Point. Appreciate you for being in here again. Make sure you guys check him out. I'll pull up his profile real quick too. He's been watching the channel for a long time. He's built a really nice scouting page over here on Twitter, 10,000 followers. Definitely deserves a lot of love. Really great work. So, Alec, appreciate you again, my man, for jumping in here today. I know you're always dying to know what's going on with your Miami Heat as well. So, appreciate you, my man. Chris here says, hello, Pacers fan here. Any movement yet for us? Great stream. Also, appreciate you, Chris. Thanks for being in here today, my man. Pacers fan. No movement yet, but we are watching for a possible center acquisition. Like Alec brought up just a second ago from Draft Point there, talking about the possibility of a acquisition of Khalil Ware. Otherwise, you're looking at other bigs around the league, right? Ivica Zubac would be, I think, the best possible option. Wolves out on Giannis now. Miguel, I have no reason to want Giannis to go to Minnesota other than the fact that we don't have to sit here and listen to 4 more months of Giannis trades. That's really the only reason I would want Giannis to get traded at all. I think Milwaukee will be screwed if they keep Giannis, period. Big J, thank you for the $5. Says NBA trade deadline and utility sports have become a tradition. Love hearing that. Let's get a W for Big J in the chat as well. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my man. He's an absolute legend. He's been watching the channel for a while. Always really appreciate you, my guy. Thank you for hopping into the stream once again this year. And I love seeing you guys in here every single day. Charles wants to know where Cam Thomas will go. So he is not traveling with Brooklyn today from the reporting that I read yesterday. And he is not playing tonight in their game. So he's out for personal reasons. So I definitely think he will get traded. I kind of like Milwaukee as a destination for him. They seem to be a team that would make a lot of sense. Sermon King says, hi, Mom. Appreciate you, Sermon King, being in here. Yep, Pacers are in Zubac's rumors. I like Bobby Portis in San Antonio, says Die. I'm going to say how to pronounce that. Dane here says, Nathan, Miami is the only one to trade for Giannis and Ja. We'll see. It has nothing to do with that, brother. Trust me. Zay says the Heat definitely have the best offer. The Bucks are trash at drafting their own players. The Heat have an all-star Tyler Hero, demigod big and Ware, 6th man of the year candidate in Jaime, plus 2 first-round picks. I mean, if the just think about it from the Bucks' perspective. If your GM can't draft, you should probably trade your fire your GM, right? If you're going to make a trade for draft picks. So the writing's on the wall there for what's going to happen to John Horst at some point. Cultured Bandit. Oh, man. That's fine. I think Miguel just wants the attention on him today, guys. Miguel, shout out to you, man. Let's get W's in the chat for Miguel. W Miguel. He's found a way to make the stream about him today instead of the deadline. So appreciate Miguel. Oh, man. Ava Brooks says, hey, welcome to the stream, Ava. Glad to have you in here. Aaron says, Lakers. Yep, we have the breaking news on a Shams trade. Okay, Jake Fisher has got some news. Let's go back over to Jake Fisher today. He is told that the Hawks plan to keep both Gabe Vincent and Buddy Hield. So they will not be rerouting those salaries according to Jake Fisher. We're up to 2 trades now, right? Today. I'm trying to keep track in my head of the number of trades. So we had the first one is the Io trade. What is going on here with this note? Io trade, and we had the Kennard trade. So far we've got 2 trades. Remember, my over-under today was at 13.5. Now, guys, remember, I'm seeing a lot of people saying 4 hours left. People are questioning, okay, when is the deal coming? When are the flurries of trades going to happen? The reality is they tend to happen really close to the buzzer, right? 3 p.m. Eastern time, you're going to want to hang out this entire time here. We got 4 hours and 5 minutes left until the actual deadline is here and passes us. And you're going to want to stay in that entire time because that's when the trades really start to happen. The last hour to 2 hours is always really crazy. And then we get you get a slow trickle of deals typically within the next couple of hours here. And then the final 2 hours are kind of a race to the finish line, so to speak. So, yeah. And like Baglin's saying here, the trades normally flood in right at the end. Like usually there's like all of a sudden the last like 20 minutes, there's like 4 trades. Boom, 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 boom. Just like that, back to back to back. and then sometimes even right at the buzzer, like literally last minute, there's like, hey, this team made a small tiny move, gave up a second round pick to get out of the tax. So some of them aren't the wow, this is a huge blockbuster trade, but some of them are still very meaningful. And if you're a basketball diehard like I am, you care about them, right? It's just how it is. If you love the NBA the way that I do, and to me, it seems like a lot of you really do. You guys are very knowledgeable, very passionate about your teams and the sport itself, which is great. You obviously then care about the deals today. Q-Dog says, I know you're a Dallas fan. What's next for the Mavs? Yeah, the Mavs every single year try and find a way to stomp on my heart. So they'll probably trade Daniel Gafford away just to make me sad. But no, I thought what they did yesterday with Anthony Davis was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. It was like acceptable. A return for him. At least they got some form of first and a collection of seconds, which was okay. But next for Dallas is trading one of Klay Thompson or not D'Angelo Russell. Excuse me, he's in Washington already. Or Daniel Gafford. But I really hope they don't trade Gafford unless they get like a decent quality first round pick back for him down the road that has some potential to become pretty good. This is not true. Lauri Markkanen is not being traded. Yeah, Gabe got traded. I'm glad you guys were all here for the Lakers deal. I love when you guys spam shams. So I'm watching on the side of the screen too, where I can see the comments coming in live. So every time you guys spam shams, it does help me see it. He is a shooter. Luke, I do think Kennard is good. I end up grading the trades pretty favorably because they're low leverage deals. I guess I should clarify that in my trades too when I talk about them and when I tweet about them. Like it's not. I'm going to tweet this real quick too. I've seen questions about how small trades get good grades. The Lakers turned contract into a good fit. The Hawks turned an expiring they wouldn't keep into a 2032 second. Hard to be mad at either side here. It's a good trade. Like that's the thing is the leverage here for these trades. Like some of them, yes, they're not as drastic as like a Giannis trade or anything. Like for why these are A's or A minuses and A plus, like it's because they are trading such a small asset that anything that they do that helps them for the future or for the Lakers, at least this is a trade that doesn't hurt their flexibility, and it really doesn't impact their flexibility much at all. And it makes them better right now. Like it's good. It's hard to be mad at either side for a trade like that. So hopefully that explains the grade here. And like Ashley's saying, Kennard is way better than Gabe Vincent. Way better. What Lucas is saying here is true as well. Like the Lakers probably still aren't great to make a deep run in the playoffs, but they're got a little bit better today. Sheldon says that's a Rob special. Makes me mad as a Mavs fan. How did Nico get talked down in a deal with this guy? He gave an expiring contract plus second for an expiring contract player. Well, I don't think, Sheldon, I don't think it's necessarily the same tier. I think Kennard is definitely better than Gabe Vincent. Definitely better. But, yeah, I probably misspoke there. But swing the pendulum is probably what I meant to say. My fault. My brain shut off. Matty A says, thank God for the new day. Appreciate you guys. They don't have good shooting either. Be happy they did something. Exactly. That's how I feel about the Lakers, right? Have I ever played basketball? Yes. I am sure that I would do pretty well if we had a 1v1 tournament with the chat here too. I'm just saying. I'm one of those that boy nice guys at the gym. So 2K people in here, says Maurice. Hit that like button. You guys heard him. Everyone smash that like button right now. We are at 808 likes, but I know we can do way better. Remember, the like goal, which I'm going to update down on the ticker here, is 2,359 likes. If you all just right now hit the like button, it's completely free to do. It will help us get to that like goal. That's to try and beat last year's number that we hit. That's a very good number. I definitely think it's going to be not the easiest number to surpass, but I know that we can do it this year. Got 2,000 people watching live. I'm very, very appreciative for each and every one of you. We're having a great time here as well. It's just it's a great day. We are getting really close to 36,000 subscribers as well. If we take a look at the number here, we're going to see a jump here in just a second. Let's see that number keep growing. Let's get to 36,000 subscribers right now on stream. Maybe even 37,000 if we push hard enough today. But definitely a lot of fun. Some really solid stuff to talk about. And we're getting close to 36,000 subs in the process. So very cool. Sin Nick here says, I hate to say the look for Connect looks really bad right now since Lakers had to bring in another shooter. Shame. Yeah, that's a good point too. Kennard could definitely be on the move. It would be surprising if he's honestly with the Lakers past the offseason at the very least. Love seeing those W's fly in. Eric here says, do a Tankathon draft sim lottery once. We could do that at the end of the stream probably. Eric, not opposed to that. Nick says, like the stream. Actually, you know what, Eric? Let's rip one quick. Tankathon lottery simulator. Here we go. Let's get on this tab. Here's where we're at right now, okay? The Kings, who have lost 10 straight games, have the best odds. We're going to sim in. Oh, here, hold on. Let me get the I can get the drum roll going. Hold on. Let me turn the sound down, though, so it doesn't destroy you guys' ears. The Dallas Mavericks move up to number 1. Would you look at that? What a time. What a time. The Mavericks move up to number 1. Sacramento at 2. Memphis at 3. Brooklyn at 4. The NBA fans would rage if the Mavericks got the first overall pick. I would be pretty darn happy. I'm not going to lie. I would be quite happy. What a lottery simulation we had there. Great idea, Eric. Let's see here. W Stream says Josh. Rager says now the Lakers got to get a defender. Rob Pelinka is finally awake. Yes, we know Rob Pelinka is that he woke up this morning. We know he's ready for the trade deadline. Lucas says, hi, Sheldon. What expiring players could the Lakers trade for? A package of Maxi's expiring plus a future unprotected swap. So you're looking, I mean, if you're trading only a swap, you're probably not getting like a really high quality player, but you are probably getting something solid back. So definitely possible. Seeing some people saying that they just subscribed, which is W. Getting back. Ready, Steady Crew says Hawks needed a playmaker. They saw something in Gabe. Hope he can play better there. I mean, yeah, if we want to look at it positively that way for Atlanta. I mean, I don't know. Vincent's okay, but he's just really not a playoff player. Like, you cannot play that guy. I did thank God that Gabe Vincent is gone. Yes, I did. I care that Gabe Vincent got traded. I was tired of watching him do ghost screens and then not shoot the ball when he flew through the ghost screen. So very happy about that. Aiden says, do you think Lakers will get out of Kleba and connect? I think that's kind of the next step, right? If we go over to the Lakers cap table here, we look at what they've got on their roster, on their cap table moving forward. Once it'll update, it might be they might be updating the site right now as we speak because of that Gabe Vincent trade for Luke Kennard. But one thing to remember is the Lakers are basically right up against the apron, right? And they're hard capped at the apron here. So any deal that they make, which luckily for them, they actually shaved a little bit of money in this trade, getting Luke Kennard for Vincent. They actually save a little bit. So they have a little bit more room against the aprons, but not a ton. Eric says, appreciate the stream, Sheldon, while I'm out delivering on my route today, King. Go, Spurs, go. Appreciate you, Eric. Glad to know you're putting in those hours, but also staying up to date on the trade deadline here and keeping up with all the news. Hopefully I can be a really good tool for you guys to all keep up with what's happening. I know sometimes it's hard to hear or see, hey, what's going on at the deadline, who got traded, where they get traded to, how good is this for both of these teams. Obviously, I'm not always right about my analysis, but for the most part, I feel like I at least give a good, rational perspective on the deals, and obviously have thought through a lot of them. So, Eric, appreciate you a lot. Glad that you're enjoying the streams once again this year. MSN says, could this be setting up for a Rui departure? Probably not. Now, again, the Lakers, who are hard capped here at the first apron number, if they do combine, say, Kleba and Connect into a deal, you're looking at $15 million of salary, right? 11 million plus 4.01 million. So 15 million and a little tiny bit of change there. That amount of salary could be really useful to getting into conversations for the following players. If we look at guys who are making $15 million, there's Jonathan Isaac, although I don't think that's who the Lakers should consider. There's Daniel Gafford. Again, I'm going to highlight it. There is Daniel Gafford. I continue to think a trade for Daniel Gafford makes a lot of sense for the Los Angeles Lakers. I continue to think a trade for Daniel Gafford makes a lot of sense for the LA Lakers. That's what I would be doing if I was Los Angeles right now. But it's probably not the most likely actual outcome, because who knows if Rob Pelinka will give up future first. He might try and keep flexibility alive. So then you're looking, okay, could you get in the Bobby Portis realm, right? You could do Kleba plus Connect for Portis, potentially, right? Otherwise, you can look at Mitchell Robinson. I don't think the Knicks would give him up, though. So probably not really available. Isaiah Joe would be kind of a fun get as a shooter, but they just acquired one in Kennard, so Joe's probably not a real possibility either. Thibault, $11.5 million. This just doesn't really move me enough to make that kind of deal for. And then you're also looking at a variety of other players. Wendell Carter Jr. could be a fun one. If the Magic are trying to get out of future money, that would be a possibility, right? Freshman here says, thank you, first of all, for the 5. He says, does it make sense for the Bulls to package some of those picks and Simons for Zion or Yves Missi from the New Orleans Pelicans? I think there's some sensibility about getting especially Yves Missi because he's a center. I just don't think a Zion trade is likely to happen. Ready, steady, I completely agree. Even with all of Luke Kennard's flaws, he's just a better player still than Gabe Vincent. So, and it doesn't hurt the Lakers' flexibility, which has been very loud. Tyler here says, Ben, no love for the best team in the East. We talked about the Pistons a lot the last couple of days. Not so much today because there's been a lot of questions, and obviously we're responding to some of the other discussion about the trades that we've seen, the couple today so far, the Ayo Dosunmu trade and the Luke Kennard trade. But then in addition here, you're looking at, the Pistons, who already made a move earlier this week as well, and Kevin Huerter. They went out and got a talented shooter, giving up Jaden Ivey to do so. I think if you're looking at what Detroit has, first of all, they still have a trade exception here that they can work with. They have I don't know if the exceptions show on this site, on this page specifically, but they have a $14.1 million trade exception, which would be very valuable, you'd have to presume. And then you're also looking at the Karis LeVert salary as something that's movable too. So it could be LeVert in a deal, or it could be that salary slot in the traded player exception. McLean here says, was hoping the Spurs would at least do something small, but not looking likely. I mean, just be patient, right? We're still a little bit under 4 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. So HSTXaid said, could Rui go to Detroit for Harris? Salary-wise, no. The issue with that for the Lakers, who are hard-capped, Tobias Harris makes $8 million more than Rui. So the finance side of the deal just doesn't work for the Lakers cap table. You guys are funny, by the way. You guys are funny. Vinek here says Lakers defense just got worse. Rob Pelinka is genuinely, I mean, guys, Gabe Vincent's not stopping anybody. Like, he's tiny. I don't know. The Lakers defense maybe got marginally worse, but it's not the end of the world. Aries wants to know if Ayton's next. Possibly, right? $8 million. Waxed Up says, just want to see Ant and Giannis together. It would be a lot of fun, man. It would be a lot of fun. Appreciate you, Sermon King. B. Cruz Miranda says, in your opinion, do you think the Raptors are done? Do they have one more move in them? I still think they have another move in them for sure. Personal reasons, I'm about Cam Thomas. What's the chance Cam Thomas and Michael Porter Jr. gets moved? AI Mastery, I would say for the Nets, it's very likely that Cam Thomas gets moved, almost a certainty. And when it comes to Michael Porter Jr., I think that's really like a 40% chance he gets traded. I'm not sure if the market's going to move this year. And if you look at what the Nets did last year, I thought Cam Johnson would get traded at the deadline. He didn't. They waited until the offseason and traded him to Denver. And Michael Porter Jr. could be perhaps in that same camp as well. Aquino Dream says, does this mean there's a reality where Minnesota got both Io and Kobe White? Yeah, I mean, possibly, right? They could have been involved in that, but it would have been more difficult because of the aggregation rules that Minnesota would have been facing if they didn't dump Conley. So it wouldn't have been impossible, Aquino, but it's probably for the best that they didn't anyway for their tax bill and apron statuses. Appreciate you guys all being in here. Matthew says over. He's taking the over on that 13.5 trades. We have 2 so far. OG Bagelin says Sheldon is not wrong. Trades normally flood in right at the end. El Chamoy says if Giannis does get traded for Jaden McDaniels and Randall, Isumnu, Edwards, Antetokounmpo, Reed, Gobert, DiVincenzo, or Highland, I think it's a contender, but the rotations fail. I mean, they're a really good team. They've got a lot of talent right now, and even if they don't make the trade for Giannis and they just keep Randall and McDaniels, you're looking at a team that's fairly fleshed out, right? Frederick here says Hawks are now contenders with Gabe. Ethan wants to know, hey, man, is there a possibility that Jordan Poole ends up in Golden State? I'm going to safely say no to that. As long as Draymond Green's on the roster, no. That will not happen. BMAX says, I hope Portland keeps the Bucks picks to spite Giannis and the Bucks for putting us through this baloney. That's the thing, right? If you're Portland, you have to be getting something really darn good to give up all of those Milwaukee picks. Andy, appreciate you a lot. Araya says, do you know what number Harden is wearing for the Cavs? Has ETN posted an update on X? Araya, that's a great question. Let's go over to X quick, the Everything app. Take a look. Jay, thank you for the 5. He says any underrated move the Dubs can go to compete right now. They don't have a starting caliber forward. I mean, Michael Porter's been a guy that we've talked about for them, but they don't really have a lot of salaries to make things work. So Landale, Jaren, I don't think he has any update for James Harden. So we'll have to monitor that, obviously, there in Cleveland. We'll see what does happen. But a lot of craziness today. But a lot of trades have gone down already. 2 of them pretty substantial trades as well. Tash says, why can't teams just buy a player instead of trading all the time? Because of the CBA. SC Arisen says, someone brought this up and it makes a ton of sense. Weaver is all about his guys. Pat Will, Jonathan Isaac and all the seconds, and maybe a first for Zion. He'll bite. I think, for Weaver, he could be I'm surprised he wasn't the one who got Jaden Ivey, to be honest with you. That's kind of what I would have expected. Brandon says, why are you a Mavs fan and not a Wolves fan? I said this yesterday on the stream, but I'll repeat it. My first game watching an NBA, my first ever time watching an NBA game, I was in Wisconsin with my uncle. Not in person, we were watching on TV. He lived in Wisconsin at the time, and we were watching a Mavericks versus Milwaukee Bucks game. And he was cheering for the Bucks, and so I, of course, had to be a contrarian and root for the other team. And then I ended up just falling in love with the Dallas Mavericks at the time. I rooted for Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Terry. Ended up just loving that team. Devin Harris was my point guard when I was a kid. That was my boy, Devin Harris. My heart hurt when we traded him to New Jersey. Yes, it was New Jersey. It wasn't Brooklyn at the time. Steven here says going to be dead a few hours. All the movement came early this year. Giannis ain't leaving ever. He's too soft to demand it. I do think there's a lot of emotional ties for him, clearly. Because he had brought up about loving Milwaukee, and it was like, dude, I don't think anyone thinks you're. Shout out to Zodiac GM, by the way. I don't think anyone thinks that Giannis hates Milwaukee if he asks for a trade. I think everyone's smart enough to say, oh, he wants to win. He wants to be on a good team. But Drew Baker says Karis LeVert and picks to Dallas for Clay. Thoughts? I wouldn't probably do that if I was Detroit, because they already went out and got Huerter. I think you're looking for more so a power forward in a trade. So who knows? Maybe they wait until the offseason and trade LeVert and a first for PJ Washington when Washington's trade eligible. Nicholas Jones here says, thank you for doing this for us, Sheldon. Go Pistons. Appreciate you, my man. Glad to have you in here. Atlanta Analyst says, I have no idea what team we are building. A slew of guards and forwards on top of that. Word out of Atlanta is Onsisala needs to make the playoffs or his trial stint in Atlanta is over. I think that would be pretty short-sighted if the Hawks fire him for missing the playoffs his first year. But I don't know, especially if they've allowed him to trade away everybody. Like they traded Trae Young. They've made a lot of moves. It'd be kind of ridiculous to fire him. That's not even a vote of confidence in Onsisala long term, but he brought Nikhil to Atlanta. That's a huge success. He brought Porzingis to Atlanta originally. I mean, that would have been successful if he was healthy. UTSA here says, I think Warriors still make a move today, and it could be significant, not a Giannis trade, but I could see Warriors landing someone. We're definitely watching for it, right? If they move Draymond Green, that would be their salary slot to do so. The Big Toast 1549 here says, my head is spinning with all these player moves. It's hard to keep track. Yes, there is a lot going on, obviously. I'm trying my best to keep my head on straight here, too, while moderating the chat, while reading your guys' questions, comments, while navigating the screen share as well, making sure everything is set up and functional here. So I hope you guys still are enjoying that stream. Sam says, thoughts on MPJ being in the... All right. If he is, I did not see that. Penn State dynasty here's that's a great after. Of course, it would be Penn State. My goodness, what's the timing on that? The Lakers need someone who can actually defend, and their big move is to bring in Luke Kennard. I mean, they still have Kleba's salary. They still have Connect's salary. It's not that they're necessarily for sure done. So. Krager's here. So this is a Hall of Fame quote right here. Sheldon is closer to the White Mamba than we are to him. I love that. I love the Brian Scalabrine quote about closer to LeBron than we are to him. He's genuinely right, though. Like we are, NBA players are ridiculously good. They are ridiculously talented. Nick says, please quit bashing Gabe. It's hurting Miami's chance to flip these guys. That's the Miami special, right? Like all of these guys who do pretty well for them because Spoelstra just knows how to maximize suboptimal players, and then they get somewhere else on a big contract and they kind of crap themselves. Sheldon versus Jericho Sims 1v1, who would win? Jericho Sims, because he's in the NBA and he's about 7 inches taller than I am and jumps about 20 inches higher than I do. But 5-on-5, I did go to overtime against Jericho Sims in high school. We lost that game too, so I'm not an NBA player, if you guys couldn't tell. If I was an NBA player, I probably wouldn't be streaming the trade deadline. I'd probably be getting dealt because I'd be overpaid and they'd have to use my salary slot to get something else done. They'd probably have to trade me with some picks or something to salary dump me. So, Heinrich, I love the trash talk. Appreciate that. Arthur says, what do you think should the Pacers trade? I love that you guys are having fun with this. I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are too. Arthur says, what do you think Pacers should trade Benedict Mathurin for Yves Missi or Gafford? Probably Missi, just given he's probably more easily available. But Gafford would be sick. I'm not gonna lie. Gafford's better than Misi, but I would definitely love it for Indiana if they could get him. But remember, our over/under on trades today was 13.5, and that deadline is today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. DeAndre, OKC should trade for Bobby Portis. I feel like he has the size and shooting better than Kenrick and Jay Will. I don't see that being the type of move they make, though. One thing that they really like about Jalen Williams, the big Jalen Williams, is he slides in, he's active in his help, and then takes charges. I think that's a really underrated skill, honestly, in the NBA. Back to back. Am I missing something here? I'm seeing back to back. Let's go over to Shams Charania here. Okay, there's nothing. You guys are scaring me with the back to back stuff. Oh, this was the I see this was the lottery sim. I see. Yes. Deadline is over at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. Aaron here says thoughts on Timberwolves being out on the Giannis sweepstakes. I think that it's just probable because I think what that means really is that it's an internal acceptance that that Milwaukee's not trading them to him or trading him to them specifically. Lawrence Hacks here says, I'm depressed Pistons traded Ivey, but I do believe he'll be reborn in Chicago. I'm rooting for Jaden Ivey, man. I want to see him get fully healthy, recover back to full health. Obviously, he's been playing, but you can tell he's still not quite himself. I hope he's able to take that next step forward. Arthur here says, what do you think Pacers trade? Yeah, just answered that. Benchmaster says, hey, the Tigers got Framber Valdez. Yes, they did. I don't do too much with baseball, but Rachel says, careful, Sheldon, don't feed the Lakers fans, or soon they'll be yelling about Rui and a pick for Giannis. You got to be careful. You do. Streets are dangerous out here. Izzy says, keeping the tradition of having utility sports trade to the line stream on during work all the way from San Antonio. Keep up the great work, sir. Appreciate you, Izzy. Glad to be keeping you up to date on the trade deadline here. Appreciate you all for hopping into the stream today. It's been a great time so far. TCA Battle says Isaiah Stewart only makes $15 million. Wow, yeah, he's on a very good contract. Very, very cheap contract. MK here says, Rob and Leonard were on a contending team trying to win, so developing rookies is an afterthought. Small guards typically take longer to adapt to the NBA. The Wolves didn't fit him. Correct, which is why if that was the case, they probably should have had that foresight to not trade up for him and draft him. But they did that, and then they gave up after not giving him that time, which is just, for me, like if you look at that entire duration of decisions, especially with no front office change there, right? You still have the same GM that drafted him, all that. Like it's very difficult for me to rationalize that perspective, and not rationalize the perspective, but rationalize the decisions that they made, essentially. Haha here says, can I just say I have a lot of respect for how you know all this info off the top of the mind. Yeah, a lot of preparation, obviously. It comes from watching, first of all, a ton of NBA games because you need to know what these teams have, who's good, who's not, what these teams could be looking for. And then you also need to be able to react on the fly from having that knowledge because there's trades, especially this year. Like we haven't had a lot of tips before the trades. Like Shams has not been breaking news about a possible trade looming. He's just been breaking news when the trade happens, which is different than how Wojnarowski typically covered the trade deadline. So that's been a key thing to remember in this too. So a lot of crazy stuff going on right now, but appreciate you guys all a ton. Anthony here says, great to see you again, Sheldon. Great to have you back in here again, Anthony. He's been watching the channel for a long time. He says, any news on my sad Kings? Not any definitive news, no like firm reporting at this point, but I do expect them to salary dump, like especially for salaries going into next year. Now, let's go over to the Kings cap table, and part of the reason why I believe this. If you look at where they're at right now, they technically are not a tax team. So this could theoretically wait until the offseason. But then in the offseason, like, there's not a lot of teams that are typically looking to eat salary in the offseason relative to the trade deadline. And I just think, like, I don't know, especially with what might actually be kind of an active 2026 free agency, it's difficult for me to look at this and feel confident about the future of this team when they have $199 million committed to their roster next year and they have the worst record in the league. Like, not great. And they have $40 million of cap holds. They'll have their first round pick, which will make $10-ish million, $14-ish million, depending on where it falls in the lottery. Crazy. DeAndre says, do you think the Thunder have one more trade left? Probably not, to be completely honest with you, unless they're facilitating as a third team in the deal. Gay Swizz says, do you think the Suns make any moves? Yes, I think Phoenix will make a salary dump. If we look at the Phoenix Suns roster right now, they are $255,000 over the tax, but Dillon Brooks also has an incentive in his contract that is $1 million. See right here. Are there any unlikely to be earned incentives? Yes. And while it says unlikely to be earned, the issue is that number technically then doesn't count against the cap, but it will count against the cap because it's about making the playoffs. And the Suns are in playoff position right now. So if the Suns do not want to be a tax team, not only do they have to shed $255,000, they have to shed $1,255,000 off of their bill. So how could they do that? Let's look at their roster. Who would they trade? You would think Booker is certainly not on the table. Dillon Brooks is not on the table. Now, Jalen Green maybe could be. Grayson Allen possibly could be. Royce O'Neal probably would not be if I had to guess. Mark Williams definitely is not available. Kaman Maluwach is definitely not available. Boom, here we go. Here's the guy. Nick Richards, he's been replaced by Oso Ighodaro in their lineup. Nick Richards is the guy who will get traded. He will get salary dumped somewhere, so let's go make that happen. What could that deal look like? How functional would it be? And what are the possibilities? So there's a few teams you could work with here. We're gonna work with the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Clippers in a 3-team deal. One that I think could make some sense is Bogdanovich to Sacramento. The Kings send in this deal. Where is he? In this deal, they send Malik Monk to the Clippers, and then McDermott goes to the Phoenix Suns, and in return, the Suns send Nick Richards, to Sacramento. Financially, now they're saying that the Suns need to send a second-round pick in here. We'll do this pick right here to the Clippers. This now happens. This trade works. The Suns give up a second-round pick to get off of Nick Richards. They completely dip below the tax. This is just one example of how they could get there. Okay, it's not saying that this is for sure the way that they'll do it, but that's one possibility. Unholy Trinity, thank you for the 5. Says the boss makes $1 while you make a dime. That's why you watch your utility sports on company time. There's the rhyme of the day from Unholy Trinity. Let's get some W's in the chat for Unholy Trinity. That's awesome. Love seeing that. That's funny. I'm going to send in some balloons. We've been doing the confetti all day. Maybe we even need some lasers. What do you guys think? There we go. Looks like I'm at a rave or something. But Arthur here says, what do you think, Pacers? Yep, we answered that one. That's why you don't spam, by the way, so I don't click on your question 8 times in a row. Van Jones here says, Miami heating up on the Giannis front. What's the best package Miami can offer? I think it's time. Let's go look at a possible Giannis trade to the Miami Heat. Now, it's possible that they could involve another team, but just for the simplicity here, we will just work together, and then we will say, oh, well, Milwaukee could theoretically trade this guy somewhere else. So I think very clearly here, Milwaukee, the idea is send Giannis to Miami. The question is, who's coming back? Well, they have this Rozier contract, which is expiring, and they have Tyler Hero. These two salaries financially work, and it even gives Milwaukee some room to say, hey, Giannis, you want to go to Miami? Bring your brother with you. Goodbye. Good riddance to Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Okay? In the process, Miami, this is kind of your beginning point on salary. Now, it's not the only thing that's going to be in the deal. Khalil Ware would be a player that Milwaukee would certainly want, right? There's also the Kasparis Yakachonis route. that Milwaukee would certainly want. Now, financially, this still does work because of the space the Bucks have against the tax to make this happen. But Milwaukee or Miami would need to fill some roster spots anyway. So if we go over to the Milwaukee Bucks, would they give up Cole Anfernee? I'm certain that they would. Would they be willing to give up someone like Jericho Sims in this deal? I'm certain that they would be willing to. So we're going to send those guys to Miami as well. That way it's a 4-for-4 trade. Roster spots stay the same. Miami actually gets a little bit of cap relief as well in this. And then, of course, the Bucks are getting a couple of young players in Ware and Jonas. And then from Miami, you're looking at throwing in these draft picks. So you can do a swap here in 2027, which actually, let me think about this. They do have their own first this year. They could trade this 2027 first, the top 14 portion of it. They would have – actually, no, they can't because of the Stepien. That's very unique. They could do a swap option. Top 14 protected as swap. So if the Heat miss the playoffs next year, the Bucks could get a swap with them. And then you could do a 2030 first round pick, a 2032 first round pick, swap options in the other years, 2029, 2032, a couple of second rounders as well to Milwaukee. Basically, this is what the deal looks like. You're looking at 2 legitimate first round picks, 3 swaps, and then 2 second rounders, Khalil Ware, Kaspers Jonas, Rozier, and Hero. So it's not lovely. It's not great. Now, again, the benefit here, if you're Miami or if you're Milwaukee, if you do wait till the offseason to make this exact trade, Miami could theoretically include this 2026 first and a 2033 swap option as well. So there'd be more value you could get from Miami, but that's only if Giannis basically doesn't corner his market completely and say, nope, I'm not doing anything. And then Miami could say, oh, well, if he's going to be a free agent here, we'll just wait and we'll just sign him. So that's your kind of risk, right? But this is kind of the best package. You know, Pelly Larson being in there would obviously make the package stronger, but I don't think they're going to do that because the idea would be to put Giannis around Norm Powell, Bam Adebayo, Nikola Jovic, and then Pelly Larson would be obviously a key piece for them too. So what you're saying is Draymond for Poole. Nick, if you are Nick, you're watching. One of my buddies is watching. I'm going to answer his question here. He asked, just tuned in, how good is Ayo Dosunmu? Who is Julian Phillips? What else should the Wolves do? So Julian Phillips was a second-round pick for the Bulls a couple years ago. I was never really a huge fan of his. He's not like awful as a young guy, but he's not a core part of the trade in my opinion. Like he's just not really a needle mover at all. But the Dosunmu trade is really good. I'm going to pull up his numbers here on the stream. He's having a career season. He's averaging the most points of his career by a pretty wide margin, up to 15 points a game this year. 3.5 assists. His effective field goal percentage is the highest it's ever been at 60%. He's shooting actually a little bit worse on twos than he traditionally has, but his three-point percentage is literally through the moon on the highest volume of his career as well. Now, I do think this is going to continue to be a swing skill for him. It's not like this is I guarantee you he shoots 40+% from three every year. But if he keeps shooting the way that he has, he's an absolute home run pickup here for the Wolves. I do really like him. Again, I don't think Julian Phillips is going to be that essential for them going forward, but the sample size here is pretty good for Dosunmu. We're through 45 games of the season. Really, really solid pickup for Minnesota there. I still, I'm a little sad. If we go back over to how I graded the trade when it happened, I gave the Timberwolves an A-. I think Dosunmu is a really good fit. He's 26 years old. He fits the timeline. The issue is he needs a new contract, and I'm not sure exactly what his market looks like, given the fact he's having a career year in a contract season. Does he make $15 million on his next contract, or is he a little bit further north of that? That's kind of scary a little bit, right? If he's making more than that, I'd be a little hesitant. The Bulls, I love the upside Sab here, like getting Dillingham, Leonard Miller, all 4 second-round picks. Like I completely love that. I like the direction Chicago's taken. This team was stuck in mediocrity. They finally chosen some kind of direction. They chose that direction late. They didn't get good assets in comparison to what they could have gotten a year or two ago for guys like Kobe White. I would assume new Nikola Vucevic. But they're still in a better spot, I think, going forward than they were because they've gotten some young stabs on guys like Jaden Ivey, Rob Dillingham, both of them former top 10 picks as guards. And then also a guy like Leonard Miller, who, Nick, you remember too, I thought was a home run steal for the Wolves in the second round. And I think now that he's going to be given an opportunity, if Leonard Miller's putting up numbers here the final couple months of the season, I would not be shocked at all. I will not be shocked. So I like the trade for both sides. I think Minnesota definitely did get better. Their team is better now because of that trade. But it definitely comes with the downside of having to have given up on Rob Dillingham and Leonard Miller in the process. Cool Breeze here says, do you think the Clippers make a move for DeRozan? Yeah, I think that there's a possibility there, right? I don't love that for the Clippers. Just to break down why that would make some sense for the Kings and Clippers to consider. The Kings here, well, first of all, the Clippers are starting the Clippers are starting Kobe Sanders, who's a two-way guy. Their guard situation is terrible. So I think a Kings and Clippers trade is very likely. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be DeMar, but it would be DeMar for Collins if that like financially were to happen, and then the Kings would give up like a couple of second-round picks to get off of DeRozan's money for next year. This would give the Clippers a couple of assets to work with. I just realized I didn't have the screen share up, but there you go, something like that. And if we want to reset this here, if it's not DeRozan, a possibility could be Bogdanovic to Sacramento, his team option for, again, a couple of future second-round picks, maybe one or two in this deal to LAC. And then also the active roster sending over Malik Monk, who has multiple years left on his contract. The Clippers agree to eat the salary, get a couple of picks, but also improve their team in the process. Harden is wearing 13. That's so fire. That's so sick. Knife says Devin Harris was so fun that one season on the Jazz. Devin Harris. Let's pull up some Devin Harris stats real quick. For those who don't know, this was my point guard when I was a kid. This was the guy I loved for the Dallas Mavericks. I remember I was drafting him and everything. Just really liked him. His career numbers were not pretty. This guy made an all-star game, by the way, with New Jersey. There he is. 21 points a game with the New Jersey Nets that season. He shot 47% on twos and 29% on threes, and he made the all-star game. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Freshman here, thank you for the 5, says Bulls can't use all those picks to draft, so it's only sensible for them to add someone like Misi. Yeah, it depends on when they want to make that add now move, though, right? They have all these future picks, but it doesn't mean they need to cash them in currently, right? They could wait, see what they want to do, see how Dillingham, Ivey all fit, and then maybe a year from now they have a better idea on what they need. So, yeah, Corey, like you're saying, Devin Harris, Wisconsin legend, right? Went to high school in Wisconsin too, yeah. Wauwatosa, which I don't know Wauwatosa myself. I'm familiar with a lot of Wisconsin cities and stuff, but I do not know that one. Appreciate you guys all for being in here. Make sure you do go follow the Twitter. Link is in the description for that. Ethan P says Klay Thompson, the Golden State Warriors for Melton and some picks. Financially, that doesn't work for Golden State. They would need to send out more salary than just Melton. So a Klay Thompson return is not very likely. G Cross here says would love to see Anfernee Simons with the Lakers. I mean, they're probably not on the defensive end. I think it would be a little bit of a rough fit defensively. But Nick here says to join the Discord, there is that link. Link is in the description for that. Everyone go join the Discord right now. It's a great place to it's a really great place to talk hoops. We got a lot of awesome people in there. If you're enjoying this comment section today, if you're having fun talking to other people about basketball, the Discord is a really great place to be. Nick here just texted me again saying, love it. Nick, glad I could answer your question for you. Glad you're tuning in here. What else do the Wolves need? If we go back to Minnesota here, I think Minnesota's kind of in a spot now where with the Giannis news seemingly being completely slowed down on them, and at this point, what sounds like they're out of the race for Giannis, at least at the deadline here. First of all, you have to love this top 7. Edwards, Gobert, Randall, McDaniels, Reed, DiVincenzo, Dosunmu is a really, really great top 7. I'm very invested in that bunching. The issue is I still think they're going to run into some of the same playoff issues they've ran into, which is when the going gets tough, does the ball get sticky? Does Julius Randle pass the ball effectively enough? Does Anthony Edwards pass the ball effectively enough? They just don't have that A-plus tier playmaker. They have a bunch of B-plus tier playmakers. Like Edwards has really grown and developed as a passer. He's one of the best skip passers in the NBA, throws some really nice cross-court kicks. But he doesn't still utilize Gobert at that A-plus level that we've seen guys from like Luka in the past do. And you don't necessarily need an A-plus passer to win. The Thunder last year didn't have an A-plus passer. The Bucks, when they won in 2021, did not have an A-plus passer. So you don't necessarily need that, but I am worried about, hey, does the offense get a little stagnant? And I think we've seen that from Minnesota. So how would you address that? I think, just another shooter would be nice from a gravity standpoint. But it's hard for them to get there, right? They don't have a lot of salaries. They don't have a lot of picks now either to work with. So they're kind of stuck, really. They kind of need Bones Highland. Like what they really need in the playoffs is going to be Bones Highland to be hot from 3. They're going to need him to make some timely shots. And then they're going to hope that that they can just get by in the non-Rudy minutes, which is going to be, I think, the death of them ultimately. This team's just a little too small when Rudy's out of the game. But Arhan here says 200 minutes left, 3 straight years of watching your deadline streams, Sheldon. Enjoying every minute of it. Keep up the good work. Go Nets. Appreciate you, Arhan. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Really do appreciate you. Hopefully we see your Nets make a good move or two here for you as well. I'm always rooting for good trades. That's what we love to see. But Nick, hopefully that answers your question. I still have concerns about Minnesota, but I do think, again, they got better today. Obviously, this year they've really badly missed Nikhil. Had they kept Nikhil, they probably wouldn't have needed to make a trade for Io. And if they didn't need to make a trade for Dosunmu, they maybe could have addressed some size. But it's hard to be super mad at Minnesota given the circumstances. I think a Mike Conley reunion is very likely here too. He'll probably return on a buyout, which helps your backcourt a little bit, just gives you another body who's played playoff minutes, probably a little bit more reliable than Bones Highland, although the upside isn't really there in terms of, Bones Highland has stretches where he just can actually like tweak and change a game a little bit because he has some really good range. And if he catches fire from 3, he can get you 8 points in 4 possessions. Whereas Mike Conley doesn't really have that dynamism anymore, obviously. He's still, I think, a quality player and someone who deserves to be on a roster. And I think he will return to Minnesota, but he's also a little bit more stable than Bones, where Bones will have possessions where all of a sudden he tries to turn the corner and dribbles it off his foot or tries to go into a crowd. He's not functionally super strong. That ends up being a problem for him on occasion too. So, and his handle just isn't super electric. So, there's a lot of issues either way, but hopefully the combination could help. Nahio says, how tall are you? Yeah, I'm about 6'2". I could play. I was pretty good. Not elite. I wish I was. If I was more athletic, I would have been a lot better. I'm a smart player. That's what I am the best at. But Justin says, yo, could you cook up another Pistons trade? We definitely can, Justin. Appreciate you. I'm better now than I was after school and everything. Like, I've worked really hard myself on my skills and game and everything. But another Pistons trade. So looking at them, you're really looking at that the Karis LeVert salary slot. So, for example, what we could do is we could get involved here. If we look at Milwaukee too, Bobby Portis has 2 years of control. So I think a 3-team trade that is fairly sensible would be a combination of Memphis, Milwaukee, and Detroit. And you might say, whoa, what's going on here with this 3-team grouping? With the report that Milwaukee potentially is going to keep Giannis and then also try and acquire Ja Morant, there's something Memphis would want out of trading Ja Morant, and it would be flexibility going forward. Because not only are they getting out of Ja Morant's 3-year contract at this point, that's very massive, but if they have to take back both Kuzma and Bobby Portis, then you're still saving long-term money, but not as much because Bobby Portis has 3 years on his deal yet as well. So instead, we're going to send Bobby Portis to Detroit. The Pistons are going to return a contract that expires next year in Caris LeVert. And financially, you will see that this works very easily. And maybe the Bucks give up a second in this deal. Maybe even it's literally just a fake second, but it's still a second. And then the Pistons maybe give up a second as well in this to Memphis, or maybe 2 of them, right? If the Bucks call and say, hey, do you want Bobby Portis for Caris LeVert? The Pistons could say, hey, yeah, we wouldn't mind that maybe. And then in the process, the Bucks would then do a 3-team deal, just like how last year the Lakers did a 3-team deal, and the Jazz didn't even know where Jalen Hood-Schifino, why Jalen Hood-Schifino was getting traded until it happened. But 3 second-round picks go to Memphis for John Morant. They get Kuzma and LeVert's contracts. Bucks get Ja. Pistons get Bobby Portis. Something like that is not crazy. Nick wants to know if Ja fits the Memphis or the Minnesota Timberwolves as well. Just going back over to their cap table, because this is a common question I'm seeing as well in the chat here about Ja to Minnesota. It's just very hard for a salary to work out here. It could be something around Julius Randle, but that's a really drastic shakeup to the team. It's not impossible, but the salaries here are very tough to manage. And then especially just with relation to the tax space and everything, if you take, given their apron status, especially, like, you have to basically go dollar for dollar for Ja. So then you're looking at like a 3-for-1 trade, which just wouldn't work because of the aprons. So very difficult. Vincent here says, Sheldon, is there a 0% chance the Blazers get Giannis in the next 3 hours and 40 minutes? Yes. Ultimately, I do not think, even though I think it should have happened, I think it's the best package for both sides. Giannis will not be a Blazer. Yuli Kastner here says Gafford plus Najee Marshall plus Bagley for Kleba, Ayton, Connect, and a 2031 first. See, that kind of package is not bad. Now, they can't technically aggregate Bagley. I'm pretty certain on that. So you'd have to break that up, but you could do a minimum for a minimum trade that is separate. You kind of have a handshake agreement of, oh, well, we agreed to this. So Shade here says, I don't know what the Bulls are doing. Shaking my head, it's too late to tank when you're 3 games under 500. I mean, they can, if they lose a lot to end the season, they could lose. No, I did not go to Cristo Ray, but I faced Cristo Ray in high school. Dark Reaper says Jordan Poole to the Magic. No, the Magic. Let's just go over to the cap table, because again, the cap table. I know it's not the most exciting thing, but the cap table is what dictates the trade deadline. Okay, this right here, what you're seeing on the screen, is what controls everything. Like, I've been saying all week long that the Magic would salary dump somebody. I thought it was going to be Jonathan Isaac. They still could move him, but they chose to do Tyus Jones. But, realistically, it was obvious they were going to salary dump someone so that they could get to this situation here where they had space against the tax. So if you're looking at Jordan Poole, who makes $30 million, who are you trading to get to that $30 million number and staying below the tax? You could do something like Isaac plus Wendell Carter plus Jet Howard. But then the issue is you're still having to fill out your roster. You might get really close to that tax line. And I don't think Jordan Poole is a great fit for the Magic either. He gives you a little bit of shot creation, but I don't think you want his salary on the books. So it's just not feasible, especially when Paulo's rookie extension kicks in. You don't want $30 million added onto this next year. If they traded for Poole, you would have 70, 100, 140, $182 million roughly committed to Franz, Bain, Suggs, Banchero, and Poole. That sounds like a disaster. Jay here, thank you for the 5, says if Steph asks out in the summer, do you like him in Houston? Katie and Steph reunion, fill the point guard position, stretch and waive Steph's contract in Golden State. Steph, first of all, I don't think will ask out. I would love him in Houston. I mean, it would be super fun. But Rockets fans would rejoice because every single time the last decade they've had their hearts ripped out by Steph Curry. I feel really bad for Rockets fans. But I do think just in general, Steph won't ask out. So it would be awesome. I'd love to see him in Houston. It'd be cool, but it's just not going to happen. No, not necessarily, Brian. I think Peterson should be the odds-on favorite to go pick 1. That's what I had in my last mock draft, which you guys should all go check out, by the way. It came out this week on Tuesday. But no, it's not a complete safe bet because I do think there's going to be some people who still really love Cam Boozer. And I love Cam Boozer. I'm one of those people. He is very, very good. Very, very good. Sin here says, according to Ian Bagley, the Knicks are still trying to work out something for Grand Theft Alvarado, GTA. Okay, we do have some news. Let's go back over to Twitter. Let's go over here to let's go to Jake Fisher first. The Clippers have maintained a high asking price of draft capital for Ivica Zubac. Sources say I've been told that Zubac and Daniel Gafford in Dallas remain the Pacers' leading targets to find a starting center for Tyrese Halliburton next season. I would love for the Pacers to get Gafford. It would cost significantly more than the Misi acquisition would. And then let's go over to Mike A. Scotto with some news. Trying to keep up on all the news. The Brooklyn Nets have waived forward Haywood Highsmith, which is obviously a good bit of news. Obviously did not play this year. Has been dealing with an injury. He's just out indefinitely right now due to a right knee injury. So we'll see what happens. But Highsmith waived, dealing with his injury still, and has not played this season. Curious to see if a team signs him regardless to get him in the building. I'm very curious to see what happens here, but he's a very good defender, so I'd be excited to see if a team signs him potentially to look at a future move. Thank you, Zode, for tagging me in there. Big moves going on right now. Obviously, the Lakers made a trade today. Moving forward, Beef Stew and Portis lineup would be rough. Yes, they would be. They'd be really physical, that's for sure. Chris says, "What's the head scratcher trade Joe Cronin makes today?" We'll see. We'll watch what Portland does. Ray Lott says, "I'm ready for a big trade." Me too, man. Me too. Heinrich here says, "By the way, Bobby Portis has absolutely zero IQ in his defense. All we Bucks fans call him pass by Bobby." I mean, you're not going to find a flawless player for $12 million in the NBA, $13 million in the NBA. That's just kind of the reality here. This is a classic Lakers thing. Here we got Luke Kennard trending on Twitter today. Will D'Lo play or buy out? Honestly, I'm not even certain on that. I think D'Lo should play, but we'll see. Woj was more confident in his sources, definitely. Shams posted. What did Shams post? Oh yeah, it's just the sharpshooter thing. Make sure you guys do follow over on Twitter. We have over 2,000 people watching live right now, which is absolutely awesome and great to see. Obviously, there's reports, rumors about the Pacers being in on centers. A lot of different news there as well around a lot of these talented players. We're at almost 1,000 likes, 14 likes away from 1,000 likes on the stream. Everyone hit that like button right now if you haven't already. BS Express here says, calling it now. Trey Murphy III to the Pacers today. Put it on the board. Andy Cruz says, wait, did Yabusele get traded? Yes, he did. He got traded to Chicago for Galen Terry. Carl Fair says, I enjoy your show every year. You do a great job. I appreciate how quick and thorough you are on the trades that happen. Thanks for your work. Appreciate you, Carl. Glad that I can be your one-stop shop here for the trade deadline, covering everything that happens. Corporate B Pumper here says, incredible job by Josh Harris trading Jaren McCain to deduct the tax to help the Commanders. Funny little sarcastic comment here from Corporate B Pumper. The issue here, and I've seen some 76ers fans defending their decision. The issue is trading Jaren McCain was not the only way they could have deducted the tax. Obviously, I think you understand that here, Corporate. I'm explaining this to some other fans or people who might not be in the know. They could have salary dumped Andre Drummond or brought in an expiring or a minimum center. Obviously, Drummond's such an elite rebounder, you don't want to just get rid of him, but you got rid of a really good young shooter in Jaren McCain, who you drafted in the first round just a couple of years ago. So it's a little disappointing. I'm going to take a quick sip here. United says, do you think the Celtics will have one more move? Possibly something with their minimum contracts if they do something. Let's see what Nick is saying here. I see. This is that's a good point from Dane. Let's go over there. Thank you for sending that to me, Nick. Dane here points out that the Knicks had a trade exception from the Nickeil Alexander-Walker sign-and trade. Desumnu fits into that very smoothly. And then they could reopen trade exceptions by the Dillingham and Leonard Miller contracts, which is a niche little scenario there. Damian Jackson, thank you for the 5, says, Hardy party out, Poole party in. Could the Mavs and Pelicans swap Middleton for Jordan Poole sweetener? Poole becomes solid expiring trade chip next season. So that's kind of an interesting question, right? Could New Orleans look to try and get to some flexibility? If you look at their cap table, they do have a decent amount of money committed to next year. Poole, DeJounte, Zion, even though it's not guaranteed to Zion. I'm assuming he'll get it. Trey Murphy, and then Herb, and then his vet extension kicks in after that. And if you look at Dallas, they were very poignant in their decisions to what they got back in the Anthony Davis trade. They got out of Davis and they took back a lot of expiring salary. Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley, and then also Chris Middleton. Now they do have salary still in their book for next season, but a Poole acquisition for Middleton, even though it is like a talent upgrade and you get a little bit younger, I don't know if it's the most sensible thing for them. I think we have to see what happens first with a guy like Daniel Gafford. If you do trade Gafford for expiring salary, maybe then you could decide that you do want to eat the Poole money. But as of right now, like, this cap table is not a terrible outcome for Dallas, right? You've got some expirings. You've got kind of your young core you're starting to build around with Cooper Flagg. You have some quality veterans like Najee Marshall, for example, Max Christie, who's still young. You're a big believer in, obviously. You have Clay, who becomes an expiring next year. You got Gafford, PJ locked up under contract. PJ Washington could become a trade candidate next season, perhaps. So there's a lot of solid options out here to make a deal if you are the Dallas Mavericks, and I don't think you necessarily need to do something for Jordan Poole. But great question here, Damian. Definitely the two contracts do line up pretty well, so it is something to watch for sure, and I'm glad that you commented that. Thank you again for the super chat as well. 70 Bub here says, any chance Giannis goes to Portland at this point? Sounds like his camp is trying to discourage Portland by saying he won't resign. No, I don't think he'll go to Portland at this point. I know I was more vocal about that earlier in the week, but then the news came out that he was adamant about not going to Portland, which I think is a mistake. But Cam from the H says, we are frauds, talking about the Houston Rockets, I presume. Sermon King says, I still think Giannis will be a Laker in the offseason. I don't expect that to be the case. GB here says, what are the Mavs doing today after the Anthony Davis trade? Again, it's mostly about evaluating what you're getting offered, for Klay Thompson, Daniel Gafford, and Najee Marshall. If you could find a way to get Caleb Martin off the books, that would be sweet. But worst case, you don't give up assets to do that. Hicko says, take a guess who will be the next player traded. Next player traded. Let's say we're gonna say Ja Morant. We're gonna be bold here, Hicko, and we're gonna say Ja Morant's the next player dealt. Appreciate everyone who is following over here on Twitter, by the way. I'm going to go back over to the notifications so that I can show off some of the profiles. Sports Fury, thank you for the follow. Thank you, David, for the follow, as well as Rob. Thank you, Man, I Love Fournier, for the follow. Matt Fleischer, thank you. Techno Shock, appreciate you, my man. Mark Inge, thank you. Win, as well as Yvonne and Jeff. Thank you guys all for the follows over on Twitter. We are pushing towards 6,300 followers over there. Let's also see real quick how we are doing on the subscriber count. We did hit 36,000 subscribers, so that's a W in the chat. Let's get some lasers going. Let's get some W's in the chat as well. Appreciate you guys. I want to see those W's flying in here now. But what an absolute W, 36,000 subs and still counting. Lee says, here's a totally original idea. The Rockets can send Kevin Durant to wherever James Harden went. Cleveland, I don't think Cleveland wants to become a retirement home. So, then Giannis will sign as a free agent with the Lakers. I mean, maybe, but it's a couple of years from now. It's like 18 months from now. Forrest Phillips says, "Don't be disrespectful. Julian is my cousin, and he can be a needle mover." I'm more so talking about like deep playoff series. Like, I hope no one's taken anything I'm saying as like, oh, this is super disrespectful. These guys are all NBA players for a reason. They're all very talented, but the reason Minnesota made the move was for Desumnu. Just being completely transparent. Aisha Step says, do you think Dallas will reroute Marvin Bagley? They possibly could, but I don't even hate the idea of keeping him and re-signing him on another minimum for a year or two, because he's still like he's in the beginning of his prime technically by an age standpoint. 3-Point Rundown podcast says Nuggets need to salary dump Najee and move Tyson. If we do go take a look at them specifically here, if we go look at the Nuggets cap table, here's Dallas's. Let's go over to Denver's. It's updating right now. There we go. So Jokic, Murray, Gordon, like you're looking at not a lot of flexibility. They are just barely over the tax. So a salary dump is very likely. Now it could be someone like a Zeke Naji, although they might have to get off an asset to get off of this contract, which stinks to have to do. Or you could look at someone like Julian Strother, who has just 2 years left on his deal, one after this season. And you could turn this into a minimum, prorated minimum, and get below the tax. So that's one of your options too, if you want to operate that way. So those are really the choices. Obviously, Hunter Tyson could be a guy that they move to, but from a ducking the tax standpoint, it really is probably Strother or Najee, maybe Day'Ron Holmes II, although I would hate to see that happen. What's up, Sheldon says Miami Sports. Glad to have you in here. Pronounced Dewey. Okay, Dewey. Thank you. What do you think LeBron will do next year? My fault on the mispronunciation. LeBron, I think, will probably go back to Cleveland, to be honest. With all the reporting that he might be done with the Lakers, he's a free agent at the end of the year. Oh my gosh, this is we have Shams. We have Shams news. Let's go over there. This is an absolute L. Oh, here we go. There's a salary dump. There we go. But the Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams that they are keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades, sources tell ESPN. So we do have a salary dump deal. Mark Williams or Nick Richards salary dump. This is a big news here, and Milwaukee better pray that Giannis doesn't say like I don't. They're running a really big risk here. They're running a massive risk. But Milwaukee is not trading him now. So it's a complete mistake. It's a complete mistake. Here's this deal. The Milwaukee Bucks have agreed to trade Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Phoenix Suns for Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis. As I've promised all week long, Nick Richards was salary dumped. Love this deal for Phoenix as they get out of the tax. Who could have imagined that would have been possible last deadline with Beal, Durant, etc. And Bucks get Richards, who is a slight upgrade as a backup big. Trade grades. I'm going to put low leverage here again, because just to make sure people understand. Suns, A+, Bucks, B. Okay. No, I'm going to say I'm not going to give them a B for that. I'm going to give them a C+, because Cole Anthony is a better player than Nick Richards as well. So, and I don't even love Cole Anthony, but it's a mistake. But yeah, there's the trade. Cole Anthony, Bucks make a trade, and it's sending Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to Phoenix. They help the Suns get out of the tax here, and the Suns just give up Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis. It's a huge success, honestly, huge success for them. So this is a disaster for Milwaukee, by the way. Where's the I need to go to my profile here and scroll until I find the tweet that I'm looking for, because it's about this exact scenario. It might be quicker to just search it too. Actually, corner. Okay, that, or corners, maybe. Yeah, here we go. This is a mistake by Milwaukee, by the way. Jake Fisher here. They were never serious, said one team executive who was discussing a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade with Milwaukee. They played hardball with the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, this is just if Giannis demands one city in the offseason, it's wraps for the Bucks' future. Like, this is their one opportunity, Sonny Weaver. Like, this was a huge mistake. This was Milwaukee is unserious for this. Really unserious. Thank you, B-Ball Mute Man, for the $5. Says, morning, Sheldon. Great to be here with everyone and you. I'm hoping the Kings do something today. Preferably good, though. Hopefully the Kings do something good, man. I'm hoping for you as well. But this is it's honestly disgusting work by the Milwaukee Bucks. And let's just take a look at what Milwaukee has done. Right, this is John Horst. This is the guy making the same decision, by the way. AJ Johnson's on his third team already. Tyler Smith, not with Milwaukee anymore. Chris Livingston, not with Milwaukee anymore. Marjon Beauchamp, not with Milwaukee anymore. These picks they traded away, I don't even remember what they got for them. Like Dante DiVincenzo, they just let go for nothing, remember, basically, to Golden State. And then Bogoljub Markovic, like they drafted him. He was the big pickup for them in the draft, and not with the team right now because they drafted a guy who's not ready to compete while they're trying to compete. And it's not just that. Let's look up Bucks recent trades. Let's look at their trade history here. All the stuff that they've done. They traded for Kyle Kuzma last year. It's been a disaster. Pretty much every decision it just has not aged well. Whether they're high leverage or low leverage, everything has been bad. All of their assets have been just gone out the door for who knows what. Even at this point, this has just been terrible. Over the last week, the Bucks have been focused on incoming calls for Giannis Antetokounmpo and canvassing the NBA for small salary trades. Milwaukee remains in talks to complete potentially more of the latter here on deadline day. So seems like the Bucks are going to be active here. We do have 3 trades so far today. The Ayo Dosunmu trade, the Luke Kennard trade, and now the Nick Richards salary dump. So remember, the line was set at 13.5. We still have 2 hours and 48 minutes remaining here on a potential deal. So a lot to monitor. But definitely something that we're going to keep our eyes on. I do think the Lakers will make moves. This is a disappointing. This is just disappointing for Milwaukee. Honestly, if I was a Bucks fan, I would feel sick right now. I get like people are going to be excited. Oh, we're keeping Giannis. We got our best player staying with us. This could have been the hey, we can get out of this, get all of our stuff back, go through a rebuild, and build for the future. Tyler says I'm back. John Horst should be fired immediately. I mean, it's just been terrible. The process has not been good. The decisions that they made, like the only reason I can tell you the process has not been good is the results continue to be terrible. They don't draft the right players. They have made bad trades consistently. And this was their one moment where, and this is not just me saying this in the moment. Let me go to my profile here. This was me back in September 29th. The writing is on the wall and has been. Okay, at this point, I was already fed up with it. In September, I was tired of this because of this whole Bucks owner. This was during the the training camp, like media day stuff, where Giannis is non-committal to Milwaukee forever to the point where he's going to exercise power over the organization. And I'm tired of it because I said Giannis is taking the LeBron route when it comes to exercising power over ownership and management. And I said Milwaukee, if they're smart, would get out ahead of this future issue and make a bold move now. It's now a future issue. Now is the future, and it's an issue now. They have an issue, and they are screwed. If you look at the standings, they are screwed. Milwaukee is not a good team. They continue to trick people into thinking they're a good team because they have Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's what they want the fans to think. Like, here's the thing. This team is not good. They're not going to be good, and they will struggle to ever be good again for 10 years if they don't trade Giannis Antetokounmpo. The very worst thing that they could do is keep Giannis Antetokounmpo forever. It genuinely is terrible. The only way, the F grade, the worst case scenario here is if they extend Giannis Antetokounmpo this offseason for 4 years, $270 million, and you're paying him $50 or $70 million a year when he's 37 years old. Good luck. Good luck to Milwaukee. It's actually crazy to me. This is one of those things I just don't understand. I just don't get it for the Milwaukee Bucks at all. Mikhail here says, thoughts on Ty Jerome on Memphis? Surprise no teams. Yeah, he's a guy. So he's obviously missed a majority of the season, but when he's come back, he's actually looked pretty good for them. He's dealing with the hamstring issues, but Mikhail, I think you're right. He should be a guy that teams are pursuing. Maybe he won't get traded, but he would definitely help a bunch of teams. Jared says, not only do they lose value with Giannis, but also on other Bucks assets like Portis, Green, and Trent. Bucks could have gotten a haul. Yeah, if they traded AJ Green is not trade eligible this year, but if they would have traded everybody like Portis, if they would have traded Miles Turner, now would have been your time to theoretically cash in on these guys, and you make all of these decisions in succession of each other, back to back to back to back. And while, yes, your cupboard is bare right now, it wouldn't be barren after a trade for Giannis occurs, and it definitely wouldn't be barren after you simultaneously trade other stuff with him. So exactly, like Logan's saying here, good luck trying to get your picks back from Atlanta and the Blazers. The longer, that's a great point from Logan, what just popped up on the screen too. The longer the Bucks wait, the less likely Portland, Atlanta, NOLA would be willing to move the Bucks picks. If Atlanta or if Portland has these picks going into the 20 it's going to be insane. Milwaukee's decision here. I know some people are like upset at this or whatever, but it's just very important that I'm clear here about how bad this is. This is literally GM malpractice, in my opinion, because not only the fact that they're not trading him, but the fact that they're coming across as not serious in any trade discussions, that is just ridiculous. It is ridiculous to me. It is ridiculous. They don't have the luxury of joking around and not being serious about trades. They don't have that luxury. They're terrible. Basketball Mute Man here says there's a chance the Bucks trade for Levine now. I mean, if you're a Kings fan, you might as well call them, right? You never know what Milwaukee would do. Mute Man, appreciate you for the $2 super chat. Probably not, genuinely, but they're definitely in an interesting spot. I'm going to try and jump ahead here, catch up a little bit. I appreciate you guys all. This has been a great trade deadline so far. We've got over 2,000 people watching live. And again, the Shams news is very substantial news for sure. If we go back over to Shams right now. Again, just difficult situations. This is why I like that trade for Phoenix, by the way. Right here, they get below the tax. Which was, again, very obvious that they would do that, and the deal happens. Yes, the Suns are doing great. Diego, you are completely right. The Suns have been moving forward very positively. Just a really, really creative job from Phoenix to get out of a total mess. They still obviously owe picks, and they're at a deficit still, but they've navigated this about as good as possible. So appreciate you guys all for sending all these messages in. Love that for the Sun, says Jonesy. Wanted some love, says Giannis is going to retire a Buck. Again, I think that's a bad outcome for them, just from a roster standpoint. Again, it's a good feel-good story for sure. But Tyler Gates says, if I was a GM, I'm not trading with the Bucks for a while. I mean, they'd just be stuck. If no one trades with them. Did Shams tweet something new? Logan? Okay, we have a trade. The Boston Celtics are trading Chris Boucher to the Utah Jazz. Thank you, Brady, for the tag over here. Wow. Boston Celtics are trading Chris Boucher to the Utah Jazz. So, like I said, it would be something on the minimums. Boucher was a guy that I had mentioned earlier in the stream as a guy who could be possibly dealt on one of those minimum contracts. Tyler, appreciate you for the $5 super chat. Tony with the 2 says, what happens when the owner is the Browns owner too? I mean, the ownership is a really important part of sports, and I don't think enough fans really discuss that enough. Appreciate you guys for updating the chat here, making sure that we're getting all the news. I feel like we found a real rhythm. You guys have been absolutely awesome, killing it, and I feel like we found kind of a good little chemistry here on making things work, getting the news all up to date and everything. Zayson says Ja to Miami confirmed. Definitely would be fun if they did get him. Amir Coffey's solid. He can shoot it, which is funny because if you look at who he was at U of M for the Gophers, he could not shoot. King, appreciate you. I don't remember that, but that's fire. Jaden Ivey, we do have a jersey number update as well, which I know some of you care about, so we're gonna go take a quick little peek over there. Jaden Ivey's wearing number 31 in Chicago. Can't say I love it. Can't say I love that number, but I don't know. Jason Terry's my GOAT, so maybe that's what he's trying to draw out here. But again, Boston Celtics are trading Chris Boucher to the Utah Jazz. The Jazz get bigger. No, I'm sure he won't be a part of their future, but wanted some love, says Yell didn't say nothing about the Warriors when he was out for the playoffs for 23 years and had Curry trapped. Knife Dog says Giannis is very excited to join new draft pick and teammate Caleb Wilson next season. Yes, I can only imagine that 19-year-old Caleb Wilson would be the best way to help Milwaukee win on Giannis's timeline. J.R. Glenn says, have the Spurs made any moves? Thank you, Glenn, J.R. Glenn, for the $2. Not yet. Milwaukee is reportedly looking to possibly move Miles Turner. We'll see if that actually happens. But no, Glenn, no Spurs trades quite yet. Siegel with the $2 says, do you think the Wolves make any more trades? I think that they will at least sniff around some deals on the margins. You're looking at Vetmans, anything like that could be in play, but they're probably more so a buyout market team at this point, given the current situations. Again, the biggest risk here is what if in the offseason, if Giannis in the offseason says, I want to be a Knick or I want to be a Laker or I want to be, X, Y, or Z, you're just really hurting yourself. So wanted some love, says Giannis never requested a trade. Yeah, that's the whatever the storyline that we want to tell him is. What I'm saying is the Bucks should have traded him regardless of a trade request. TCA Battle says, I think Minnesota is done with trades unless it's getting Conley back for a vet min. Yeah, they would. That would not be a trade either. They'll just be able to sign him. The Hurricane Ben says, do you think Cole Anthony will contribute for the Suns with all the guards we have? I mean, I think he'll play a little. I don't know. It's also about injuries and availability. Throughout the course of a regular season, guys get hurt. And he's on a minimum. It's mostly about the salary dump. And Nick Richards didn't play anyway. So even if Cole Anthony doesn't play, which Cole Anthony should at most be an 8 minutes a game guy, as a ninth man in your rotation, which is part of why Milwaukee's bad this year, is because they were relying on him to be more than that. Pimp named Slick here, thank you for the 5. He says Bucks are playing with fire. Those 2028 to 2032 Warriors picks would have been a great return thing this year, and you're set on a great rebuild. Appreciate you, Pimp named Slickback. I do agree you would have been set up with a lot of picks if you got that. Let's get some W's in the chat for our super chatters. I want to see those W's flying in here now. Appreciate you guys. Let me get some lasers going too. Why not? You guys have been absolutely awesome. So today's been a really fun day. I'm going to go full screen real quick just to say thank you to you guys. You've been all super awesome. So very, very grateful for y'all. It's been a great time, and I'm very much looking forward to the next 2.5 hours. We have 2 hours and 35 minutes until the NBA trade deadline. I've had this ticker going all week long. Remember when it was up at 75, 80 hours, and we are now down to just 2 hours and 35 minutes and 30 seconds, which is crazy. We are getting close to the trade deadline here. Nick and Dan says Pelicans bottom 3 team, but their whole roster seems to be untouchable. Great work, Troy Weaver. That's funny too. There's always a Sheldon tweet for something. Let's see. I knew we were in for trouble. I have the day that they, or a couple days after they announced it, I had missed the news and someone had alerted me to it. So I went and found this tweet. When they named Troy Weaver as senior vice president of basketball ops, I just tweeted GG Nola, and then they later, they made the trade with the Hawks, and I love Derek Queen, I really do, but they should have just taken Queen with their other pick and not traded the pick this year. That was a mistake, but Troy Weaver does what Troy Weaver does. He, I think, is pretty decent at identifying talent, but he does not understand the mechanisms on how to acquire that talent, and it ends up hurting him and his team pretty badly. Detroit went through this pretty badly too for a large stretch of time. So there's always a New Orleans tweet, or there's always a Sheldon tweet for one of these things that ends up happening down the road. So Warriors offered 4 first. Like you're getting an insane offer. This would have been the Sonny Weaver moment, and instead they got nothing here. So Vash says Marjan, man, I liked him. Marjan was a fun player. I didn't really like him too much coming out of his draft, but Jake says, you're not in Milwaukee. I'm glad we're keeping Giannis. Our franchise is nothing without him, and it will be nothing after him because of this. If you want it to, that's the issue. If you put the guy on the pedestal to the point where you can't live without him, and every decision you make is to try and appease him, you get left where your franchise is burned to the ground. That's what's happened here. Just think, Giannis wanted Dame, Giannis wanted Miles Turner, Giannis wanted XYZ, Giannis wanted to trade Drew, Giannis wanted to get rid of Middleton, this, that, and the other thing. I mean, it's at some point he's got to look in the mirror and say, maybe I should stop wanting stuff. Maybe I should just want out. Cam says, just a reminder, the Rockets once traded the Nets 2026 pick back to the Nets for future Suns picks, which look less valuable every day. Raphael Stone malpractice. I mean, to be fair, the 2026 Nets pick ended up being pick 8. So, I don't know. Having future Suns picks was intriguing. The issue was Houston trading with Phoenix. They should have just left Phoenix alone, didn't do the Durant trade. Think about it. The Rockets literally had pick 10 in that draft last year, too. The issue is they traded pick 10. The decision to trade the 2026 Rockets or the Nets pick wasn't that bad if they would have just not bailed out the Suns for Durant, and if they would have just held him hostage until they gave him Devin Booker. That would have been the move. Jimmy says, saying hello from the Philippines. Keep up the good work. By the way, do you play NBA Fantasy? I do have a Fantasy Dynasty League with some members from the Discord, which I'm going to plug right here. Join the Discord. Links in the description. Make sure to join that. But I do play a little bit of NBA Fantasy. Not too much. I much more prefer real basketball, but fantasy basketball is fun too. Yep, another 6 months. That's what we get to deal with too. I don't know, man. It's gonna be terrible. We have 4 more months of this, by the way, now. So Ball brothers uniting. I hope so. It would be sweet to see Lonzo and LaMelo on the floor together as teammates. King Nacho says, preach, Sheldon, preach. Appreciate you guys being all in here. Dark Reaper says Ty Jerome to the Magic. That would be sweet. Ty Jerome would be a great get for Orlando, in my opinion. Ty Jerome would be really good in a lot of places. Ty Jerome, a Phoenix pickup, would be really cool as well. In fact, I want to go look at that. The reason why you might say, well, okay, why'd you say Phoenix out of nowhere? Black Housewife, by the way, said to hit the like button. So you guys heard her. Smash that like button. If we look at a trade between Memphis and Phoenix, what does Phoenix have as the who's Phoenix's head coach? Jordan Ott. Where did he coach last year? Oh, in Cleveland. Where was Ty Jerome last year? Oh, he was in Cleveland. Ty Jerome had a career year in Cleveland in Jordan Ott's offense. Could that be a good fit? Especially with rim rolling bigs like Mark Williams and Kaman Maluach, and obviously Oso Ighodaro plays out of the pocket pretty well. Like, there's some good stuff there. So how do we get to this Ty Jerome $8 million salary? Now, the question is kind of difficult one to answer for Phoenix because they don't have a lot of $10 million-ish salaries. They do have Royce O'Neal. They have Grayson Allen. Could they break Grayson Allen up in a deal? That is kind of the question here, right? Let's look at Allen's numbers this year just to refresh ourselves. He's had a decent year. He's only played in 34 games, though. A couple of really strong games the last couple of nights. 24 the other night again on Tuesday, 23 on Saturday this week. So he's had some solid games as of late. But I do think if you do something around Grayson Allen, maybe Memphis would be willing to. They can't aggregate Ty Jerome, but they could do this into the mid-level number. Which is interesting. And then we could do, wow, that doesn't, they could theoretically break this up into, well, they can't. I know I want the money to work here because I really like the idea of Jerome. I don't know if it's probably just not going to financially work if we build it around Grayson. We could do this just technically too, I guess. The Grizzlies. We could just do financially like this, and then we would have the Suns give up, I don't know, 3 seconds and like a swap or something. That swap's not going to convey, but something like that would be definitely interesting. Shams, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm seeing tweets. My bad. Appreciate you guys. The Pelicans are trading Jose Alvarado to the New York Knicks. There we go. That is a big trade and our 5th trade of the day already, and we still have 2.5 hours to go. Jose Alvarado trade is our 5th deal of the day already. Is it announced that what the Pelicans got? Not yet, I don't believe. We do not know what New Orleans is getting, but financially, there's going to be some swings in here, you would think. Let's look at what the cap numbers are. Appreciate you guys for updating here. So for New Orleans, the Jose Alvarado makes $4.5 million with a player option for next year, and for the Knicks, if you're looking for a guy who's in that ballpark, it could be Dalen Terry. His salary could technically be rerouted. So I have to wonder if Terry's going to be in this deal for the Pelicans. Otherwise, they could go a slightly different approach, but that might be a little bit more challenging. This would shave some money off the books as well. I just realized I'm not sharing this tab. Let's go over to Shams here. But yeah, Jose Alvarado is traded to the New York Knicks. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. If you are new here, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you guys. We are at 1,080 likes, which is very, very good today. Very happy with that. But here's the news. Again, a big trade this time. Vincent, thank you for the 2. He says, Portland needs 2 spots for Love and Ceedee. What happens? Definitely could see them moving one of or both of Thibault and Robert Williams to potentially get there. It is, according to Chris Haynes, it is Dalen Terry's salary. So let's go over to Chris Haynes. Where is he? Chris Haynes. Pelicans are receiving Dalen Terry and 2 seconds. All right. So trade grades here. Knicks. I'm going to say a minus. Pelicans, I'm going to give an A. expiring salary and 2 seconds for let's change this to an A plus, or we'll just do an A. 2 seconds for GT Alvarado is cool with me. Solid asset pickup here, and they are off of Alvarado's player option for next season. Cool navigation here by New York. They get off Yabusele for Dalen. Turn Dalen into Alvarado. Save $1 million too. And it costs just 2 seconds for Jose to be a Nick. Solid acquisition. Again, this is low leverage. This is a lower leverage decision, so it's hard to be really mad at it from either side. Cam from the H says 2026. Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I was no, Cam, thank you for correcting me there. For some reason in my head, I was just thinking 2025. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, you're right. Fair point. Yeah, I retract my statement. I had it mixed up in my head. Roach here says for the $5 super chat, says I get the Spurs standing pat, but bit of a bummer they couldn't turn Sohan, Olynyk, Barnes money into any sort of upgrade. Thanks for the good work, Doug. Hey, we still have 2.5 hours left. Nothing is definitive at this point. Teams are still making moves. We have the Jose Alvarado trade. We've had 5 trades today already, and we still have a good amount of time left going. So don't be dismayed. Don't be too panicked, Roach. Appreciate you again. And we're still watching. Tino says, so now Ja is the biggest name. Yes. Nav is awesome. Appreciate you, Nav. Let's get some W's in the chat for our recent super chatters here. Says, bro, doom and gloom for my Magic. Bench needs scoring. Any feasible players come to mind? Matthew 7:12. Golden rule. God bless. Appreciate you for sharing the gospel there. My sir, Nav is awesome. Appreciate you big time, bruh. And yeah, the Magic need to make an upgrade or two. We'll see if they have anything going. BS Express says, haven't missed a live stream yet. Love to hear that. Love seeing all those W's coming in. GTA to the Knicks. We got GTA Knicks before GTA 6. I need a Jose Alvarado Knicks jersey. Does anyone have a Jose Alvarado Knicks jersey swap? Here we go. Throw that in there. We got GTA Knicks before GTA 6. Shout out to Jose Alvarado, man. There's your first look at him in a Knicks uniform. Do you think Bryce Sensabaugh is gettable? Perhaps. He can't close out or defend at all, so the value there. NBA fans tend to gravitate toward the offensive side of the floor, and someone like Bryce Sensabaugh definitely provides a lot of intrigue there. Yes, we have 2 hours and 21 minutes left, so basically just about 2.5 hours, right, give or take 10 minutes. Yep, there's a trade. We look at it. The GOAT says, damn, love you, Jose. I know Jose Alvarado was a Pelicans legend, but I think this is decent value. Nell says, Ja the GOAT. We'll see what happens with Morant. Trade alert. Yes, thank you guys. 6-card rotation for the Knicks. They are going to be a little small. That's part of why it wasn't like an A+, too. He's a solid player, but he's small. He did have a pretty big impact in their the one series against Chris Paul a few years back when the Pelicans made it. That was a really good series by Brandon Ingram as well. GFR says, what do you think the Bucks will do today? I mean, they've already made a move. They traded for Nick Richards. I think they'll navigate their roster a little bit, try and turn some of their minimums into guys who are hopefully better minimums, but it's not going to make a huge turn one way or another. Shout out to Jose Alvarado, man. Pelicans Nola says, thank you, Jose, from Nola. The question is, what else will the Pelicans do, right? King Chigo here says, do you think that if the Warriors were serious about a deep playoff run this year, then they would go out and acquire Eddie Curry? That's a throwback there, Eddie Curry. No, I don't think Eddie Curry will help you in the year 2026. Tino Ozuna says, could you explain why second rounders are valuable? Because it's like the psychological thing of if I'm trading a player, I should get picks. But if it's not a first round pick, I should get second round picks. So then, hey, what's okay? Like some second round picks get valued. Can I get 3 of them? A lot of it, honestly, is posturing by NBA GMs to make it look like, hey, we got a lot of second round picks for our guy. And then people can say on Twitter, oh, look, we can take stabs now in the second round. We can maybe get some young guys. It's a lot of it's posturing, to be honest. Second rounders, you can, if you have a good scouting department, you can find good players consistently. The issue is a lot of teams don't have elite systems in place to draft extremely well. We have 5 trades already today. Remember the over-under today, which let me know now, guys. We have 5 trades and 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. The over-under was 13.5. We need 9 more trades to hit the over. Let me know. Are you confident one way or another? Let me know if the over-under is going to hit. I think I said a really good line. I'm still confident on that over. I think it's going to be a 14-trade day, but we'll see what happens. Will the Rockets get Chris Paul? They definitely could be a possibility for him. Rain says, what are your thoughts on Julius Randle? Do you think he could be on the move? What are some teams that could be in on him? No, he'll be staying in Minnesota. Chris Finch loves him. Alexander here says Antetokounmpo is most likely not going to be traded. Yep, that's what the news says. Owen Ragey says, what are the Raptors doing? Trace Jackson Davis can't be the only move. I'm not expecting it to be the only move, Owen Ragey. Remember, we still have 2 hours left. JMO Fasho says, has the Pacers done anything? Nothing yet, JMO, but we will watch for them, okay? We're keeping up with all the news. They've been linked to centers. Daniel Gafford, who I would really love for them. And then Ivica Zubac would be just flat out terrific for them as well. Jay Peach says, thank you for the fire content. Thoughts on the Blazers? Jay Peach, appreciate you, my man. Let's get some W's in the chat again for the super chatters here. Jay Peach, JMO for show. Thoughts on the Blazers? I think if you look at Portland's cap table, which we are going to take a quick little gander at here all together. I'll pull you over to this tab. For the Portland Trailblazers, when it updates, they have this Jeremy Grant contract, which if they don't trade it, they could wait on it. But they have these 2 expirings here, right? Robert Williams, Matisse Thybulle. Could they use these as like a small buy now window? Move one of these players, move both of these players for a solid upgrade somewhere. Definitely could be a possibility. The Blazers they have so much flexibility. They're in a really great spot. I think this team's really poised for a huge acquisition. I really think if Giannis wasn't so anti-Portland this week, that he probably would have been a Blazer. It would have been the most sensible destination for him. It didn't happen, but it doesn't mean that the Blazers are in a bad spot. I think they're in a great spot. Epic Wallpaper says, hoping last minute someone in the Bucks front office just gets up and gets it done. Get that deal done. GTA Knicks before GTA 6 is a banger, says in the weeds. Make sure you guys go like that tweet. Ian Bagley tweets Knicks made a trade. We'll go to Ian Bagley just to make sure I'm not missing something. Search this tab. There we go. Bagley. Knicks land the player they've long had on their radar in Alvarado. Among other things, team believes Alvarado will bring defense and intensity to Mike Brown's rotation. Okay. He is from the Queens as well, so that's a cool little story. A GTA Knicks here in the building. Very cool. Very cool. And they don't give up, again, too much to get him. So it's hard to be mad about that move. I'm so not excited about this. The fact that we're going to have to deal with more Giannis stuff. How long do we have left? Wants to know, Reese. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes. So again, this is the place you're going to want to be for that countdown. Imagine if he wore number. That's what he should be wearing. He should be rocking number 6, although the NBA doesn't allow it. So he's got to get on number 5, GTA 5. That's still the latest game. Some of you might not even been born when GTA 5 came out. It's crazy. Epic Wallpaper says the question now, I guess, is with Giannis not being moved till the offseason, who else gets in on the sweepstakes? I would have said Utah until the Triple J deal. I mean, Utah theoretically could still be a landing spot for him, right? Junior Rudy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, will Brooklyn do anything big today? I don't think anything super huge. It doesn't seem like a Claxton deal is most likely. I think if we look at what they did last year, right, they waited through the deadline, traded Cam Johnson in the offseason, got a really good package for him for that 2032 first, which would not have been available for trade last year. So I think that if you keep that in mind, like the Nets probably are going to look for 2033 assets if they trade MPJ or Claxton. They're going to look for some of those super far out picks, which will definitely be interesting. Reminder earlier, Desumnu was traded. I thought Chicago and Minnesota both did pretty well in that deal, working together. Appreciate you guys all for hanging out and watching. A. Fisher says, yes, if the Houston Rockets do not do a trade this season, is a wash. KD will ask for a trade. Not sure if Durant will ask for a trade. Not going to find many better situations than Houston in terms of young players developing. Nick Richards was a big man. He was playing for Charlotte prior to playing for Phoenix. Last year, the Suns gave up 3 second-rounders for him. I did not like that trade when they made it. John Kempton here says, can't the Bucks get more for Giannis in the offseason? Technically, yes, but not if he corners his market because he's an expiring. If he had 2 years left on his deal, like fully, I would say, yeah, wait until the offseason. It's going to be way better for you, but that's not the situation, unfortunately. Alip here says, Pistons need another trade. Knicks, Celtics, Cavs have improved quite a bit, in my honest opinion. Detroit could use another upgrade for sure. Haha wants to know what next big move I think could be on the table. We're still waiting on Ja, right? Ja Morant could be the guy that possibly gets moved here. The most recent trade being this Knicks Pelicans deal. A couple more super chats coming in. Ben, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Moody for Sohan. I don't think the Warriors would make that move, to be honest with you, but the Spurs, I definitely could see the value in that for them. Fire Up Tommy says, damn, just damn on the Bucks. Definitely unfortunate for them. Steven, you're the best here. It's hilarious. I'm seeing some people saying over, seeing some people saying under. Joshua saying, I still think it's going to be under. Ninja says, I dipped out the chat yesterday right before the Dallas trade. What's your thoughts on the Anthony Davis deal? I can pull that up really quick just so everyone can see. Here we go. I gave the Wizards an A+ and the Mavericks a B+. I tried to avoid trying to grade the Mavericks perspective, including the Luka Doncic trade. When they traded for Luka, when they traded Luka away, I gave them an F-. I said it was the worst trade in NBA history. Point blank, simple, right? Like, there you go. There's just nothing. Like, you can't continue to grade everything Dallas does based on that because it will be unfair to the new GM. It'll be unfair to the team. But I gave the Wizards an A+. I thought like the picks that they gave up 3 seconds and 2 firsts, but the 2 firsts weren't very valuable. top 20 protected Warriors first, and the pick from OKC this year, so 30th in the draft. It's, like basically 4 or 5 second rounders almost for Anthony Davis. So Cam here says that the Rockets get Chris Paul, time for Houston to end it all. I mean, I don't know. Chris Paul's not is not going to dictate your season if you sign Chris Paul as buyout market. Unspoken Hoop Pod says, look at what Jake Fisher said about Pacers and Zubac this morning. Is that legit? Yes. Jake Fisher's got very good sourcing. Jake Fisher is very good at this, very accurate. And what he tweeted this morning is essentially a continuation of this, that the Clippers and Pacers are in talks. Hold on. Jake Fisher just tweeted again. Let's go to his profile and refresh here. This is a pretty important tweet that he just sent out. The Bucks sources say, called some teams this morning sharing their willingness to take back minimum salary contracts for draft assets, while Milwaukee is definitely still looking to buy, on the other hand, and add a piece next to Giannis Antetokounmpo as well. So the question really is, will Ja Morant... I mean, first of all, what team is giving up a bunch of picks to get off of minimum salaries? There's very few circumstances, only if you're trying to dip below the tax. And even then, that typically doesn't even work that good because you have to have a certain number of roster spots filled. But just hypothetically here, I don't know. And then Giannis, if they're still trying to put guys around Giannis, and I guarantee you, once they get Ja, if they trade for Ja, I guarantee you the reports say Giannis really wanted Ja Morant. He said, go get him and I'll stay. I guarantee you something like that comes out. And again, it continues to be the same old Bucks chasing their own tail thing that I showed earlier on the stream. So the Bucks are playing with their own future. Pretty harsh here, but we are 2 hours and 9 minutes left away from the trade deadline. Spartacus says Portland has put themselves in a bind, need 2 roster spots to open, and teams know that. What they get, Time Lord or others, will be less pick-wise. This is the Bucks' future, but magnified. Probably just smaller salaries, but they could also just waive those guys, right? If we go back to the Portland cap table, Portland right now, they're below the tax, right? Realistically, if you can turn one of these guys into a smaller salary and then waive that smaller salary, you can get CD Sissoko and Caleb Love both from their 2-way contracts onto standard NBA deals. So definitely something to monitor there. Kobiscuit, thank you for the 2, says which players still need to or should get moved. Ja Morant probably will get moved. I think he's one of the top options here. At this point, obviously, you're also looking at any of the Bucks players, Kuzma, Portis, obviously Miles Turner. Those are kind of the first names that come to mind, but there's obviously a number of teams. Pretty much expiring Maxi Kleba for the Lakers, Dalton Connect for the Lakers. I do think Sean Marks is a pretty good GM. I agree. Vaughn here says, statistically, LeVert is a losing player. He doesn't pass the eye test, only good on defense, but has little offensive chemistry. Vaughn, I do agree. I'm not a huge LeVert guy. Drew says Giannis is a Buck for life. Maybe, and that's the worst case scenario for Milwaukee for their future, I think. Magnus says, if Giannis doesn't get moved today, what big potential deal might happen? If Giannis doesn't get moved today, the biggest potential deal would be in the offseason with Miami, including multiple draft picks. Getting tagged here on Twitter. Here we go. With under 2.5 hours to go until the NBA trade deadline, we've seen 24 trades involving 62 unique players. Some have been traded more than once, and 35 unique draft picks as reported. The only teams to not make a trade yet are Nuggets, Rockets, Pacers, Heat, and Spurs. We've had 5 teams to not make a trade so far. Keith Smith with some great numbers and info on the deadline here and how it's been going. It's been very busy. Elney says, why are they keeping Claxton if they've been tanking for years? Because they can tank while having Claxton. It doesn't prevent them from losing. And then in the future, if they hit on a lottery pick and they get a really good young player, then maybe they can keep Claxton, who's still young, around that rebuild. Home Snake says, thoughts on the Wolves bench now? I think they could still use a wing and a veteran big. I like Terrence Shannon Jr., but his injury makes that a question. Probably just wait for Kyle Anderson buyout. A Kyle Anderson buyout would be awesome for Minnesota on a return to the Wolves. He would be awesome. Mike Conley on a return would be good. They still need a center, but I don't think you're going to get a quality one of those on the buyout market, to be honest with you. We can talk about a Misi to Bulls trade probably in a little bit here. Yep. Young player developing is what people tell Rockets fans to keep them sane. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I am a victim of that too, just telling you that now. Skirmish says, what are the Bucks even doing if Giannis really wants to move on and the Bucks won't trade him, he'll just walk? I mean, they'll try as hard as they can, and maybe they'll maybe they'll find a sneaky way out, but if you were the GM for the Warriors, Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins to try now, Wiggins would be the player I'd want, but I would not give up what Miami would want for him. Unspoken Hoop Pod says it seemed like something more was happening in Philly after trading McCain, but nothing yet. What could it be, or why did they do that deal? Well, they still carry that flexibility into the offseason. They got out of the tax. Now, I think it was an irresponsible way to get out of the tax for your future team building, but that's what they did. Florida Mexi here says, best trade ever. Alvarado jersey sales are about to blow up. Yeah, he'll definitely sell jerseys. Coast Rank here says under for the over-under number. Alvarado will be awesome on the Knicks. I do agree. Guess you can say GTA returns to Liberty City. There you go. That's fire. Again, this was Jake Fisher yesterday. Cam Thomas is not with the Brooklyn Nets as they're in process of departing for tomorrow night's game against Orlando. Thomas is officially out for personal reasons. So we'll obviously be watching for Cam Thomas. I still expect him to get traded. Look at that. 6,300 followers right on the nose. Appreciate you guys. We have a lot of news to continue covering here. But I'm very excited for the trade deadline as we are approaching ever closer, now at 2 hours and 2 minutes away from that highly anticipated deadline. Still, we'll see a flurry of deals. Ooh, Deuce McBride will have surgery Friday. Let's see. We go back over to Bagley. Let's see. Where are we? There we go. Per Fred Katz. Deuce McBride to undergo surgery for sports hernia. McBride could be sidelined until the playoffs. So that's part of the rationale there behind going out to get Alvarado. Corporate B Pumper, thank you for the 5, says irresponsible is definitely the right word to describe Daryl Morey's tenure in Philly. I want that bum out of here. They've just missed out on a lot of possibilities for sure. And the McCain trade is just one of those that's very strange to me. Jake Fisher is killing it. He's doing a great job here covering the news and giving us some reports ahead of time before trades would actually go down. SP says something like Chris Paul and a pick for Tari Eason. Chris Paul is in Toronto right now, and I don't think he will get rerouted. I don't think he'll get traded again. I think he'll just be waived or bought out. Unholy Trinity here says, can you think of a bigger fraud than Brian Wright? I mean, you guys are in a good spot. I wouldn't be too panicked. Hopefully you guys do something, but we still got a little bit of time. Logan says Nick Richards will save Milwaukee. He was the guy that Suns fans said he would say Phoenix last year too. Nick Richards is the guy who saved basketball. No, that's Andrew Wiggins, or excuse me, Aaron Wiggins. G Cross says worst trade in NBA history was the Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and that Celtics trade years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's basically on the equivalent level. Like, those are the two worst deals ever. The Nets were obviously stupid in trading for Pierce and KG and Terry, but Eric Name tweeted about we'll go over there. Giannis Antetokounmpo still plans on playing this season once he has fully recovered from his right calf strain to help the Bucks to make a push for the postseason. So there's a little bit of news. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be a concern. First round picks are gold. Depends on the quality of them, but they oftentimes can be. Cole Anthony for Paul Reed. I don't know if Paul Reed will be available. David here says, as a Bucks fan, I just want what's best for Giannis. I'll root for him wherever. See, I totally get that. Like, Milwaukee, even if Giannis gets traded, it shouldn't be that Bucks fans are now, oh, we hate Giannis or anything. Like, still be super grateful for everything he did. He can still be very welcomed in Milwaukee, and he's just looking for better things, and it would be best for Milwaukee to get stuff for him at this point too. Biggest L taken today, Bucks or Bitcoin. I keep getting the notifications from Robinhood that Bitcoin's hit its 52-week low, but I still would say Milwaukee. 5K, 10K runner says, no, the worst trade was the Kevin Durant for 5 first-round picks and Johnson and Bridges the Suns made 3 years ago. That one's definitely in the ballpark as well. Definitely in the ballpark. Mosen says, only the Bucks would be buyers in their circumstance. I think saying they're playing with their own future is a generous sentiment. They've already mortgaged their future. They're on payday loans now. That is very much true, Mosen. Very much true. Tyler says, can the Pistons get Max Christie from your Mavs? They'd have to give up quite a bit to land him, I really do think. But I don't think it's like a complete non-starter. But it's not likely here. Let's go over to Shams again. Let's see what Shams says. No new tweets in the last 28 minutes. So still the most recent news here is that Dalen Terry and 2 second-round picks in cash went to the Pelicans for Jose Alvarado. Vash here says, is there a way of getting Giannis in the offseason on the Wolves without losing McDaniels? Yes, if you use, kind of, yes. But you would have to trade Randall and Nas, and it's convoluted. And then I still think if that happens, then Milwaukee's not maximizing their value. Cam from the H here says, never understood acquiring first years away. Teams aren't going to just stay bad until then. They always try to win when they don't have picks. Yes, but it's hard to constantly do that. I mean, you run out of flexibility. And that's what happened to Brooklyn when the Celtics got Tatum and Brown from them. And there's a chance down the road that that's what happens to Milwaukee here in 2026 or in 2028, 2029, 2030 with those Blazers picks. Spartacus said, Sheldon, is there a 3-for-1 you could see Portland doing to open the 2 roster spots but improve the team at the same time? I mean, if we go back over to the Portland cap table, you'd be looking at combining Robert Williams, Matisse Thybulle, and maybe Chris Murray or Ryan Rupert potentially, right? You're combining 2 of these expirings in something to get to a $20-ish million player. And then you would do the 3-for-1, but I don't know. It's hard off the top of my head. They could do it for a center, right? If they wanted to get another big. Miles Turner, I don't know. Not crazy about that, but Nick Claxton, again, not really crazy about that. But those are some of the possibilities if they want to get a little bit better in the front court defensively. Matt McGovern says, don't bring Mike back to Minnesota. Love the guy, but he can't shoot and can't keep anybody in front of him. Father Time got him. I do agree, but your options on the vet min and the buyout market are not going to be great. The buyout market is not quite what it used to be, where it was hey, this is a pretty good player who doesn't want to be here. It's really teams have gotten smarter asset management wise of like, we're not going to just buy out a guy just because he doesn't want to be here. We're going to do our due diligence and then try and trade that guy. So do I think the Raptors will make another move? Yeah, I think they'll probably still make a Sabonis trade, if I had to guess. Definitely can still see that happening. Let's go over here. Make sure you guys are following over on Utility Sports on Twitter, by the way. Derek says Orlando is going to be active in the buyout market. I do expect that. Flex says, I think a trade is about to happen in 3 minutes. I hope so. King Nacho says Bucks are a joke. Do I think Detroit will make a trade next? They could. Very well could. Highsmith would be a solid long-term signing for the Lakers if they get him. Van Strife says Shams is the biggest fraud. Truth Hurts GS says, yo, someone needs to knock on Pat's door, making sure he's alive. What is this dude doing talking about Miami? If we go back and look at the teams that have not made a trade, 5 of them remain. The Denver Nuggets, Houston Rockets, Indiana Pacers, Miami Heat, and, of course, the San Antonio Spurs. You take me on a trade idea on X. Let me see if I can find it here. My mentions are a little crazy, but we'll see if we can get to it. See if we can find it. Vina. This is, I mean, I'm not seeing it. Take me again. Take me again on it, so that way I can see it. Kyle Cruz says push for the postseason. Yeah, right. It's just Milwaukee being Milwaukee here. We have 65 super chats today, by the way. I'm going to run through these really quick, just as a huge thank you to Tomas, Tony, QJ Smith, appreciate you. Union Grays as well. Pimp named Slickback, appreciate you for your couple super chats. 9 Toro, Rohan Bennett, the Goon King, don't forget about him. Maurice Drake threw in a couple of super chats. There's Goon King again. Sam Gallimore, appreciate you in here today, my dog. T-Dog in here. Jake Vanderplug, appreciate you, my guy. J-Ride Flips, glad to have you in here again. Blaze DeBean. Emmanuel HSTX Aid. The Gold Eagle with a $20 super chat. Tomas with a $5 super chat. David Assassin with a $2 super chat. Epic Wallpapers, appreciate you. Mars, Mind a Ball, Spoon, Waxed Up Will, Big J, Q-Dog, Eric Espinoza, Freshman, Jay, again, Unholy Trinity, Arhan, appreciate you. Justin, Jay, thank you again for your super chats today. Corporate B Pumper, Damian Jackson, 3-point rundown. Appreciate you. Basketball Mute Man, Tyler Gates, Jared, appreciate you, my guys. Tony again, JR Glenn, Siegel, Vincent, Cam from the H, Roach Red, Nav is awesome coming in with another $10 super chat. GFR, J-Mo, J Peach, Junior Rudy, Ben, Fire Up Tommy, Cobiscuit, Corporate, and Ben again. So appreciate you guys all. Let's get some W's in the chat. I want to see W's and love for our super chatters today. I believe the record super chat we have is $100. It might be, it was either 100 or 150. Actually, I think it was 150 last year was the record. It was crazy. We had like a $100 super chat followed up by a $150 super chat. It was just insane. But I really do appreciate you guys all for all of your support and everything. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Let's go over to Fred Katz here now. I'm seeing some comments about checking his profile out. Yeah, it was the news about Miles McBride here. So appreciate you guys. Scooby, thank you for your kind words there. I'll definitely get to them here in just a minute as well. AI says, bro, come on, talk about the Lakers. They got Luke Kennard, the best three-point shooter in the NBA. I liked it. I gave them an A level grade in that trade. I thought it was very good for them. I thought it was a nice move. I thought it was great just getting off of Gabe Vincent in general. I thought they did very, very well in that deal. So, did talk about it. Try not to spam though. Okay, I'm going to put you in timeout just for a second. Okay, just try not to spam. I don't have slow mode on. I don't want to have slow mode on, but let's try our best here. Okay. Thank you to Tyler for the $5 super chat. He says, watch Adam Silver give Milwaukee a top 4 pick, just like Anthony Davis saga back in 2019. Maybe that is what we are nearing. The issue is the Hawks have the swap best of New Orleans and Milwaukee. So we would need both the Hawks would have the higher of the two, and then Milwaukee would have the lower of the two, which would be a disaster for the Pelicans, given the circumstances. SC Arisen says, if we get to 3 p.m. and LeVert's still on my team, I'm riding. All these other East teams make a move, and we get a white guy who can't shoot in a pick swap. Definitely feel that frustration. B-Dog says, any word on the rest of the Boucher trade? Interested as a Jazz fan? No, nothing yet really on the Boucher. Let me look up Boucher and see if we can. Is there any update on Chris Boucher? Let's look up Chris Boucher. See if we can find any news here. There's like really no. Yeah, there's like no news on it. Celtics sent the second round pick received in the. Okay, here we go. So Jazz picked up picked up Denver's 2027 second round pick to take on big man Chris Boucher. So it's just a slight salary dump there. So there's the update for you. Glad that we were able to find that as well. We are, how far? Hour and 48 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. We've been live for 5 hours and 40 minutes already this morning. I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are as well. Reminder, I've had videos coming out this week too. Definitely stuff that you should check out. I really recommend. I've had a lot of fun this week. I hope you guys have as well. We've got another 2 hours basically until the deadline is here. So it's been a great time. I have enjoyed every single second of it, and I'm very, very thankful for each and every one of you as well. 5 teams have not yet made a trade, but we will keep watching. Danny here with some ideas on some deals between the Grizzlies and Clippers and Raptors. I mean, as soon as you start putting in a lot of big salaries, it gets harder and harder to make a deal actually work. But it'd be great for the Raptors to get Zubac for sure. Some picks would have to definitely be in there, like you're saying. I love seeing the W's coming in. We got a W for me even in there. Appreciate you guys. Scooby says, thank you for doing this all week. You have been killing it, sir. Has helped me while I work. You have kept me from falling asleep. I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys big time. It was a lot of pizza. You have Domino's saw a good amount of that $150, I'm certain. That's my after trade deadline. My after trade deadline thing is I usually go out with my fiance because she has to deal with me being in my office talking for about 40 hours throughout the week. And she has to deal with that. And then I'm not available throughout the week. I'm like, I try and talk to her and I'm like, hey, like I'm here, I exist. But I'm also like, oh my gosh, a trade just happened. I have to go. And yeah, a lot of different stuff that, so I usually try and take her out for dinner or something after the deadline so that she's not too upset at me. She's actually really, really never mad at me. She's absolutely awesome. But according to Brett Siegel, which the sourcing is questionable, have made no ground to find value in a trade for Ja Morant, despite interest from some teams. They want a first-round pick for Ja. 2 hours ago, indications point to Morant remaining in Memphis. Definitely news. We'll see what happens, but I don't know. I don't tend to trust Brett Siegel too much as a source, but we'll take it with a grain of salt and at least consider it a small bit. Rachel says, feels like the Suns swindled the Bucks. I think they did well in that trade. Brisket says, if you are Bobby Webster, would you go for Sabonis knowing what it will cost or pivot to Miles Turner? I mean, Sabonis is better than Miles Turner, but Turner's a little bit more functional around other talent. So I wouldn't mind going for Turner, but it doesn't sound like Milwaukee's going to sell. So celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Heat W over the Mavs. Yep, Jared, that's what we got going on here. Yeah, it is 20 years now, isn't it? Little old Sheldon was heartbroken when Dwayne Wade shot, what was it, 118 free throws in the final 2 games of that series or something. Jared, appreciate you for the $2 super chat, bringing up some good memories for me there. No, I was not happy with Dwayne Wade as a little kid. Mr. Neil says RJ Barrett out of the lineup for tonight. Is he? Is that true? RJ Barrett. Who is this? I don't. Injury management ruled out Thursday. Okay. So that's interesting. We'll keep our eyes on that. Listed available to make Pistons debut Thursday. So Huerter should play tonight. That's cool. Interesting. Jose Alvarado. Jaden Ivey listed probable to make Bulls debut Thursday. That's very cool. I love seeing that. Let's get the NBA schedule pulled up tonight. Quick. The Bulls face the Raptors. I watched the Raptors game last night as well. Hornets face the Rockets. Spurs at Mavs. Sixers at Lakers. Warriors at Suns. Wizards at Pistons. Definitely an interesting collection of games and everything tonight. Looking forward to all of that. Here we go. Thank you, Vinak, for sending it to me. Thoughts on this deal? Nets acquire Dalton Knecht to do Thiero a couple seconds. Heat land Rui Hachimura, Maxi Kleba. Lakers get Sharp and Wiggins. I see, and the Heat also get that 2031 first from the Lakers. I like Sharp and Wiggins, but it feels a little spendy for my liking for the Lakers. I like the players for them, but I think it's a little too much to give up. But I definitely understand that perspective on why you would look at maybe a deal like that. We are an hour and 42 minutes away, guys. Hour and 42 minutes away. Let's check how many likes we are at on the stream. Remember, our like goal today is 2,359 likes. I'm going to do a quick refresh job here. And we are at, the time I'm checking this now, 1,148. So if every single one of you right now, hypothetically, were to hit that like button, I bet we would smash that like goal. But we will see what happens. Ben Mathurin, Khalil Ware swap, lots of noise. I think that would have been. What is this tweet about? I want to. Let's go over to Jake Fisher quick. What is Madison Square Garden is going to absolutely erupt when Jose Alvarado skins his knees diving for a loose ball and slides right into Ben Stiller. That's actually hilarious. Good old Ben Stiller, man. Good old Ben Stiller. It's actually hilarious. Interesting. Very excited for the deadline. Getting close here. Refs stole that championship with the Mavs. That was very poorly officiated, in my unbiased opinion as a Mavericks fan. Fire Shams. We're getting a lot of Fire Shams tweets right now. Joshua says, what would a potential Hunter Tyson trade look like? I mean, you're looking at minimum contracts in return, and the Nuggets trying to shave money off of their books in the process. So Aries Constantino says, Sheldon Ware for 8 and any possibilities. Thank you for doing this, watching from the Philippines. Of course, glad that you guys are all watching and enjoying. Make sure that you guys do check out the content here at Utility Sports as well. I really do appreciate you guys so much. Pierre says, Brett Siegel said Embiid would never play again. He can't be trusted. Yeah, literally, like, that's one example of that. Ben Strife said, just like, appreciate you, my man. Christian says, you see the Spurs doing anything? They do have that Kelly Olynyk and the Jeremy Sohan salary slots. We'll get the Spurs cap table pulled up here. I hope you guys have felt like I've been able to show you everything you need to see in terms of cap tables, transactions when they happen, rumors, all that stuff. Hopefully we've been able to cover everything as good as possible. But Kelly Olynyk, his expiring salary, Barnes has an expiring salary, and then Sohan is a restricted free agent this offseason as well. So you can see any combination of two of those three guys, or maybe even all three of them in a deal. But I do like the idea of Sohan and Olynyk for a $20-ish million play or something like that. In the weed says Miami is not doing that. What? Not doing what? The wear swap. It would be that. I think the idea of that was that they would give Milwaukee the asset that they're getting back from Indiana if the Bucks didn't want Khalil Ware. I think that was where the idea was coming from. Gabe says things seem to have slowed way down. I mean, right now a little bit, but it's always until a trade happens. Like the teams are all working still. The GMs are calling each other. They're working with their cap guys. They're working with their pick specialists, all that stuff. The scouts, they're working on every little bit. Jerbal says starting to get a bit nervous about Spurs not doing anything. Don't worry. Lee Thomas says you can blame the Bucks on the slow trade deadline. We can blame the Bucks for a lot, can't we? Like the next 4 months of listening to Shams talk about Giannis Antetokounmpo trades. Did the Milwaukee Bucks really do this? Let's go over here. Bruh. I'm going to save that, and we will come back to that at a later date. We will come back to this. Don't worry. Do not worry. Hour and 38 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. We do have a super chat here from Ballers Central. Appreciate you, Ballers Central. Let's get some lasers in here for you. Heat fan, love the stream. Miles Turner and Morant to the Heat possible. Does it move the needle? Let's look at a possible trade here. We'll go over to the trade machine. We haven't been on the trade machine for about an hour now, I believe. So it's good to hop back over. We'll get Milwaukee, Memphis, and Miami all on the phone together. Miles Turner and Morant to the Heat. Both of them, there is going to be some difficulties there financially getting that to work. But it's not overcomable. The Heat do have enough salaries to make something happen. The difficulty is getting to both of those salary slots in something that makes sense for Miami. So the issue I'm first seeing here is for Miami to get to $39 million. The idea here, if you want Morant, would be to probably trade Rozier for him and like Fontecchio financially. That is something that would be somewhat sensible in a pathway to getting there. The issue is how do you get Miles Turner's $25 million salary now? And if you're Miami, would you have to do Wiggins or Norm? And again, now at that point, it doesn't really make sense. You got a Shams alert coming in 10 minutes. All right, we'll watch for it. But realistically, the most likely outcome here is that you'll see Miami and Memphis just working together on a Ja deal if Ja is traded. So we'll come back to that. Appreciate you guys. Let's go back over here. We have 2,000 people watching live, which is just incredible. I absolutely love that. It's been a very fun day today. Had a really great time. Obviously, you guys have brought a lot of really great energy here, and it's just very enjoyable. So it's been just a tremendous time. let's look at the live. We're up to almost over 1,200 likes, 1,227 likes right now, which is very cool. Very cool indeed. You guys have been absolutely killing it on the views and everything, and the comments. All the stuff has been just great. So very grateful for each and every one of you. We're again keeping eyes on all of the moves. Spicer makes a good point too. Sometimes winning the deadline is not as important as winning the games, right? You want to put yourself in a position to win games here. Okay, according to Legion Hoops, the Grizzlies aren't budging. They want at least a first-round pick for John Morant, and his chance of getting traded has gone seemingly down. Eric, thank you for tagging me in this here. Definitely going to watch and keep our eyes on everything. Lucas says, for you, what is the next move for the Hornets? Patience. They have 2 first-round picks in the 2026 draft, 3 in the 2027 draft. There's really no reason to be super over-the-top aggressive right now. Pete Rock says, have we talked about the Warriors' possible moves? Thanks for the updates. We have a bit, but we can go back over and look at Golden State's cap table. I don't mind going over teams multiple times. In fact, I think it's better to do that because then everyone can see it and kind of get a feel for what could happen. Unless the Warriors do something with Draymond Green, it'll be difficult for them to make a trade because you look at their salaries. You have Moody at 11. That's definitely movable. Horford at nearly 6. That's useful. But really, Draymond is that big ticket item now at $25 million if that's something they want to do. But perhaps they do not. JMO says, I'm worried for the Pacers. This trade deadline has been pretty active, says Rachel. Yes, it has. And we have had a good number of trades already today. We're sitting at 5 trades already today, and we still have an hour and a half yet until the NBA trade deadline is here. So it's been going really great. And I think we're going to get, again, a good number of trades. My over-under on the day I set to 13.5. Pretty aggressive line, but I think it's going to pay off pretty well. We're going to keep watching. Seabrooks, yeah, I don't think the Spurs need to panic or anything either. I just think, if they can find a reasonable buy now move that helps them a little bit this year without sacrificing long-term stuff too much, that would be great. Van Stripe says the Pacers will not get screwed in the lottery. I love how you're trying to manifest it here. And Hallie will be back. We're going to be all right. I definitely think Indiana's in a great spot. Red Rowdy says, I don't know why my Rockets think so highly of Reed Shepherd. He's the worst defender in the league. Can't dribble and is so inconsistent as a shooter. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's a bad player. He's shooting 38% from 3 this year. I don't know. He's pretty good. He gets a lot of volume. 3-point volume is more important than 3-point efficiency. So, Kiss My Afro says, been on a business lunch for a while. Is Morant staying put in Memphis? That does seem to be what the news is suggesting at this point, the reports, but nothing definitive yet that I would say is, oh my gosh, he's for sure not getting traded. Mate says, man, Shams give us something. Neckroll says 10 minutes. It was 3 to 4 minutes ago. Edroyd says Pat Riley needs to retire at 2 p.m. Central Time at 3 p.m. Eastern when the trade deadline. You want him to retire after the deadline passes? I'm just messing with you, Ed. I get your upset and your point here. Chelsea says, anyone bored? We're just waiting for the news, right? We are just hanging out waiting for the news, which makes me happy. We are hanging out. GTG says, this has been my favorite trade deadline channel since 2024. It's where I first learned about PJ and Gafford being traded to the Mavs. That is a throwback. Appreciate you, GTG. Glad that you were in the stream back then, and I'm glad that this has been kind of a nice little place for you to call home on trade deadline week. That's great to me to hear. Jacob here says, who do you think the Wolves target after Iowa, or do you think waiting for buyout market? I do think, Jacob, that the Wolves are primarily going to be targets in the buyout market. If we go over here and look at the Timberwolves cap table, I do think we can, gain a little bit of understanding of where they're at. From a trade perspective, it's going to be very difficult for them to improve their roster now at this point because they just don't have meaningful salaries to trade. They have 2 possible spots to fill. Realistically, though, you'll see them only fill 1 because they have just a tiny bit against the apron. But they could technically prorate a minimum and then fill in their roster that way, getting to the requirement of 14 standard NBA contracts. And then that way their tax bill isn't too large either. So would the Grizzlies take an injured Jimmy Butler for Ja? Yes, probably, because Jimmy Butler's contract is shorter. It's 1 year shorter than Ja's. So I think they would consider that at least. And then maybe use Jimmy's contract in the offseason as a way to eat other bad contracts in the process. So 2001 Gaming Fan says, hopefully it's an eventful final hour, but this feels like we've hit the wall where teams will just ride things out, expecting a few more marginal moves. So let's go over here. I think this will maybe give a little bit of hope to some of you. Okay. We're going to update the tax page here. Here are teams that are still in the tax. Okay. We have Denver is in the tax, right? $402,000. Boston maybe could eke out of the tax if they find a creative way, but probably not. So you're looking at 8 tax teams. Okay. Tax bill's relatively low this year. The Knicks and Cavs, especially the Cavs, their tax bill coming into the week was projected to be $165 million, and it's down to 64. They've done a great job limiting money on their roster. So kudos to them. The Clippers should look to get out of the tax, pretty aggressively. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but 4.8 is definitely doable. There's definitely ways where you could get there, especially since there's still teams with, ample tax space. Like, they got so much room against the tax yet. So there's definitely a way where the Clippers could make something happen, get out of the tax. If that's a Bogdanovich trade or not, we'll see. But there's definitely going to be some moves here that'll help with salary. Sohan will be an RFA, so either we match or let him go. Dube says, where were you when Sheldon had a 10-minute rant about the Mavs trading a 2027 first for PJ Washington? Dube, exactly. You get it, and now think about it. True Vision says, Draymond in a second for Sohan and Barnes. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I don't think the Spurs would get Draymond, but I don't mind the idea behind it. Going back to Dube here, I need to find that comment again. Think about how those situations have played out now, right? The Hornets are one of the trending teams in the NBA. They've got all these draft picks, a lot of flexibility. They're in a great spot, and the Mavericks are, we don't have any of our own picks, and we just had to trade Anthony Davis for pennies on the dollar because our front office is awful. Mavs fans thought I was ludicrous for not liking Nico Harrison then, by the way. Zach here says, advanced talks between Toronto and Sacramento, RJ for Monk and draft compensation. That would definitely be an interesting development here. Where is that report? If you guys can tag me on Twitter in that report, that would be great. If that's a real thing, I would love to see where that's at. But thank you to BZ for the follow over on Twitter. Links in the description, by the way, if you want to follow Dodak Life. Appreciate you. Taylor McKell, thank you. Dom, as well as Brett and Benoit. Appreciate you, Lance. Thank you to Carson, Vinok, and also Bryce under Go Blue Bear, Bear Down. Appreciate you, big time guys, for the follows over there. But yeah, feel free to tag me so I can see where that news is, if that is genuine news. GTG says, could the Mavericks consider another trade? Captain Clay, Martin. Martin, I would love to see Martin get traded, but probably won't. Appreciate you so for the follow. Let me see if I can get this to pop up. Appreciate you guys. Sheldon, can I interest you in Eric Gordon? No, thank you. I will pass on that one there, surprisingly. That's Daryl Morey's weakness, by the way, is Eric Gordon. Yeah, I agree, neck roll. I agree. Rachel says Draymond is a Steph merchant, has absolutely no value outside of Golden State. I mean, I don't know. He could be decent in some other places. Thank you, So for the follow. Shout out to GTA Knicks, man. Grand Theft Alvarado. This is my third trade deadline watching with you, says Joseph. Can you go over the most realistic trade for the Lakers to get Daron Sharp from Brooklyn? Really appreciate your work. Yes, the deal would essentially be Dalton Connect for Daron Sharp plus a pick swap down the road maybe. Or you could do something around Kleba's contract. And then that would allow the Lakers to shave off a little bit against the apron as well. So here we go. We do have some news. Let's go over to Mike A. Scotto. Haywood Highsmith is drawing interest from several playoff teams. Highsmith's healthy. He's playing 5-on-5 and was set to make his season debut following February 11th following meniscus surgery. So there you go. Haywood Highsmith could be available here. Sixers having $1 billion second-round picks. What are we doing? So the Sixers are trying to seemingly maintain flexibility for future moves, trades, decisions. That's what this deadline really opened my eyes to, I think, with the way that they operated. Tony here, thank you for the 2, says, think NBA done with the Nico experience. Yeah, he won't have a GM job again, which thank God. It was terrible to live through. I just want to point out, like everyone's going to point out to the Luka trade, right? He let Jalen Brunson go for nothing. And he traded Kristaps Porzingis for Davis Bertans and Spencer Dinwiddie. He has been terrible. He did not have a single good trade deadline with the Mavericks. He inherited the easiest situation in the league. He inherited the Mavericks with Porzingis, Brunson, and Luka already on the roster, access to max cap space, and he screwed it all up. That's what he did. AZ Patriot here says, my Bulls dealing IO feels like I was stabbed in the face with a fire poker. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But, hey, you got a good return for him, in my opinion. Why was I so low on Brandon Miller and so high on Scoot? I mean, I had Miller 4th on my board. I wouldn't say that's so low. I was lower on him. And I think a lot of my rationale is still valid to this day because he is primarily an off-the-catch play finisher who, remember people were comparing him to prime Paul George, like MVP caliber Paul George, which is not the reality. In fact, Brandon Miller and him play actually quite a bit different from each other. And I was higher on Scoot because I do really believe Scoot Henderson is an advantage generator. Now, it hasn't worked out in Portland. We haven't really gotten to see Scoot in Portland this year. But I'm still optimistic. It takes guards a little bit of time. It took Darius Garland a while to really find his rhythm. And I'm hoping now that Chauncey Billups is no longer the, at least current head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, that if Scoot, when Scoot gets healthy and gets back into rhythm and everything, that he can show out a little bit. Sheldon for Bob Costas, Marv Albert, Al Michaels, Mel Kiper, and 3 number 1s. I'm telling you right now, you just overpaid big time for me. I think what you should have done is about one of those little, like, not even like the non-family size. Like, I'm telling you, like one of the serving single individual size of Doritos, like one of those little bags, and maybe like a banana. That's probably what I would have been worth on the trade market. Rad Hussein says, do you think the Rockets make a trade? Lots of dead cap, either injured or not playing well. They still definitely have the flexibility to. They could use Dorian Finney-Smith's contract, but we'll see. Dube says it's so funny. I think that was the first year I watched it at the trade deadline. Also, the first time the Hornets won a trade. The Hornets did great, man, and it set them up very well. I'm very happy for Charlotte. Like, here's the thing. Yes, he shot very well against Oklahoma City, but I do think it's very important to point out that PJ has had one series in his career where he shot well, and it's because the Oklahoma City Thunder did not guard him. Like, he happened to make shots. Yes, he had a good series. Sure. But the Timberwolves didn't guard him either in the Western Conference Finals, and the Mavericks still went to the finals. And I watched that series in person, the Wolves and Mavs, because I was covering the Wolves that year. And it was terrible watching PJ Washington in the playoffs. He was not good. And now, will he be a part of the long-term future in the Wolves? He's not trade eligible this year, but in the offseason, expect calls to start being placed. In the Weed says, I don't see any reporting on those Toronto-Sacramento advanced talks. I think it's just a Sac fan talk in the chat. We'll see. Job being held hostage in Memphis. Jeffrey agrees with that. Monk needs to be a Laker again, says Seabrooks. Only left to go get paid. He loved being a Laker. I would love to see him back in Los Angeles, whether it's with the Lakers or Clippers. I think either team could use him. The Clippers fit, I think, is a little bit easier. Grayson is saying, are we going to get another trade before GTA 6? Marion says, and Draymond was thinking of himself as the defensive player of year of all time. David says, did you know Eric Gordon, is he actually a grandfather? There's a joke in there if he is. Plays like one, but let me be nice. I'm going to be nice. Rad says anything about, yep, we answered that. Buyer Boy says, what are the Bulls doing with all of these guards? They're focused on losing and rebuilding their team, and they're going to give some opportunities to some young players. Andres says, preach, Sheldon, appreciate you. Money Man Max says, PJ, talking about Washington. Yeah, he acquired. Hold on. I'm very glad. Hold on. This is Zoomies. This is a great time to point something out. Let's go over here to this tab quick. We're gonna refresh, okay? And he did what? Let's go look at something that Oklahoma City has. Let's just go give it a little peek here. 2028. What am I looking for? By the way, this is the Thunder picks. Oh. How did the Thunder get this? Oh, this was the that's right. This was the Daniel Gafford trade. Oh. And I love Gafford. I actually didn't mind the Gafford trade. And if we still had Luka, this wouldn't be the end of the world. But if you trade Luka Doncic, you lose credibility on everything else, especially when you leveraged all of the future in trying to put a team around Luka. So, yeah, if you look at this, this is a complete disaster. This is disastrous. The Thunder can swap with us in 2028 because of Gafford. And then if you want to know where our 2027 first is for PJ, again, not great. Not great. Top 2 protected for PJ Washington. Sure. No More King says the Mavs' first train wreck was losing Brunson. Them boys were cooking. Yeah, we had a great team, and Nico Harrison tore it all down. So, Nico Harrison should be a swear word. Mike Howard says they got rid of Nico before we could trade Flag. Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't trade the pick for someone who Nike represented. Moneyman Max says rather have Coop than Luka. I'm happy. I would not. I'd rather have Luka Doncic, to be honest. I love Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag is going to be an All-NBA player. If we go back over to my my board here over on Twitter, you can see how highly I liked Cooper Flag. I had him as somebody who was a surefire All-NBA talent. So this is not me saying, oh, Cooper Flag's not this, not that. I love Cooper Flag. I probably like Cooper Flag pre-draft more than anyone else that you've watched talk about the draft or anything like that. But Luka Doncic has been All-NBA first team 5 times in 7 years. And the first year he missed it was his rookie season. And then the final year he missed it, he didn't qualify for the games played. So Sage here says, who would you have graded higher at this point in time, Dabansa or Miller /Scoot? Dabansa. would be higher as prospects relative to those two. Fabio here says, imagine the masterpiece if Bulls still re-sign him. I would tell him that he deserves a playoff run, same as Vucevic and Kobe, but we are waiting for him in the summer. Montes will pick him up on July 1st. Talking about the Bulls here. Quinn says, I would unironically rather have Sheldon as the GM over Troy Weaver. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that should be like pretty. Not to toot my own horn here, but yes. Marion says, but Pelinka really fooled Nico big time. I mean, why didn't he negotiate? Yeah, there's no understanding here. There's some mental block in Nico Harrison's head that he couldn't get over, clearly. Scoot's going to be back soon. Yep. He's had the longest injury like imaginable based on what the initial reporting was. It was supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks. He's missed a very long time, but we will see. Okay. This is, again, I don't know. I don't think this is super valid. But I don't know. We'll see. Raptors regarding RJ Barrett. Kings are leading the race and are going all in on Barrett. Kings are willing to part with multiple assets as discussions have revolved around Monk and draft comp. I mean, I don't know. Don't love that. The Lakers could offer, sign and trade Austin Reeves, 3 first-round picks, and major cap relief to the Bucks this summer for Giannis to help jumpstart Milwaukee's rebuild. I mean, like, yes, they could offer that. Austin Reeves, I mean, I don't know. It's what it is. Possible, but I don't know. I still think we're going to get a good number of trades, right? We do have news. Let's go over to Mark Stein. Let's go over here to Mark Stein. We do have news. Amari Williams has agreed to a 2-year, $2.7 million deal with Boston. Nice. Love that. After dumping Chris Boucher, the Celtics sign 2025 or sign rookie Amari Williams to a standard multi-year NBA contract. Congrats to Amari. Really happy for him. Good for him. Gets a good amount of money there. 2 years, $2.7 million. Can't complain about that, huh? Very good deal. Very, very good deal. G. Curvy. Talking about Michael Porter Jr. No, I'm not sure if a Porter Jr. trade is going to happen. Kind of what we talked about. I've talked about the Nets and how they approached the Cam Johnson trade last year, waiting to get a deal in the offseason. So American Brood here says Orlando is like, we are missing just Franz, then we become a championship team. Orlando GM is a pipe dreamer. Dude is living in Neverland. Yeah, I don't think they're that close to a championship, to be honest. Gabe says, hoping the Nets waive Ty Smith to make a roster spot for a 2-for-1 with my Pistons. No More King says, yes, someone in Mavs management had an issue with Luka. Very sad to see. Nico was just the fall guy. Did the dirty work. Now disappeared. I don't think he was just the fall guy. I think he spearheaded it. But yes, there was clearly the front office was not happy with Luka, and they just made a very bad mistake. Okay, yep, Graham, we can jump over to a Bulls mock for Misi. I had promised you one earlier, so let me be sure to give one to you. Thank you for your patience as well today. I know we've had a lot of stuff going on, so it took me a little bit to get back to this, but thank you for the reminder too. We'll look at Misi going to Chicago. Now, the nice thing is he is making just $3.3 million. And who could the Bulls send back to New Orleans? They have, obviously, some of these smaller salaries. They do have Yabusele. The issue with Yabusele here is you want to avoid the tax. So how could we avoid the tax? We could do something like, Trey Jones could even be in this. I don't know who would New Orleans want. Let's just do it for Leonard Miller, and we'll do like 3 seconds. The Bulls have gotten a bunch of seconds, so something like this, right? Where New Orleans gets a bunch of second-round picks for Yves Missi. Something like that. The salaries are a little difficult to work because of all the aggregation stuff and all the players that the Bulls have already been in on trades for. But they've been very aggressive, of course. Vomzoni says, shout out to Dallas for helping us get Keyshawn George. Yep. GTG says, is AJ Johnson any good? Does he click well with Cooper and Kyrie? No, AJ Johnson is not going to be good. He actually was not top 60 on my final big board in 2024. And then John Horst drafted him somehow 23rd overall. So that was one of the bigger head-scratching trades of the or draft picks of the entire draft that year. So I was very shocked by that. Thank you to Louis Rudolph Munson for the follow. Thank you to Cleveland Sports. Thank you to Pending Scott Coronado there. G. Curvy, appreciate you. Athar, appreciate you as well. Texas Recruiting News, thank you. And then Mr. Bean again. So thank you guys all for the follows over there on Twitter. I do like the signing for the Celtics. Amari Williams can pass a bit, is a big, very very skilled. John Krasinski, let's go over here to this. John here says, very possible the Wolves re-engage this summer on Giannis. As much excitement as there was for a potential Giannis trade, there was a lot of nervousness too at the prospects of saying goodbye to some valued players. Jaden is staying, Nas is staying, Julius is staying, Rudy is staying. Nothing ever got close with Milwaukee. Wolves march on. Wolves still have 2 open roster spots, so there is some flexibility going forward as well. So some good news there. Obviously, a lot of nerves when you're making a huge decision like a pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. And ultimately, Milwaukee was never serious, according to reports that told Jake Fisher, which one team executive is who told him that. So, 5 Adam here says, I think Cooper Flag is better than Luka as a two-way player. I mean, he's just not better on offense. And Cooper's really good on offense, but I don't know. It's this whole like two-way player thing. I don't know. There's just a lot of details to NBA basketball that don't really shape that too much. So Andres here says Mavs don't win game 2 or 5 in LA or in LA and in OKC without Luka. I mean, yeah, that's just they don't win any of the games without Luka. Let's just be real about it. They don't win any of the 4 that they won. Zach says, I'm a Raptors fan, but an account posted those details. Yeah, appreciate you, Zach, for taking me. Nick here says, Sheldon, you are the GOAT, and I've been watching you for 2 years, I believe, myself. Thank you, Nick. Glad that you've been enjoying the content here, and I'm glad that I can continue to deliver for you guys. We are now at this point an hour and 7 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. Oh, we have a trade. Shams. We need to go over to Shams. Let's get over there. What is our trade? The Denver Nuggets are trading Hunter Tyson and a 2032 second-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for the lesser favorable of a Clippers-Hawks 2026 second. Denver creates an open roster spot and gets out of the tax. The Nuggets do duck out of the tax as projected. They trade Hunter Tyson to do so, and a 2032 second for a poor value second rounder in return. Or like this for Brooklyn. Kicking the can by pushing those assets back. Like that for Brooklyn. I think that's a pretty good deal. I was not sharing, but there you go. The Denver Nuggets are trading, again, Hunter Tyson and a 2032 second-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for a Clippers-Hawks 2022, the less favorable of the two. So, okay, in the weeds. Thank you for that. I kind of was a little hesitant on that, but will anyone trade for Jordan Poole? Ethan Roberts wants to know if someone will. I think it would be Memphis, but I don't think the market's going to be that huge. Scranton Shocker says, "So you ever believe there will be a time NBA teams will be able to trade G League players similar to other sports trading players at lower levels?" Maybe that's like semi-possible, but then the issue is they would need like NBA contracts. G League already does trade G League guys. G League teams trade with each other. So my guess is right now, no, just because I think the NBA will probably leave a lot of their stuff as is in future CBA negotiations. They'll just make some slight adjustments here and there. But yeah, good question. Good question, Scranton Shocker. Jamal says, UK in the house. Appreciate you, Jamal, for being in here. Daniel, no trades yet after Alvarado. Yep. UK legend, Amari Williams. Yes, very happy for him. Manuel Giannis is staying in Milwaukee. Teams continue to jump out of the tax. This is it was one of the big things that we talked about leading up to the trade deadline this year. The tax is your best bet at figuring out how teams are going to operate. Teams that jumped out that we guessed: Toronto jumped out, New Orleans stayed under, OKC stayed under, Portland stayed under, Orlando jumped out, which we predicted. Atlanta was active in making sure they weren't a tax team. Sacramento made sure they weren't a tax team. Like pretty much all of these were very predictable. And now ultimately Denver jumped out too, right? Minnesota could still theoretically find a way to jump out, but it looks like they are at this point done from what I'd have to guess in terms of huge trades. We have news from Shams. Let's go back over here. We do have another trade. And it's kind of unfortunate. I thought he was probably going to stay, but Josh Minott has been traded to the Brooklyn Nets. His minutes have been sliced in recent weeks, but kind of thought he would have been safe. He's averaging 6 points a game this year, shooting the ball really well. I kind of figured he would be safe past the deadline, but not the case. Boston Celtics are trading Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. Josh Minott, who is on a minimum contract with an option here, I think, as well. Appreciate you guys. Let's go back over to Shams. Still looking for an update on what the return is here. But Boston could be looking to open up another roster spot here. We'll definitely be interested to see what they do. They just picked up Hunter, who is starting. Murray is back in like a week. Barrett would be on the bench. I don't think Barrett would be on the bench, but they would probably be starting a bunch of wings together, which would be weird. Cease here said, like I said before, all the big trades are happened already. We're still going to get deals, right? We have the Minott trade now to Boston. So we're getting a couple of deals here and there, right? We have had the Hunter Tyson trade, which is the 6th trade of the day. Hunter Tyson salary dump. And then we also have the Josh Minott trade. So some smaller deals, but still 7 trades today that we've had. Some very sizable stuff. Bethora says it's about next season. Marion, right now there's quite a few teams with fewer than ideal assets. How could the Lakers get Wiggins off the Heat? Their 2031 first rounder, I'm sure would. Freezing Vein says Daryl Morey's a clown. Jaren here on Twitch says, seems like no more trades so far. Well, we've just gotten a couple, right? The Celtics traded Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. So Brooklyn is being active like we predicted. I talked a lot about the Nets being a space to eat salaries. Talked all week long about Brooklyn being a place to eat salaries at the deadline. We've now seen numerous deals that Brooklyn has facilitated. We have another deal. Let's go over to Shams here. Wow. Shams. Eric Gordon is traded. So let's go over to Shams Charania here. The Philadelphia 76ers are trading Eric Gordon in a 2032 second-round pick swap to the Memphis Grizzlies. This gives the Sixers the flexibility to complete roster conversion of two-way Dominic Barlow. 76ers give up a swap to get off Eric Gordon, thus staying below the tax and converting Barlow to a standard NBA deal. Well deserved for Barlow. Really like this for Dominic Barlow, which is now another trade here. We have 8 trades now today. Eric Gordon trade. So we have the Ayo Dosunmu trade. We have the Luke Kennard trade, the Nick Richards salary dump, the Celtics salary dumping Chris Boucher. We have the Jose Alvarado trade, the Hunter Tyson salary dump, the Josh Minott trade, and then the Eric Gordon trade as well. So I should second round swap. I should make sure that that is clear. Second round swap in that deal. So is there a Nickeil Alexander-Walker type player the Jazz could go get? At this point, not one that's readily available. Maybe Quentin Grimes in the offseason, but I don't think that will seemingly happen. Norin here says Bulls are going somewhere. Irony is the opposite of most teams. Great coach, finally has talent around him. Watch out. Ethan says, is Jordan Poole going to get moved? No, I don't think so. Wake Up says this trade deadline day has been terribly boring. I mean, we still have an hour left. In fact, just a little bit under that. 58 minutes remaining here today, which is extremely exciting. Wolves would trade Randall for Giannis. I mean, yeah, that would be part of who they put in there. Loner Man says Buck's stupid. Now no teams going to want to work with them in the future. I mean, if they have Giannis still, teams will want to work with them. Just they'll be annoyed working with them, but they'll do it for pursuit of Giannis. Eduardo says Ja for the Bucks. I do want to go over here to Bobby Marks. He was tweeting about draft picks. If we go look, starting in the offseason, Milwaukee will have 3 tradable firsts available to use in a trade, 2026, 2031, and 2033. They currently only have one, which is either of the 2031 or 2032 first. It would be sacrilegious for them to give that up if they did. But you never know, right? You never really know. We are so back, says In the Weeds. This next hour is going to be busy, I think. So let's go back over to Shams here. Do we have an update here from him? No, just the Sixers Eric Gordon news, right? Yep. Hunter Tyson salary dump is official. We want a Shams bomb. Cam from the H says Bulls better be buying out a couple of the surplus cards they still have left. Definitely see what they'll do. I'm sure not everyone will stick. Lee says somebody do something. Grayson says, is everyone just taking turns giving Utah, Charlotte, or Brooklyn their 14th man? Yes, basically. I mean, we have the Sum new trade. The Sum new trade's really impactful. Kennard trade's not bad either. Chelsea says only an hour left. I'm getting sleepy. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed at least my element. I'm trying to provide as much as I can. Obviously, I can't make the trades for the GMs, but hopefully we figure it out here. Scranton says, can you explain how limiting the tax line is important for teams for the future, such as this offseason during the season next year? So yeah, there's a few elements, right? You have the first element being the fact that you're looking at some salary mechanisms for Philadelphia. It opened up some pathways to keeping Dominic Barlow, keeping Quentin Grimes long term. Those are two of the possible reasons why they would be very intentional about staying out of the tax. And then also from year to year, you have the repeater tax. So if you spend multiple seasons consecutively as a tax team, your tax bill gets higher and higher and higher. If you want to take a look at that here, we can look at the cap situation or the tax situation here over on Spot Track. I just updated it now. Boston, very interestingly, is probably going to get out of the tax. We'll see if another deal materializes for them. But they're going to try very hard, seemingly, to do so. And look at the tax bill differences, right? The Lakers and Rockets both are about $6 to $7 million over the tax, right? And their payments are very different. The Rockets, who are just the first time, they haven't been a repeater tax team for long. Their tax payment this year is only $7 million. So that's the check that the owner has to write the NBA. The Lakers, on the other hand, have to write a near $20 million check. And if you look at New York, they're going to write in a $67 million check. The Cavaliers will write in a $64 million check. And the Warriors will write in a $61 million check, basically. So let's go back over to Shams here. Update this. Let's see what the deal is. Gumball, you are going to get muted here because you just trolled me and I am embarrassed now. Lana Rose says, how are you? My headphones are not working. No, I'm not. Yeah, you gotta turn your volume on, man. I'm not. Turn on the captions. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not typing out everything I say. Lux says, I wish Sohan got traded though. Poor guy gets no minutes on the Spurs. Christian says Sohan's probably going to get released. I don't think he'll get released. I'd be surprised by that. Chris Haynes. Did Chris Haynes tweet something? You guys have been doing a good job tagging me. Let's go over to Chris Haynes. Did he tweet something? Denver Nuggets will convert swingman Spencer Jones from 2-8 contract to standard contract. Rookies had a standout campaign. Let's give that a little repost. Couchin, thank you for the tag here as well, as chat for letting me know. Obviously, a lot of stuff that we're going to find out here around Shams Charania and the deadline, but the Celtics are very close to dipping below the tax. Boston is very close to dipping below the tax after the Minot trade this week has provided the Celtics with massive salary / tax relief and can even reprieve them from the repeater tax penalty potentially with one more move. So we'll see what they do here. But the Celtics are getting very, very close to a deal where they would get out of the tax altogether. So if we look at to look at the tax situation now, they earlier were projected to be paying a real load, a significant amount. And if we go back, we can even look back last year. Boston, look at what their tax bill was, $52 million last year. They have new ownership. which means new prerogatives, which means get us out of the tax and save us money, is what the new ownership is telling them very clearly. The Celtics are making decisions, but Javier here says, do you think the Pacers get Zubac by the end of the day? I'm going to say no, but we'll see. Brady, the crying emoji. I think probably about the 6-7 thing. LaGreatness said to stop. Trust me, I regretted it the moment I did it. Spursive here says, if the Bucks jump New Orleans in the lottery this year, they will get that lower Pelicans pick, or does that stay with them? Yeah, so if the Bucks jump over New Orleans, Atlanta still gets the higher of the two. So, Andy here says, looking for Suns to trade Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal. The Suns have already done their work. If we look at their cap table, we'll go over to this tab and pull up Phoenix. The Suns have already done their job. They made a 2-for-2 trade, sending Nick Richards out the door, as well as Nigel Hayes-Davis. They brought back in Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey, and they got out of the tax. So credit to Phoenix. What a great job they've done. I feel like they've just been very, very clever, very smart with the way they've gone about building their roster up, making adjustments, making tweaks. We are just 49 minutes away now. I do think Denver is done, Joshua, if I had to bet, but you never know. Do I think LeBron to the Cavs end of the day? No. In the offseason, potentially, as a minimum signing. Shaw says if Trajan doesn't get someone he sucks, I'll forever blame him for not winning a ring. If we don't win it in the next few years, you only get one shot sometimes. Definitely would be disappointing if Detroit doesn't at least push forward a little bit. Smalls Inc. says, imagine McCain now being number 15 on your bench, someone who could have vied for Rookie of the Year last year. Yeah, it's very difficult, honestly. Lee here says, is Ja to Miami a done deal? No, not yet at this point. Logan said, Woj would never lie to us about Giannis this deadline. I do completely agree. Andrew says, if it wasn't for Michael Jordan, the Bulls, yeah, they wouldn't have a pretty history without MJ. Ja Bomb, are you talking about his Selly? Talking about Dennis Schroder, I remember I did have a video up on the channel breaking down Dennis Schroder and Keon Ellis's debut. Guys, do not put fake stuff in the chat, okay? Because then that way I can't tell when real stuff happens, and then you guys get delayed reactions, which is not great. Yeah, Tillman next is probably a good shout there. That is very likely, to be honest with you. So, we'll see what happens, of course, but a lot of stuff to follow and consider. Nicholas here says, I really wish y'all would stop with this Ja stuff. Ja is not being traded. It doesn't seem like he will be unless a team pays up. It'd be funny if it's Milwaukee, right? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I was wrong. Wow. We have a huge deal. We need to go to Jake Fisher. Oh my gosh. This is a huge trade. The Clippers are trading Ivica Zubac to the Pacers. Wow. This is a huge trade. Clippers trade Ivica Zubac to the Indiana Pacers. Wow, this is a huge trade. This is a massive deal. Oh my gosh. Zubac, Pacers. Oh my goodness, Pacers. This is a huge deal. Huge deal today. Welcome everyone to the stream. This is a big trade. A very big trade. Let's see if we can go over to Shams. I know Chris Haynes tweeted about it as well. We don't have the package quite yet. Has Shams not tweeted it at all? This is crazy. Here we go. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Ivica Zubac to the Indiana Pacers. Here's your first look at Zubac, the new center for the Indiana Pacers and for Tyrese Halliburton. This is a huge trade. This is a huge, huge, huge trade. One that is massively important for the LA Clippers and for the Indiana Pacers. I will be giving my trade grades here in just a second. Welcome everyone to the stream. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you are new here. This is a huge, huge, huge trade. Ivica Zubac is a Los Angeles Clipper. We're going to try and keep our eyes on the news. Indiana's getting a player who's on a very cheap contract. If we go over to Bobby Marks, this is a great point by him. If we go over to Bobby Marks here and take a look at what he's saying, I will be right back in just a second, but here is his contract, under contract for 3 seasons, extremely valuable. What an absolutely huge deal. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how important this is. After trading away James Harden, I do think maximizing his value now before he inevitably plays a little bit worse without James Harden on his roster. This is a huge trade, hugely impactful trade. I am very excited to see what the return is here, but I think it's going to be very substantial. Ivica Zubac is a very good player, and we don't have word yet on the package, but this is a huge trade again. Clippers are trading center Ivica Zubac to Indiana. $20 super chat coming in here. B. Kelly with the goat emoji. Brian, appreciate you, my dog. Thanks for being in here this week as well. Always appreciate your comments and everything. I'm thankful for you. And wow, very crazy. Bobby Marks here. Let me tweet this real quick. Thank you for the 20 again. It's like the low taper fade meme. It's massive. But genuinely, this is a huge deal. It's a very, very sizable trade. And one that will shape the course of the near future of the NBA in a lot of ways. The Pacers really badly needed a center. They just were not going to win without one. And Zubac, I think, is really a dream fit with Indiana for a few different reasons. Specifically, his play out of the pocket as a roll man. He's got very good hands and touch. His ability to finish around the rim is really, really strong. This is a very big trade. And the Clippers are cleaning house a little bit here. They moved, obviously, Harden for Garland. They also then moved now Ivica Zubac to the Indiana Pacers, which I know has Indiana fans very excited. Pacers fans, you got to be stoked right now. Zubac to Indy. Huge deal. I mean, I've been here. Home Snake says, found your channel for the draft 2 years back. Great content, man. Appreciate you. Shamber alert. There we go. Zubac to Indy. Very huge deal. Very excited about it. Let's go, says BS Express. We don't know what the exact package is yet at this point. We are going to try and continue watching for that update. If you guys see word, make sure to tag me. But this is going to be a significant investment for the Pacers, if I had to assume. My guess is you're looking 2027 first, 2029 first, and then matching salary. But this is, of course, the biggest trade of the day, and it's a really good one for both Indiana and potentially for the Clippers, depending on what it is. Austin Law says Mathurin and Jackson plus picks, I'd have to imagine. I'm thinking that, or possibly maybe Jarris Walker in the deal. We'll see. 2 first-round picks are, in fact, going to the Clippers for Ivica Zubac. Still waiting word on the players involved from Indiana, player or players. We'll see. Brett Siegel saying there's 2 firsts. That, I guess, is very potentially the case. Like I already just said that I would think there's 2 firsts in there. So who knows what the actual deal is at this point, but we are watching for it. Nick says, why would the Clippers do this? I don't know. They might. I do think Mathurin would probably be in this, like Guilty is saying. Until we have the actual package, I'm going to wait to share my trade grades. Obviously want to be able to break it down fully what the deal is, but multiple first-round picks in this deal. It's a really great package. A lot of people do not understand. I'm going to sound like that old head on TikTok, but you do not understand how good Ivica Zubac is if you don't think this is a big deal. I think it's a very, very sizable trade and one that is really important in the NBA, especially you're talking about a team that was just in the NBA Finals. Yeah, no kidding. We need the details from Shams Charania. That's what we're waiting for here. We're waiting for the package. Pause. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Hopefully that was someone's first ever interaction with me. Hopefully I'm leaving a good impact. Yes, John, I was having issues with my cat. He is now locked out of the room. Okay, going over to Mike Scotto here. Mathurin is part of the deal. Mathurin is going to be a Clipper. Indiana Pacers guard Benedict Mathurin is part of the trade going to the Los Angeles Clippers to acquire Ivica Zubac. We are still waiting on the entirety of the package. Hopefully Shams will have the details at some point. It's been 8 minutes now. You would think the details would be out at this point. But seemingly not here. We are still waiting. But Mathurin is in the deal, according to Mike A. Scotto of Hoops Hype, who I do tend to trust. And again, this is a package we've talked about today, with Mathurin going to LA and Zubac going to Indiana. Zubac is very cheap and very valuable. He was a near All-NBA center last season. BS Express says he approves the deal. Make it so. Mosen says Garland and Mathurin backcourt is promising if that ends up being the case. ITK says good for Zubac. He's going to be getting some dough. It is a huge trade. Clippers badly wanted to continue the contributions to the Thunder dynasty. Thanks for the pick, Clippers. This definitely makes the Clippers significantly worse. And you'd have to imagine the Sixers pick that they have in 2028 just got better. I'm from Minnesota. That's how I say tag. This is how it is. Another ShamWow. the towel, the ShamWow. Here we go. I think nope, that was, why does Twitter do that? Sometimes I get I don't know if this happens to you guys, but on Twitter, on the mobile app, I get notifications that are old notifications. I just got the reminder basically of the trade yesterday of Agbaji. Nick says, I've been a fan of Zubac since he dropped 30-30 on us. Thrilled he is now a Pacer. He is very good. He's a really great player. His impact goes a lot further than just the box score numbers too. He's been one of the best rim protectors in the NBA. Let's go over to NBA.com. And I will, I think this will be a useful way to show you guys how valuable this guy is. So we're looking at a player here who is 14 points a game, 11 boards, 2 assists, extremely efficient from the field, right? You're looking high 50s, even when he was a rookie or young player, to the low 60s% field goal percentage. His true shooting percentage is always going to be solid. Last year, he was a huge positive impact player. This year, he's at a net neutral 0, despite a lot of their struggles even this season, which is a testament to how much better they are with him on the floor compared to Brook Lopez. And then if you look at some of his tracking numbers and specifically the defensive dashboard, with shots within 6 feet of the hoop, his defensive field goal percentage is 53.1%. He's absolutely tremendous defensively. And I think a player who, he doesn't look like he'd be this elite defender, but he's positionally very, very great. And someone who is going to be able to anchor Ivica, anchor defense. Awesome fit for Indy. He's a true perfect pocket role pairing with Halliburton going forward. Think Richaun Holmes on steroids, plus an elite anchor, one of the best rim protectors in the league, and on an elite value contract. He is just, I mean, it's just absurdly good value here for Indiana. Again, we're waiting for the details. Here it is now. The details are in, and it's essentially the exact package we put together today in the stream. The Pacers are sending Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, 2 first-round picks and 1 second-round pick to the Clippers for Ivica Zubac. Here are my trade grades. Let's go on to the trade grades section of this now. Obviously, a huge trade. Make sure you guys leave a like if you are enjoying it. We're gonna break down the trades here, and specifically the trade grade here for Mathurin, or this Mathurin and Zubac swap here. The Indiana Pacers get an A+. The Los Angeles Clippers get a D. This is not a good return for them. Ivica Zubac is a perfect pick and roll partner with Halliburton. Great hands, touch, and a big screener. Cleans the glass well. Plays in the pocket tremendously. And is an elite defensive big. One of the best value contracts in the league. And the Pacers got him for their worst high-minute player. Just genuinely, this is, I'm going to change it to an A++. And the Clippers here, assuming this is the 27 and 29 picks, going back to LAC, I can't stress enough how poor of a return this is for the Clippers, given Zubac's value as a player and their team control on him. Mathurin is a RFA and might cost a pretty penny by next season. Isaiah, the 2 firsts are something, but they don't warrant giving up a near all-NBA / all defense big. I do like Ijax and think he could stick in LAC for a while. But, man, this is not the move. Really wanted to see Garland and Zubac together. This is just not it to me. I don't care about Kobe Brown, by the way. He's terrible. This is just a really bad trade. This is an absolute fleecing by Indiana. And I hate to say it. Again, this is under the assumption that it's these first round picks, 2027, 2029. It's actually absurdly insane. Like, I just don't know. Stop typing and look at the chat. It's 20. Okay. Top 4 protected. Okay. My bad, guys. My bad. Let me look at this. Protected 1 through 4 and 10 through 30. Okay. Let me update this. Thank you guys for the update. Let me edit. Okay. I'm going to give this a C plus. The protections on I still don't, the 2026 first round pick to me makes this deal still low upside IMO. I don't think that asset warrants giving up and all. I still don't love it. I'm gonna give him a C. I really just don't. I really just do not love it. It being this year's better, but the protections on it means it's not great. Like, if it wasn't protected, I would be very intrigued by it, but it's, I don't know. Tyler here says, I bet Kawhi is moved by 3 p.m. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we're going to keep our eyes on everything, but this is obviously a huge deal, and one that, to me, is a very, very great trade by the Pacers. Let me look at this. Rose says, hi, YouTube. Let's go over here quick. For the Pacers, there is very little downside to this deal. If the pick lands top 4, if the pick does not convey to LAC, aka stays top 4 or 10 through XX, the Pacers legit get a young pickup this year too, around the Siakam, Hallie, Zubac trio. If the pick does convey, they could then trade 2027, 2031, 2033 first in another big deal if they wanted to, by using other salaries to make a salary match deal. So this is like very low downside for Indiana, in my opinion, especially since the pick is protected the way that it is. It's a trade that the Clippers, who are trying to get younger, are going to really need to hope that pick ends up being number 5 in this draft. I don't really get it. It's protected. It's literally protected 1 through 4 and 10 through 30. So it's you. If you're the Clippers, you only get it if it's pick 5 through 9. And if you know anything about this draft class, pick 5 is where the draft opens up because there's a pretty clear and evident top 4 right now. This is a great trade for the Pacers. This is a really great trade for them. They've got a tremendous big 3. I know this is, again, people are going to doubt this. People are going to say, oh, this is one of those where I guarantee you Indiana's going to be nasty next season. Indiana's going to be nasty. They're going to be really good. Protected 1 through 4 pick is crazy. And 10 through 30. It's doubly protected. It's protected 1 through 4 and 10 through 30. So you're only getting it if it's 5 through 9 if you're the Clippers. They did not overpay. This is a very, very great trade for the dude. Zubac is like 8 times better than Mathurin, and Matherin's going to probably cost more than Zubac. It's very, very clearly this is a not great trade for the Clippers. Like, and I hate to say that, but and did you watch the Clippers last night without Zubac? They can't guard anybody. They can't. Their defense without him is horrible. So I promise you, I promise you next year the Pacers are going to be wicked. They're going to be insanely good. They're going to be insanely good. It's a creative way to protect the pick. It's insane to me. Yes. Pacers 2031 unprotected. Okay. I do need to make an edit then as well. Actually, no, that's not true. I mean, this is just really great for this is really great for the Pacers, I think. Van Strife says we better get 1 through 4. I mean, it's the protection on it makes it not great. Like, it's really, I don't know. Again, I think everyone's too low on Zubac too. Let's actually do a little bit of data ball R here, just to drill home the point. Let's find the Clippers and Zubac. This is now the situation, right? So with Zubac, no Harden, they were negative. Again, they were losing a lot of games this year. They're starting Kobe Sanders. So with Harden on, no Zoo. This is a testament to how good James Harden is. With both of them against starters, this is their highest volume lineups, right? Even. This is the Clippers now what they are, right? This is now the Clippers team. Is this minus 11 per 100 possessions. And then if we go look at Indiana, and let's just take a quick little gander at Benedict Mathurin. This is just not a good deal, in my opinion. But whoops, I did not mean to include Quentin Jackson. The Pacers have been worse with Benedict Mathurin on the floor than without him. And this is not just a 1 year sample size. Like, we can go back to multiple years. The Pacers for a long time have been worse without Mathurin, or with Mathurin on the court than they are without him on the court. They're better without him. That was true in the NBA Finals. That was true last year in the regular season. That was true this year. Massively true this year. Mathurin is not great. I mean, if you want to say that, sure, but the issue is they weren't terrible last year, and it's still true. It's been true for a long time. It's not just a this year thing. So teams are calling the Clippers to try trading for Kawhi Leonard. Holy cow. Shams Randy here. The Charlotte Hornets are trading Tyus Jones to the Dallas Mavericks for Malachi Branham. Sources tell ESPN Mavericks have had interest in Jones this season and get him today. Hornets open up a $7 million trade exception. Why would Dallas do this? Is it just about developmental minutes for Flag? Okay. Mavs get a veteran low turnover guard to put next to Flag for the remainder of the season. Good salary work here by Charlotte to open up the TPE. Very good stuff there. Let's go over to, is that Jake Fisher? Tyus Jones, sources say, who was who Dallas actually targeted above D'Angelo Russell this summer before Jones found a richer deal with Orlando than the Mavericks could afford. So, D'Lo signed for around the biannual number, and then Tyus signed for $7 million in Orlando. So now he actually ends up in Dallas. I mean, yes, but I just don't understand. Like, I'm a big believer that every draft has good players, but Ivica Zubac is an elite player. Elite. Ivica Zubac is really good. Tony says that's called a fleece. This isn't just we traded for a starting big. This is we traded for almost a we traded for almost a like elite big. So it's a great trade for the Pacers. It's a phenomenal trade, and the protections on it are something that you'd live with. Because if you told me in the offseason they traded the 8th pick for Ivica Zubac, I would say that's a great trade. This is not a salary dump for the Clippers. No, because the issue here too is Mathurin is contract eligible this offseason. He's a restricted free agent. This is horrible for the Clippers, in my opinion, honestly. Like they're gonna need that pick to end up at number 5, and then they need something else to happen. Oh, okay, yeah. Trayvon knows how to get me riled up. The crowd that likes everything and says everything is solid to you guys isn't giving you guys real analysis. Not everything is solid, and there's a lot of real absence in thought for some of the takes. Like, it's just crazy to me. Mathurin is definitely not a superstar. He definitely is not. And I wanted Mathurin to be really good. I enjoyed watching him at Arizona in college. I didn't mind the pick for Indiana when they made it. I liked him as a prospect. Thought there was some real value, but certain players just don't adjust to the league in the way that they need to be honest. Maurice, thank you for the 5. He says they went from Turner to Zubac. Pacers will be back in the finals next year. They're going to be right in that conversation. If they're not back in the finals, they'll be a deep playoff team. That's because they're smart. The Clippers will not be a deep playoff team for probably a long time. Tyler says, if I'm Golden State, I'm pushing the gas for Kawhi. We'll see if Kawhi gets traded. That would be just absurd. If Kawhi gets traded, that will really shake things up. But it's really, really insane. I'm very excited to see if a Kawhi Leonard trade happens. Obviously, we are going to keep up with the news. We have just 20 minutes here until the NBA trade deadline. Actually, 17 minutes now. We have been on a marathon, and of course, the biggest news has been the Ivica Zubac trade. Bucks and Suns have expanded this to a 3-team deal to include the Chicago Bulls, Ousmane Dieng to Milwaukee, Nick Richards now to Chicago. My best friend just texted me saying this trade is a disaster for the Clippers. He's a Clippers fan. It's awful. I don't know. Even if the pick would have hit, even if the pick hits in like at number 6 or something, it's still still a struggle. It's not about like Indiana's going to have a pretty good chance at keeping their asset. Man, this is going to be the tank off is going to be insane. It will be. 2029 pick. I don't think the 2029 pick is going to be slept on. You're going to have Zubac, who will be just turning 30, so he's still in his prime, and Halliburton will be like 26, 27. Just absolutely insane. Brian Cruz, thank you. If you're commenting right now, it means you're subscribed, so I appreciate you. Yeah, Shams gave an update. It's, I mean, this is just insane to me. But we do have, again, update here. Tyus Jones to the Mavericks. That's, I mean, a decent deal. Not mad at it too much. We've had 10 trades today. So we're up to 10 deals. I remember before the day started this morning, very early this morning, I gave us an over-under of 13.5. Chat very confidently took the under on that at the time. But we're up to 10 with 15 minutes to go. Could we get 3 or 4 more trades? How good of a line will this be today? Very excited to see. Kevin says, Sheldon, the problem is Clippers are now tanking, and then OKC will get their 2026 pick. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is just, I don't know. I don't know. If you're the Clippers, you almost hope the pick doesn't convey so that you have flexibility for the future. But then if the pick doesn't convey, you're not getting a high pick. So it's like really not great. Spoonfed says Claw, MPJ plus Thomas, Butler plus picks trade. That would be insane if something like that materialized. Spoonfed. Vincent says Orlando first, 3 to 4 seconds. Jeremy Grant, Matisse, and Chris for Kawhi Leonard. If the Clippers say yes to that for Kawhi's playing like a top 5 player in the world right now, top 8 player in the world at the very minimum. If they give up Kawhi Leonard for only 1 first-round pick, I'm going to lose my mind. They should trade Kawhi because they're not going to be competitive at all. This team is terrible now. The Sixers are one of the big winners today now because they have the 2028 Clippers first unprotected, and they have the 2029 Clippers swap. So just absolutely crazy. Ant King says Celtics should have gotten Zubac. Definitely would have been really great for Boston if they could have gotten Zoo. He would have been tremendous for them. He would have been really terrific. NFT here says they are the Dallas Dukes. Yeah, we do pick up those Blue Devils. Hopefully Cam Boozer is a Maverick this year too. Matherin's problem is not his skill, it's his head. I mean, yeah, it's just play style. Like, it's hard to be a non-ball moving wing in a league that is predicated on ball movement and playing around your most talented player, which Benedict Mathurin is not. I mean, a Mathurin, King Car here wants to know if Ja's going to get traded. Who knows, right? Who really knows? So Nick Richards now is going to Chicago. Ousmane Dieng to Milwaukee. The Bucks get. I mean, I honestly would have preferred Richards for Milwaukee, but at least they get a young guy, I guess, who they can give a couple of minutes to and see if they like him next to Giannis or part of their future. This is. I really just don't love this. Guys, I'm telling you, you guys have seen the draft coverage here. I'm telling you, if I told you right now that they traded him for Darius Acuff, you would say, "Oh my gosh, fleece." But the fact that it's called a pick and not a player specifically is what causes this. Yep, Tyrese Halliburton's future running mate. The Pacers did really well. If you're a Pacers fan, you should be extremely excited. on this. Should be very, very excited. Joe Cronin needs to wake up, says Packer Boy. Kawhi should be traded to the Pistons. That'd be sweet for Detroit. Kawhi to Detroit, please. Clippers, don't do it. We got a heartbreak emoji here from AJ. Jordan says Kawhi to the Suns. Hurricane Ben says right now there's a 48% chance it conveys, but New Orleans will keep trying to win and Indy will keep trying to lose. Odds will go down if Indy can move down the lottery. Again, it's just if you guys heard that the trade was Keaton Wagler or Darius Acuff for Ivica Zubac, a lot of you would say who? But I don't know. And I like those guys as I like there's value in the draft, but you're looking at a guy who was an all-NBA caliber type of big for $18 million a year. Not very many guys like that in the league. True Vision says PG 26-28 Clippers pick and 29 Clipper swap for Kawhi. Now we're getting to something. If there's something like that, remember the NBA draft chime to every trade? Yeah, that was that's a throwback. K Ultimate, appreciate you. True Vision, thank you for the super chat. Let's go back over to me real quick here. Let's go to until I find the Windhorst meme. Where is that? Here it is. We patiently await. Could Paul George go back to the Clippers? That is the question. That would solve it for me, and I would take back what I said. Because then I would say, okay, the Clippers are tearing it all down, and they got their picks back in the near future. I'm cool, please. Quick recap, Michael says, so what we got here, the Pacers traded Benedict Mathurin, 2 first-round picks, one of them being this year, but super protected, and Isaiah Jackson for Ivica Zubac, which was a big trade and one that I thought the Pacers did very well. And then if we go back over to Shams, Charlotte Hornets traded Tyus Jones to Dallas. Ousmane Dieng ends up in Milwaukee. Nick Richards to Chicago. And then also, in addition to that, you're looking at Josh Minot got salary dumped to Brooklyn. The Sixers salary dumped Eric Gordon to Memphis. The Nuggets traded Hunter Tyson to the Nets in a salary dump. Dalen Terry to New Orleans for Jose Alvarado, 2 second-round picks as well. So we've had a good number of deals today. Marion says Golden State Warriors need to move Jimmy. Steph Curry's getting really old. That could be the other option, right? Kawhi to Golden State around Jimmy's contract. That would be interesting. Luke here says, is Ja going to get traded or not? We're trying to figure that out right now. We're waiting, but if the Clippers get all of their own picks back, I'll say, never mind, I was wrong. I'm fine with it. If the Clippers don't, they are just now stuck in a weird spot where they're not good and they don't have their own near future picks. So Corporate B Pumper says, so we traded Jared, then Eric Gordon, who's the backup point guard, Kyle, Point Watford, pure Morey incompetence. You have to wonder if they're going to try and stagger Edgecombe and Maxey a little bit more frequently too, but it's a real index on where he's at right now. So we are still waiting for Shams. It's not a trade. Yep. Shams has not been not tweeted anything yet. We are 7 minutes away, guys. 7 minutes exactly away from the NBA trade deadline. So let's stay tuned for that. We're going to go back over to Twitter here. I am very much in patient await here right now around this. If there's something here where the Clippers get their own picks, then I'm back in on it. But Sabonis, not sure. Brandon, hey Brandon, how you doing? BT here says, I've got another analyst saying they think Clippers are the winners of the trade deadline. Amazing the difference of opinions. I mean, it's because they don't know how good Ivica Zubac is. Zubac is this is the thing. I see Pibby here commenting that Zoo went for more than Anthony Davis. Yeah, he costs a third of what Anthony Davis costs. You can have another max slot next to him. That's part of the value, is how cheap he is. This deadline is going crazy. This is a crazy deadline. It's absolutely insane. And like this is really good for. I like Keaton Wagler. I do, but I don't know. It's the Clippers got a lot worse today, and they don't have their near future picks. They don't have control of this one this year. They don't have control of 2028. They don't have control of 2029. I don't know, dude. Derek Jones Jr. for Dalton Connect and Adu Thiero, who says no. Financially, I don't believe that works for the Lakers, but they could do something around Maxi Kleber's salary slot. That would financially work. If the Lakers are all in on getting picks, I mean, the Lakers, I'm sure, could figure out a way to offer a swap or something. Derek Jones Jr. should be a guy every single team wants right now. Okay, here we go. This is, I mean, yeah, I stand by what I've said. For those wondering, the Los Angeles Clippers are not moving Kawhi Leonard, sources say. That's, man, I don't get it. Kawhi is not going to be on the move, according to Chris Haynes. So whether the offers weren't good or they just didn't even really strongly consider him getting traded, maybe it's too close to the deadline for them to try and figure it out here after a big Zubac trade. I don't get it. Codeine here says, someone wake up Pat Riley, please. A few teams still have not made a trade this year at this point. Pacers obviously just made a big one, but Spurs have been quiet. The Heat have been quiet. LeGreatness says, thanks for all your hard work, Sheldon. Appreciate you guys. 2,100 people watching live right now. Be sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We're up to, let's see how many likes we're at. We're at 1,300 likes right now. I definitely think we can get to 1,400. So just 70 people hit that like button. We'll get there. Bradley says, wish Raptors would have gotten a center. Definitely would have been nice. Brian Wright asleep at the wheel. Man, this is Kawhi won't be traded. He's going to be suspended in the next 3 weeks. Toss some likes on this, man. You heard Chili. Hit that like button. Max here says, I don't think people realize how valuable a center like Zubac is. The Pacers are going to be incredible. The Pacers are going to be really good. Zay here says the Clippers were not in the playoffs this year, so trading Zubac isn't bad. They obviously aren't winning now with Zubac. Yeah, that's because the rest of the roster is bad. So now you just took away your second and third best players in James Harden and Zubac, and you don't have your own pick. Just walk through that logic here a little bit. You don't have your own picks. You have a 28-year-old All-NBA type of caliber center, and you just traded for a 26-year-old point guard, and you didn't keep him? And I don't know. If the Pacers pick was unprotected, I would have just done that straight up and said, fine, we'll take the gamble, sure. That's not what happened here. Appreciate you guys all being in here. Tommy says, hey, what is the purpose behind the small trades around Lonzo, Landale, and Boucher for the Jazz? They're getting probably some form of small second-round compensation, I'm sure, for taking in the money, and then it's just salaries that they're eating. So it works out good for everybody. Scott says we're going to look back at the 26 deadlines the day the Thunder broke the NBA. We are at 10 trades right now. Obviously, a flurry of deals tend to come in around this time. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. I don't know if you guys ever hear that at NBA games, but we got a 2-minute warning. His salary is too big to figure it out this quickly. Yeah, I think that's going to be the challenge, right? And the value is going to be hard to figure out as well. Alan, welcome to the stream. He's been a member here on the channel. Appreciate you, Alan. He said, I really thought the Spurs were going to trade Jeremy Sohan today. Nothing definitive yet. We still have 2 minutes left. 1 minute now. We're going to see what happens. Deals tend to come in maybe a minute or so after the deadline as well. So stay tuned just for a couple minutes after that 3 p.m. Eastern time, because again, we're responding to the reports of the deals, not just the trades themselves. We're responding to the reporting. So the reporting tends to trail behind the deal by, a minute or a couple minutes or whatever. So Dylan, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here again this year. Says, do you think the Zubac trade goes down some notches just because that trade is basically a tad bit over a coin flip to stay inside top 4? No, I still think even if the pick ends up being number 8, I would rather have Ivica Zubac if I was the Clippers and not have my own draft picks. JMO says Pacers will be elite next season. I think so as well, JMO. Appreciate you. If you're a Pacers fan, you got to be really excited. You have pick control still because if the pick does convey, you have future stuff to work with. And if the pick doesn't convey, well, then guess what? You have probably a top 4 pick in the draft. There is the timer. We are at the 3 p.m. Eastern time slot. Appreciate you guys all for hanging with us all trade deadline long. We are going to stay live here for just another couple of minutes to watch for any possible deals. Again, the deals tend to come in a couple minutes after, so stay tuned for just another minute or so at least. We're going to keep updating here on Shams Charania. But again, the biggest deal of the day today was a Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 first-round pick trade where the Clippers sent away Ivica Zubac, a guy who made all defense, near all NBA caliber center. What a time. What a time. Appreciate you guys so much. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Pat Riley is washed, says Luke. Appreciate you all for being in here. A lot of awesome comments, a lot of awesome messages as well. Reminder, we will be keeping track on all of the updates. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't. We're at 36,100 plus subscribers. Let's see how many we can gain here as well. Everyone go hit that subscribe button. Rager says, thank you for all the coverage. Appreciate you. Dewey says, GG's today, Sheldon. John says, great stream as always. Appreciate you guys. You guys got to stop gassing me up. You guys are hyping me up a lot. He says the number 1 NBA YouTuber going right now. Like and sub. Appreciate you, John. We had a great time this week. Miami Heat fans need a safe space we can all go to. Sorry, man. Sorry for our Heat fans here who are emotionally distraught after Pat Riley did nothing all week long. Despite rumors about Giannis and Ja, this and that. Well, maybe he's keeping his flexibility open. That's one way to look at it, Miami fans. We had 83 super chats today. As well, Lord Nikon here says, appreciate that you're willing to call out these bad trades. Brady Thompson says, best NBA content out there. Appreciate you, Rose City, USA, for being in here again. AM Mastery says, thank you for this. You're the best. Love all of the positive comments. You guys are very, very nice. Really do appreciate you guys. Gabriel Ridley here says, thank you for all your time. I do want to go full screen real quick and just say thank you to you for hanging out in here. You guys were a super awesome community. The chat was flowing all week long. It's really awesome to me that we're able to sit here, talk hoops, have really passionate, fun discussions. Some disagreements along the way, but that is normal. Every healthy front office should be having disagreements as well. The most dangerous thing in society and in a front office, talking about trades and discussion and all this stuff, is only presenting one idea. It is okay to disagree. In fact, it is a sign of knowledge and wisdom. If you can have intelligent conversations with disagreements in there, every front office should be constantly disagreeing. As long as you're cordial and caring to each other in disagreement, it can be a really fantastic way to really bring out critical thought. So very happy to have you guys in here. You guys just were awesome this entire week. So really, God bless. I do want to share my faith really quick as well. Very thankful for my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm very thankful that, he has helped me build a platform. And I'm very grateful for everything that I have from him, my daily bread. And I hope that I can be at least a positive influence for you to at least explore your faith with Jesus if you haven't already. And I know a lot of you have, but I'm not pressuring you. I'm not going to judge anybody. That is not my job. But I wanted to make sure that I did share my faith with you guys. So that's important to me. Northside Corey here with the 2 says, I told Giannis was laughing at all y'all, but thanks. Yeah, it's true. Corey, you're right. You're 100% right. This trade never materialized. No Giannis trade this deadline, but there we are. The 3 teams that did not make a trade, Miami, San Antonio, and Houston, all made no trades. Appreciate you guys all so much. If you're still in here, make sure to join the Discord. Link is in the description. I'm going to send that into the chat here as well real quick. I want everyone to go join that Discord. It's a great place. If you enjoyed being a part of a community here this week on this deadline, definitely recommend joining that Discord. You can have that same feeling all year long. We've got many members who are active in there every single day, talking about the games live, talking about other sports as well. Just a lot of awesome stuff. It's a great place to be really welcoming. And I'm very, very proud to be a part of that. Ohio says, great job. Appreciate you guys. Very, very thankful for all of you. Nick says, W Sheldon in the chat. Nick, we got to get some W's in here for our moderator. I'm throwing in some confetti for Nick. He's done a great job moderating the chat all week long. He is an absolute dog. He's a beast, and he did a lot of great work this week, and I'm very grateful for him. He's also a moderator in that Discord, so make sure you stop in there and tell him thank you. Tell Nick and Dan's that he's the best. Carl says, thank you for another great year of trade coverage. Best coverage I heard all day. Worth staying home for. Thank you for your hard work. Carl, thank you so much. J-Man, great work. Second time here. This was nice. Spent a lot of hours with you today. Keep up the good work. J-Man, appreciate you. I don't know if you meant first or second, but either way, I'm very appreciative of you, and I'm very thankful for you spending your time with me today. Graham, appreciate you and your messages in here. Constantine, appreciate you as always. Daniel, glad to see you again this year. Appreciate you, my man. J-Flow, thank you so much. World here says Kings are the same cause because Vivek makes all the moves. Facts. One of One Sports, W in the chat. W Stream. B-Ball Mute Man says you need a big lunch, Sheldon. Appreciate you guys all so much. Jerome, thank you for being in here with us this week. Rodell, thank you as well. Guys, I'm very, very appreciative of each and every one of you. I'm going to go through as many comments here quickly as I can. Graham, appreciate you. Mr. D as well. Sam Jones says, see you guys at the draft. Make sure you hang out for that as well. We will obviously have live draft coverage and everything like usual this year. Brady Thompson says W Stream. Chris says W Sheldon. Appreciate you guys a ton. Just really, really enjoying having a great group, and I really do appreciate you guys all a ton as well. Thank you so much for all of your hype this week, for all of your comments, all of your time and energy and passion. It's so great to be a part of a community and have a community behind me like you guys. So again, I'm so thankful for you. Special thank you to all the super chatters as well. I'm going to get some lasers in here for you guys. And it doesn't seem like we are getting any updated trades. So nothing at the there is news here. We actually do have a little bit of news. Cam Thomas has been waived. Significant news on the buyout market. Cam Thomas can be a solid addition for cheap. Really like that for whichever team ultimately lands him. We'll see. But obviously a big week this week. Zubac was one of the biggest trades. We had a lot of big moves. Jaren, Anthony Davis. Obviously, earlier this year, Trae Young got dealt. Just a lot of moving pieces. James Harden to Cleveland. It was a stellar week. Praise the Lord. Jesus is King. Amen to that. And I'm very thankful for each and every one of you guys all as well. Thank you all so much. Love seeing a lot of the messages in here, and I'm very, very, very thankful for each and every one of you. So again, it's always sad. I always hate ending the stream. I really don't want to end the stream. It's a great time. I'm very thankful. I will be putting out a message on Twitter, thanking everybody as well. So make sure you're over there so that you can see that message that I put out. But again, I'm very thankful for you guys. I feel very, very moved by every single one of you. I'm very lucky, very happy. And again, a little bit of the news here. Cam Thomas was bought out. So that is obviously big news as well. But thank you, guys. Very much looking forward to the next steps here. I'm going to have film studies out and everything. One example of that here on the channel, if we go take a quick look, content today that came out is this Keon, Ellis, and Dennis Schroder film study. I would really greatly appreciate if you guys could all go check this one out. I'm going to send the link right here in the description. It's also the most recent video on the channel. So go check that out. I would really greatly appreciate if you could watch that video all the way through. Hype that video as well. Leave some likes on it, some comments and everything. But thank you guys all so much. Again, I'm very, very thankful for you. Hopefully you enjoyed the coverage all week long. Stayed on top of all of the news, gave my thoughts and analysis along the way, and you guys were able to share your voice too. So thank you guys. It was a great time live for 7.5 hours today, and nothing else I'd rather do. Appreciate you guys so much. Go check out those other utility sports videos, and we'll catch you in those next utility sports videos.